You don't have to believe in Jesus if you don't want to. I don't care. I mean, I do care, but I don't care as regards to the articulation of this particular thing.
You do care, but you don't care. What
I
are you
care
talking
not within
about?
the domain of this discourse. It's not so much important. You guys can sort out whatever you want to think about it. I'm just saying that to the extent that the constellations were created by somebody with an intention, there's a sign that happened.
Vast majority of the flat earth community here, we accept intelligent design, a creator.
Okay. So there's no...
It is
there's not
holy,
much-
Yeah, and we
it is
recognize
up
it
there
as a
above us,
calendar.
holy in the
So-
heavens, but
Okay.
that is a belief which is the only righteous belief we
Okay,
accept in here.
I'm just trying to throw out some
All other
information.
beliefs that you believe the end is coming,
This
that
is not a belief.
signs in the sky, that's just bullshit.
Maybe, but
you're
can I just
bringing.
point out
You don't
something?
know. You can't prove that.
I can't.
Please,
You don't know what they are.
Please, let him finish.
I just want to
Let him
show...
let him talk.
I'm with you, Big Ed, but let him finish.
You're not a
Let
prophet.
him finish, please.
You're right.
In that
Well, all
very
right, maybe we'll let
book
him finish,
you
but
are
I'm pretty sure he's about to
reading,
just repeat
if
what he
you
said a
don't
minute ago.
understand it, and you go out there in the world and start babbling yourself, it will make you the false prophet which are foretold in that very book.
Maybe. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Hey, Flat Earth Boxer, I have a quick question for you. Have you ever gone out into public and told somebody at random that the Earth is flat and stationary?
If you look at my YouTube channel,
Yes.
and at the present moment, this is what I've been doing for the past 3 years.
Cool. So do you go through the 3 points with them, or do you have a different approach? What do you say to them?
So now we're at doctrine. We have 3 points or whatever. But I mean, it depends on the person I'm speaking to. So if they're an atheist or whatever, then I just deal with the science, thermodynamics. Yeah, there's no curve. You can't have gas. But there's obvious stuff. What do you want me to say? There's no evidence the Earth moves. Like what? If I'm talking to a Christian, then I start with the Bible, and then if they say, well, I don't believe the Bible, then it's like, all right, well, they deny science, they deny the Bible, then why am I speaking to them anyway? It just turns them around.
Right, that's fair enough.
I don't get why people feel it necessary to shit on other people's religions, man. It's just ridiculous.
Daniel, can I ask him a question?
Yeah,
Because they're stupid, that's why.
I want to let him out. He wants to ask a question.
Hang on, do you? Oh, come on, guys. Can I not get this question out? Do you believe the Earth is ending? Do you believe that now yourself?
Are you talking
Right
from the
now-
other side of the room?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking to anybody.
In any case, but yeah, it's my
Anybody believes the
opinion.
Earth is coming to an end.
It's my opinion for reasons that we're approaching the end of the world, and I'd like to articulate the cosmological basis for
Yes,
that reason.
please articulate. I want to hear this. Why do you think the Earth is coming to an end?
Okay. So I believe
Come on.
the stars were made for a purpose, and that they're arranged as such for a reason. And that reason is for God to communicate to people on Earth. And I believe the constellations, like in the zodiac, that they are not arbitrary. I think that people have an understanding of the zodiac, with the woman, the lion, the ox, the this, the that, that is actually pursuant to the actual creator's intention. I think the zodiac is accurate. I think there's a lion. I think there is an ox. I think there is a face of a man. I think there is a flying eagle, a serpent, these things. I think these are all in the dome, in the firmament. I think they're there.
No, they're not.
Okay.
I
And
love what
Revelation-
you're putting down anyway, Flat Earth Boxer. I just love it. Lovely to meet you.
Amen. Nice to meet you. And in the book of Revelation, which is the last book of the Bible, you don't have to believe it. It could just all be nonsense. I'm just spouting something that's there. It says that in the last 7 years of history, or the sign at the beginning of the last 7 years, would be a woman dressed in the sun with the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars.
That's a church. That's a church.
Okay, yeah, it's all those things.
No,
also
it's
a
not.
sign-
It's not a church. It's not a
Yes,
church at all. No, it's
What-
not. Read the book of Revelation. Jesus writes letters to 7 churches in Revelation. It's not a church.
Can I prove it, please? Can I prove it?
My religion could beat up your religion.
Well, what harm have I done to your belief system? Can I just articulate this?
How about let him finish? How about let the kid finish what he was saying? Let the kid finish what he was saying. Thanks.
I've not said anyone is wrong. Like, okay, you believe it's this, okay, whatever. I'm just saying that it says, and there appeared a great sign in the heaven, a woman, and these things. Sun, moon,
but
under
you're
her feet.
interpreting it as you're speaking it. You're not just saying it's a woman. You're saying what it represents. How do you know what it represents?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
it says a woman dressed in the sun, and in the
Okay,
Hebrew.
so that doesn't mean what you say it means. Yes, that's what the Bible says. But if you interpret it to mean something, then you have to prove that. You can't just say what it is.
Why are you mad at me?
It's not bad, but I'm just being real. I mean, that's just being real. But if you're
You
gonna try
can't prove an interpretation.
You're
exactly,
right. I can't prove that.
I'm saying, so don't give your interpretation. Just say what the Bible says.
Okay, here's the
yeah,
Bible.
well, the constellation, it's a constellation that occurred on the September 23, 2017. That's common knowledge amongst Christians.
I remember.
Okay. So we're talking about woman. What woman represents in
Which
this
was
context.
it's a constellation. It was an
I can
alignment.
explain that.
That's
I can
fine.
explain.
Explain it to me.
But when we're using the symbolism of what a woman represents in the Bible,
Betula.
that's not what it represents. What you're saying it is. So all I'm saying is, if you're going to interpret things, leave that to yourself. Don't come on here spouting what it means.
No, it's not a private interpretation. No. It's a public interpretation, and it's talking about a sign in the heaven, and it was a constellation. It was an occurrence, an alignment that happened in 2017. Yeah. It's not a private interpretation.
And I'm very interested personally to hear other people's point of views on the subject.
And no one's aggressive about this, except for this man. Brother, you don't have to believe me. You don't have to agree.
Yeah, exactly. He said that many times. You don't have to believe it. It's fine.
You don't have to agree with me.
What it says.
I'm just throwing this out there, man. Like,
just chill.
There's a zodiac, and the zodiac contains a fixed set of 7.
Divide is divisive. So I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
You're wrong.
I mean,
just let him
speak. I mean, if you don't like what he's putting down, just go somewhere else. I mean, you've got something going on.
Is he going to get to a conclusion, though? That's what I'm wondering.
I would, but consider that
he would if people shut the fuck up.
The majority of the time has been spent.
Yeah, he was going for one and didn't get to one.
Okay, so theoretically, if this
see that he can't even speak.
Okay.
Try one more time.
So, insofar as there are things in the Bible which correspond to the zodiac signs, which I believe were put in the sky for a reason by the Creator to communicate to the people on the earth, because the Bible says so, and you don't have to believe the Bible. The Bible could be nonsense, but I believe the Bible. And the stars and the firmament, all the zodiac signs are in the Bible. Not all of them, but enough of them in order to discern that it's the zodiac. If that sign happened in 2017, then you would expect that the mark of the beast would be rolled out, according to Revelation chapter 12, 1,260 days after that sign. And 1,260 days after that sign, they rolled out in Israel what's called the Tav Yirok, the green mark. And the green mark is the mark of certification that you've received a certain medical procedure. And the word Tav and the word Behemah, it means cattle in Hebrew, and cattle, it also relates to the word which relates to that medical procedure. And now they're rolling out this alien op, and 3.5 years after the middle would be the conclusion of 7 years. And if they roll out this alien op, they're probably going to try to say that aliens are invading and they're going to make war with those aliens. And anyone who aligns with that alien force, which is God destroying the earth, they're worthy of death because they hate humanity. I'm just throwing that out there. Disregard it if you think it's retarded. I'm done.
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Fire.
You mentioned the word cosmology, yeah? And you place the stars and these constellations up there. And my question is, what are they? Are they balls of gases, rocks, balls of fire, or things that are alive?
In good faith, I'm just going to answer your question directly. I don't think you can have balls of gas in a vacuum. I don't think they're balls of gas in the sky. I think that they are sentient beings made by God.
When you spoke the word cosmology, you did that.
Where are you from? Just a sideline question. This isn't relevant to any of this. Just I'm curious, what's your accent?
I'm Romanian.
Okay, cool. Anyway, so I don't know anything about Romania. So
yeah.
Is it cosmologically? It's my personal belief that, and it's not personal because I mean the Bible says so, but I believe it because the Bible says, and what makes sense to me is that the stars are angels or angelic of some sort, put in the dome by God.
Okay, but then when you speak the word cosmological or cosmology, you are taking life away from those living beings. You don't accept that they are alive because cosmology involves a lot of religious terms and pseudoscience terms.
Man, I agree or I disagree. I just don't. None of that stuff's in the domain of what I'm saying. Like I don't care about any of that.
Yeah. So
Believe what you want about that. What do you think I'm saying?
no, but I mean when you use these pseudoscience terms to push it in the Bible, I feel like you're
Yeah.
one of the guys who's trying to hijack the Bible.
I'm just trying to use words
It
that I
begs a
think we'll
question, doesn't
mutually
it? It begs the
understand.
question.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to use words that I think we'll all understand. I don't know what you think of all these words. I'm just trying to use words that work in my
Well,
communication
when
with others.
someone tells me cosmos, yeah, it's a bloody infinite vacuum of space with
Bro, just tell
balls
me the
of
word you want me to
gases,
say.
I think,
burning
yeah,
balls of
yeah,
gases. That's what it means.
he's explaining the stars,
Yeah.
okay, and what they call the planets or the wandering stars that are aligning in a specific manner on a specific time. Then what's happening is
Yeah,
we're given
they
a
are a clock,
timeline
but
after
yeah, I
that.
know.
He's not trying. I think you guys are getting rubbed up the wrong way. He's definitely not trying to offend anyone.
Mm.
But
Okay.
here,
No,
we can
I
clear
know
this
that.
up.
I
So
know
so
that.
just the next time that you want to use the word cosmology or whatever, just say the stars in the sky.
Okay, yeah, just I'll say the stars in the sky from here on out.
Okay, so what would you
I
call our
have a
entire place? I would call our entire place this cosmological, including
And
the
now you're at
stars,
odds with the
including
dominion.
this. What?
I
Yeah, I
What's wrong with
personally,
wouldn't
using
call
for
that?
it.
example,
This is our universe. This
I
is our universe.
Same thing in
personally,
my eyes.
I just want to make
Yeah,
another
yeah, I can
point.
understand that as well, being the same thing. Yeah. It's a
Why I
man-made
don't,
word.
yeah, why I actually hate the word cosmos and cosmology. What I accept is the waters above, the ocean of liquid helium, superfluid liquid helium with frictionless
Okay.
flow, perpetual fountain. It's
Okay.
the fountain that goes forever. Yeah, it's the ocean above, it's going below the world, and it shoots out from the north and it goes back up in the sky where it belongs. And
Well, there you
superfluid
go.
helium has a refraction index of 1.025. This means that if you were next to a lake of helium, it will be very unlikely that you see it. You will see like it's just a valley. You will not see the lake. It's very hard to see it with the naked eye.
I love you, Gibby Get.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Biget. That's very
Yeah.
good. Yeah.
So,
You know, the one thing I find interesting, though, right? If we live today
So,
yeah.
in this space and time, well, we're basically taking up this space and time, right?
we're looking.
Regardless of where we're living and
Yeah.
how we're living on this space and time, could there be other beings in a different space and time? I mean, what I'm talking about is multiverses. Do you guys think it's possible that if we're taking up this space and time right now, right, that there is a possibility that there's another existence in another space and time completely different from ours?
Yes,
Do we
that's in
understand?
the Bible.
Isn't
Hell.
that what you would call heaven and hell and the different realms in
No,
between?
not at
And
all, not at all, because heaven and hell is conjoined with this existence we believe we live on, right? This universe. I'm talking about a completely different one, a multiverse, if you want.
Hey, I'll bring you one even above that. What about just another container out there somewhere that's not this container?
No, I mean, like, jokes aside, bro. Like, my religion.
I'm not joking. What joke? What do you mean joke? I'm serious. That wasn't a joke.
I believe in multiverse. I literally believe that outside of our space and time we live in, there's multiple millions of other space and times going on that are just like a different bubble, if you want, from ours. Like, if you want to consider
possible.
Well, I don't believe that there's millions. I just said that there could be. There could be none at all. This could be it. This could be the only thing that exists anywhere. It's this world we live in. There could be nothing else out there.
Can I give him an explanation? Look, when you imagine those infinite multiverses, what you did is you created the concept, something virtual, cyberspace, and that is hell.
No, I wouldn't say it's virtual.
It's a realm itself. That is only one realm. The realm of non-existence, the stuff that does not exist. We are in what
I'm sorry,
exists.
bro. You're losing me. You're losing me with this one, man. I'm not sure where you're getting it.
Well, for example, in computer gaming, coding, you can think of a game, you start code it, and everybody in the world is playing that game. Those characters in the game, do they physically exist?
No, I mean, when we think about if you really want to
cyber virtual
concept of multiverses,
it is what you imagine. It is what NASA is showing you. CGI.
It's got nothing to do with NASA. NASA doesn't talk about multiverses, bro. This is a purely religious thing, right?
It's the worship of hell.
Essentially, what Hindus believe is that there's multiple universes out there. You know, we're restricted.
I know the religion of the snake people. If you read about it, you
many others out there, bro.
There's
many others
about them.
Same, man. And it's interesting. It's the interesting thing about it is like there's some people that want to feel special about.
One thing you don't understand about space and time. Time is actually a concept. It's our way to get a better understanding of motion and velocity.
Can I hold a piece of space-time in my hand?
And space is actually what you call field in science.
One way to think about time, that time's infinite and cyclical.
How can I bend something if I can't hold it in my hand?
Yeah.
Because it's a concept.
Right, I mean, this is a concept that humans will find very hard to understand. It's infinite.
It has been... No, it does not exist. It is just a concept for us to easier understand motion and velocity. That's why we created time.
I have a moral question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So now that we know the Earth is flat, is my belief that in order to come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat, I had to come to I had to accept that there's true and there's false. And the derivative of true is that which is good, and the derivative of false is that which is evil, and that which is bad, that which is contrary. And I know objectively, I know by that reasoning that lies are not good. This is why to say the Earth is a globe is evil, because it's a lie. Yes. And the world is given into lies right now. And a manifestation, the society that I see in the world that I live in America, is full of lies. And the expression of those lies would be, for example, the things that they're teaching children in schools. that they're teaching, not just about
It's not what they teach them,
just the
it's who
creation,
they
but
teach them. I mean, yeah,
about
I do see drag queens in American
yes.
schools
Okay.
teaching to children,
So now
and
that we
that
know how
is
shall we
abominable.
reform society, if we're going to make a better world, upon
Yeah.
what basis will we make this better world? How do we decide what's true, what's good, and what's evil?
Yeah,
What's good, what's
it's
evil?
been prophesied no man stand any chance to save this world. Nobody, not even an army of men.
Not even an army of Jesus and his saints.
I don't think that's
Wait.
saving the
Yeah,
world.
do you see angels coming down from the heaven here in this realm to fight the evil?
I
They
foresee such
are
things.
afraid of it because they cannot fight it and defeat it because only God of life can do that.
Yeah,
Who is this God that you
I
believe
agree
in?
with that. I don't think saving the world is something that needs to be on our shoulders.
Oh, it's
It,
not on ours.
you're
It's
no,
on
it's not.
Jesus's. What
So
shall we
No,
do?
but telling other people that the Earth is flat is on our shoulders.
I agree. So what conclusions will men come to when they find out the earth is flat? Do you think?
I mean, is it really a thing about the Earth being flat or not? I think if you really consider what life's about, it's more than that, right? It's not about where we live. It's about the
About
realm
the
we live in
experience.
and who we are while we live it.
I think you guys are scared of addressing a fundamental a fact, not
No,
fundamental.
no,
I think
I think
you're
that
misunderstanding. I don't know. You were saying like the army of angels of God will
Yeah.
come in the earth and they will fight the beast and kill the beast. When God foretold in the Bible that only He can fight and destroy it.
Ki kutub hashamayim. Thus saith the heavens.
God,
Yes.
God, God gave us a place to live and understand
So,
life in. That's what we should do: is live and understand life.
Hey,
you're
do any of you
trying,
have any funny stories of
yeah.
people that you've talked to about the flat Earth from face to face? Because I got a lot of funny stories, but I was wondering if you guys had any funny stories of interesting reactions or interesting people you've talked to about this subject matter too, face to face.
And one thing, when you speak Hebrew language, I will suggest to also translate what those words are because you
Thus
could be
saith the
swearing
heavens.
in
Thus
here
writeth the
and
heavens.
yeah.
Thus writeth the heavens. I've tried to indicate to you that the
Okay.
heavens say that that's what's about to happen.
I mean, if you consider this, right, there's so many religions out there.
And we're all
They
gay.
all believe in slightly different things.
And we're wrong.
But the one thing we all have in
Yeah,
common is that we have our human traits, right? And the one thing that we can all get out of life is the experience of life. And honestly, if there's a God out there, I think that's the only thing God wants to give us: the experience of life.
How many? What proportion of this group are people who believe
Personally,
that Jesus is the Son of God? How many people?
I think human beings are the
People,
son of
people
God.
always say the one thing you guys need to understand is this, right? There's a good life and a bad life, but what's to say what's good and what's bad as far as life goes?
Yeah, maybe
Sometimes,
pedophilia not so bad. Do what you want. Do as thou wilt.
sometimes living a hard life is a lot more eventful, a lot more. You gain a lot more life experience than an easy life where you're just born rich.
You know what's hard? Being a sodomite. That's a hard life.
Yeah, no, what's
no.
hard is living in a world where you're surrounded by people that think they live on a globe, and you're one of the very few people that's actually bothering to walk out on the streets and tell people that they don't live on a globe. And not very many people that that are flat earthers are not bothering to go out on the street and tell people that they don't live on a globe. That's what makes life
Right,
hard.
Yeah, imagine them talking about a God
what you
that's
should
about to
do,
come and
what you should
judge
do
the
in
world and
in
cast
that
all of them into
situation.
hellfire. That's hard.
Honestly, bro, in that situation, it's not about hellfire. It's nothing about that.
So,
Do what makes you happy, bro.
yeah, do as thou wilt.
Seriously, like,
Yeah,
okay,
seriously.
to some
What you
extent,
believe.
do what makes you happy.
Yeah,
Don't
right.
just go out there and if killing a whole bunch of people makes you happy, don't do that. But you deep down inside know
What if you
what
just
makes you
know?
happy within social limits.
I feel you on that one. Do what thou will. I know what it means.
Yeah, right. Good for you, man. Do as you will. God's
Except
gonna
if you've
destroy you
got
for
a
that.
military uniform
That's
on,
not the
then
solution.
it's all right to just go and kill poor
That's
brown people in a
lawlessness.
land far away.
It's like, your life is your life. You live it how you want to live it. And
No, it's not my life.
your
God
life
gave it
is
to
your
me.
life. Because this is nobody else's life. Right?
Okay, then get the juice.
The one thing you can own in this existence is your life.
Yeah, my
It's
life
the
was
only
purchased with a price.
Just saying, bro, look, that's the only thing you can own. And,
No, it's not. God's about to come
it is.
destroy the earth.
It's the only thing you can truly own.
He's about to kill
This
everybody.
existence is your own life. And
He's
you
gonna
got to
kill
decide.
pretty much everybody. He's gonna
Flat
bro.
Boxer, what
That's
the hell
not
are
the
you saying,
message that
dude?
you're supposed to be telling people. You're supposed to be preaching the gospel, mate, not telling people
The
that they're all going
gospel
to be
is
killed by
okay.
God.
You're right.
Yeah.
The gospel is the
Can-
following: if
Can
you
somebody
accept
mute
that
this
Jesus
guy,
died for your
please?
sins, then you won't be cast in the lake of fire. That's the gospel.
Alrighty. I think they've got
Does
the
anybody
message.
here have the ability to mute this guy?
Yeah, I've
Mute
got
me.
the ability
Bye.
to mute this guy. Which guy is that?
The guy who just said this stupid crap about God about to kill all of us.
You worried?
No, what I'm worried about is
Yeah,
somebody
okay,
who's not a flat
alright.
earther coming in
Take
here
it
and thinking
easy.
that we're all a bunch of religious nut jobs because that guy's a religious nut job. That's what I'm afraid of.
They come and they go. I don't know how nutty he is. He sounds pretty on fire at the moment, but he's gone. He's left. He's voluntarily left the channel.
Okay.
I don't think he spoke in a way that was encompassing the room.
Anyway,
Okay.
we have
Shame, but there you go.
we have more people in the room. I saw Uncle Bob joining. Let me unmute Uncle Bob. What's up, Uncle Bob? Welcome.
Hello, Uncle
Roger,
Bob.
welcome.
Hey, Bobo.
G'day, Uncle Bobby.
Yo, Uncle Bob. Is that you, Bob?
Bobby.
Bob.
It's been so
Hey,
long.
Bob.
Where have you been, my uncle?
Oi.
Where did he go?
Bob.
Seems like Uncle is not.
He might be
Okay.
AFK, you know? He might be just listening because sometimes I'll be in the bath or in the car and I'm in the channel, but I'm listening and I can't. I can't unmute.
That's all right. So we also have Cole. Cole, welcome. You have control of your mic.
You're gonna go down the list again.
Hang on, Cole. Hello.
Oh, you have control of your mic. You welcome to the room.
What's up, Unc?
Welcome.
How you doing,
What's up, Cole?
What's up, Cole?
Cole doesn't want to talk, that's okay. If you want to get a role, VC verify, jump into the VC check-in, wait for a mod. I've muted Cole again. We have also Heza.
Heza.
Heza, welcome.
Heza.
What's up? What's up?
Heza.
Is that
Welcome,
related
Heza.
to? Is it related to Rizza Jizza?
I think when I
Hazai.
look into his profile, it says Hans. So could be a Dutchie. Hans.
Oh,
Hans,
welcome. Greetings.
but I don't know.
Interesting.
Heza, you there? You have control over your mic? You want to ask a question? Say hello?
Verbalize your voice.
Oh. Yeah, that's
Who else have we got?
too bad. Nobody wants to talk, right?
Who else have we got?
So I've muted you. If you want to talk in the future, jump into VC check-in or ping a mod. Who else?
I think we need to see if Uncle Bob may have something to say.
Can I just say a quick hello to Demok? Demok, hello, bro. I see you in the channel. A long time no see. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, Demek.
Doing well, thanks. How you guys?
That's good. Good to hear your voice.
Yo,
Yeah, I've
nice to
muted
see
Uncle Bob
you.
again, but I don't know if he's around. Uncle Bob?
Uncle Bob.
Oi, Bobby.
Uncle Bob.
It's Unk. He might be
Oh.
okay.
Yeah, no, so
Man,
Uncle Bob left.
I got a rough spot on my karambit. Sorry, I didn't know it was open.
I think we need to, if anybody knows Uncle Bob, you send him a signal to come back.
I'm asking that guy if he wants to chat in another channel, the one that they don't like. Are you going to come down with us, Branch, if he wants to chat, or
Yeah,
I'll come.
definitely
I'll
come
come.
down.
we could always do with a
I'm not,
Hindu?
I'm not invited,
Yeah.
but I'll come.
Oh, you're all invited.
Oh,
All is welcome.
Becky, you know I've always got your back. Oh,
Yeah, nice. Okay, let's try and move down to this channel then. Where is it? Oh my God, it's so, here we go. I'm going to go down to biblical if anyone wants to join.
I'll be right behind you.
I hope you guys join because it's gonna be off the easy up in that room. I'll tell you that right now.
For those of you that believe in a creator, do you also have faith in that the world is the way it is exactly as it was intended? Meaning that, you know, with the all the sad things that go on in the world, you know, they're meant to be part of, they're meant to exist, you know, they're meant to be part of the world, right?
Well, that's the challenge, isn't it? I mean, that's the problem. It's just that, you know, I think probably along the lines as you do in that sense, but we can't verify any of these things at the moment.
Because I was thinking about this in relation to climate change debate or argument or whatever you want to call it. But anyone who believes in a creator, if you believe that human beings can destroy his creation, then isn't that taking a whole shitload of power away from God? It just seems contradictory. I mean, if you believe in God and all that he's capable of, why would you believe that his creation could be destroyed without his,
I agree.
you know, consent, without his intention, to be honest, for it to happen that way?
I think we can affect it to a certain way, but God's creation has rules.
Sup, Michael?
And once we fuck it up so far, the earth will shake us off like a bad case of the fleas. What's up, brother? Because I agree. Nothing he creates is imperfect as it is. Those cycles.
But God is perfect, isn't he? So that would mean that his creation and everything in it is exactly as he intended.
My God.
And
as
part
I,
of that too
I
is that we don't know what his plan
agree.
is either.
I agree.
Like,
no,
we don't know what
it
the
could
future
be a cycle. Right. It could be he plans the cycle so we learn. We rise and we fall. We rise and we fall.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
But I don't think. Listen, I don't think we could destroy his creation. But I think he created Earth perfect. If we live with her in harmony, she takes care of us. If we don't, then she'll kill us off by taking away from us the food and shelter she provides. And then she'll smooth everything out again and make way for the next cycle of life. I mean, don't you think Earth was born with free will too, or created?
Yeah, I definitely believe
She's
it was
alive.
created.
I believe she has her own soul. All living things do, but that's just my belief.
When you said that phrase a second ago, shake us off like a bad case of fleas, I was wondering to myself, do you think that one flea on a dog has ever said to another flea, I think it's flat, and the other one's like, oh, it's curving? Or did one flea just say to another flea, I think this is a cat, and the other one's like, no, it's a dog. Damn it, it's a dog.
That's funny. I don't know. Or would they think they're living on a giant flea? God's a great flea in the sky, and we live on a flea. I bet fleas don't even think they're.
Because the thing is, like, if you truly believe in God and have faith in His plan, or then you, you can go through life just enjoying it all the time, and just like you know that His plan is His plan, and it's a good one, and it's in our best interest.
I agree, Blow. Listen, I agree so much. I don't even put that much thought into it, whether or not I can judge his plan. I just live life fearless because
Yeah.
I have faith. I am where I'm supposed to be. Everything is as it's supposed to be. Nothing happens unless it's for a reason.
But then
Only
also
in
you get a
fear.
lot of people who have faith or believe in a creator, and also believe that it's their job to try and shape the world and guide everyone to the truth or whatever. But
Yeah.
I don't know that
No,
that's.
they think. Listen, they think they either got to save them or condemn them. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
well,
that's our job.
that's passing judgment, which is only for God.
Well, I agree.
No.
I don't believe in condemnation. I'm just pointing out that a lot of people do it. They
Yeah.
think, listen, there's only one Savior, but they think they can save you. And they also think they condemn you, even though there's only one judge. It doesn't make sense. Just do what he wanted. Try your best to be a good person and love everybody around you. You're needed for each other.
It really is simple. Hey, like. That's why, like, the way politics works and the way warfare in this world today and all that sort of
Yeah, that
bad
should
shit
lead
is
you
just.
away from how perfectly simple it is. Let two people that have a problem deal with it. Everybody else, just let them be happy. Like two lions fight over pride in area, right? Does the rest of the wilderness go crazy or the jungle? No, they live life.
But also, like, if you live in a sort of tribe, or let's use the example of say you're at school, and there's this one kid that goes around and just beats the shit out of smaller, weaker kids, then you're going to intervene there, aren't you? I mean, like,
I
that's
would.
natural.
I I think that every God gift, every gift God gave me is for a reason. So yeah,
Mm.
Bad things happen when good people fail to act. That's how I was raised.
Yes, exactly right. Yeah.
That's how I was raised. If you don't act, then bad shit can happen around you. But when we all act in a like manner, bad people can't run shit.
Yeah, that's what makes me so sick. So
Problem
many
is,
of these
everybody.
politicians that call themselves Christians,
Yeah, the
while
problem is
they're
not
corrupt
everybody's.
as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're killing people around the world just because of money or resources. Or, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, it used to be our military was told they're doing God's good work, instilling Christian values in third world countries, right? At least that's what they told my dad when he was at war, and my grandfather in the war before that. I heard a few things like that while I was at war or being deployed. Just remember you're doing God's good work. Just like they say, when you all punks below us get to heaven, you'll see the streets are guarded by United States Marines. That's our battle hymn. I think everybody's probably heard the beginning of the battle hymn, but not all of it. From the halls of Montezuma to the land of Tripoli, we fight our country's battles on the air, the land, and sea. Yeah, but it presumes that heaven would need Marines to guard its streets or streets. I thought it was.
Yeah.
I thought it was a spiritual kingdom. You need
Yeah. What
streets
would?
in the spirit. To be
Yeah.
absent the body is to be present with Christ, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, what are the threats that they're there to
Yeah,
defend people against?
right. What are you guarding us from? The
Yeah.
prophets, the saints. Somebody preach too much. Call the Marines. Too many holies our time. I mean, that's to imply there would be strife in heaven. I don't think it'd be heaven if there was strife, but we do have stories about strife in heaven, the fall, right? So what do I know about that realm? I'm in the flesh. I haven't been born in the spirit yet. I mean, I really think that's symbolic of life and death. Least a man be born of water, then born of spirit, he cannot see the kingdom of heaven. You're born of water when the water breaks and you're born in the flesh. And when you die in the flesh, you're born in the spirit. At least most of us believe that.
But does
Some
believing
people
that
believe you can even.
actually does believing that really even matter? Like you said, at the end of the day, as long
Not
as we
really.
treat each other with love and compassion and kindness and respect, then uh, that's literally the only thing that matters. Like the golden rule.
Yeah, I don't want to die worried about where I'm going. You just go out happy in a state of love.
And
That's all I
arguing with
know.
other people about like what's going to happen when you die, it's it.
Yeah.
Everybody can have their own opinion. I mean, like
Right, because that's all we can have.
yeah.
We won't know till we get there.
It makes
I
more
mean,
sense to argue about what flowers smell the best.
roses. No, lilacs, really. I'm sorry, I'm eating breakfast. Work starts early on the farm. You got to pig out, Or at least I do. A lot of work to do today. I got early to finish my car before I start doing work, tending livestock, you know. Then go tend fields that time of year. I haven't quite got everything I want planted yet though. Been too much rain.
Yeah, your car
Setting
looks
planting
great, man.
season. Oh yeah, that man, I didn't pay a lot for that Ford Fairlane. She was clean. I didn't have to weld floorboards or bodies. It came out of a barn, totally stock. I just upgraded the suspension and painted it. It already had black interior. It was white and black. My sister said yellow with black racing stripes would be hot, and it looks hot. But I made it kind of handle like a Mustang. Tubular aim frames, coilover struts, 4-link rear end with a 4-wheel disc brakes. Because it was
Nice.
all drum, you know, to 62. It had 4 drums, front drums and rear drums.
Yeah, I've been looking at like what sort of cars are there lots of and cheap at the moment that are going to become really collectible in 5 or 10 years, because everything's going electric now. So I mean, some of the cars that like 10 years ago, you could find them everywhere and they were cheap as shit. Some of them now are like worth fucking so much money because they've become really rare. So I'm trying to think, what are the cars that there are lots of and that are cheap at the moment?
I don't really collect. I won't put anything in the collection that's newer than 89. Chad, bro. You got static and echo. But after 89, they thinned out the steel and they used a different curing process. So 89, 90 and above, they really rot out pretty quick. There are a few, some Camaros, Corvettes. There are stuff I would collect from above 89, but I prefer 89 or older if I'm going to collect it. Or sit on it for a return. There's a lot of trucks though. A lot of work trucks they pimp out pretty nice and they hold good value from the last 10 years that are around 30,000 brand new. Resto modded, you can 50 grand easy. Them Dodge trucks, you can make it extreme Dodge truck out of a Dodge truck, Durangos. Those are some newer stuff that I like to resto mod. I like to take them mid-sized Dodges, put it 4-way sway link rear end, disc brakes, and then it's like a Hemi. It's basically, I mean, it's not a Hemi. A Hemi's a hemisphere motor, but it's basically a street rod, Vogue Street. But I'm a gearhead, That's my love.
You like crack?
Hmm.
Well, what do you mean by you're a gearhead?
A gearhead. I gotta explain that.
Oh, that in Australia, a gearhead means something different, bro.
Oh no, gearhead is here in Michigan.
He thinks you're on the gear battle. He thinks you're a drug addict. Talking about on the meth.
I'm not a crackhead, dude. I'm listen.
You're just saying.
I'm a gearhead, so this means that I spend more on parts than you spend on a car.
Oh, I don't know. I poured some fucking big money into my car.
Yeah, I'm a gearhead. I can buy a brand new car for 50 grand, and I'm still gonna take it apart and upgrade it.
Yeah, all right. I feel
That's what a gearhead is. That's what a
yeah, yeah,
gearhead is.
But
yeah,
just somebody
true.
that's into cars and into
Yeah,
tinkering with them.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, over in Australia, gearheads are like fucking junkies, and they too like to tinker with stuff. So I guess I can kind of see the relation in a way.
Oh
They like
no,
to
Well,
they like to pull
we
their
call
lawnmowers
that
apart, pull their lawnmowers apart and shit, and like fucking walk around with flashlights on their head.
I think that's a redneck joke.
What do you mean?
I got a riding lawnmower that probably beat a Mustang. That's what I mean.
Right, you got a ride-on lawnmower
But
that'd be a Mustang.
yeah, it's a drag mower. But I'm a
Drag.
country guy and a gearhead. I got a tractor that beat most motherfuckers' Camaros.
Yeah, true.
But what we call that a crackhead here in Michigan. That's just a crackhead.
Yeah.
Crackheads will steal your lawnmower. They'll steal your lawnmower and buy a
They'll
crack
pull it
rock.
apart. Yeah, they'll pull it apart and fucking pick that shit up.
Yeah, shit. Fuck. You can spend 10 grand on a lawnmower, dude. I got a lot of acres to mow out here. My lawnmower's 0 turn radius. But my drag lawnmower, you can race it on dirt track or you can drag race it. But that's a country thing.
Or
I kind of
use race like is it like a race to who mows the lawn the quickest, or is it actually just like a speed race?
no, there's not even a deck on my riding mower that we race. We take the decks off. It's a speed race. It's
What do you
more
mean
of
by
a
deck? Deck like your blades kind of thing, where your blades and all that are housed.
man. See, this is the difference between a gearhead and a normal person. The
Oh, bro.
blades,
Yeah, no,
the blades.
it just has different names in Australia, bro. We wouldn't call that the
Okay, well
deck.
yeah, it's a mower deck.
Yeah, I'd call the deck. I'd call the deck where I place
Well,
my
that's
feet on the mower, like the
oh
foot
well.
hand kind of
In
area.
America, in America, if you want to replace that, it'd be called the mower deck. Any of
Right.
it.
Yeah, true.
That's the name of the replacement part. I'm just being specific about the parts. It's a mower deck.
Yeah. I feel you.
It's obvious what he means anyway.
Yeah, I don't use terminology. I use specific labels
I
for
was
parts.
just thinking like you just take out where you sit your feet while you're sitting on the mower, like
That you
know what I
set
mean?
your
Like,
feet on the mower deck. That's part of the reason it's called a deck. Because it
yeah.
sits above the mower blades.
I was just picturing you just taking them off and putting foot pegs on it or something like a motorbike, bro.
Well, I would call them Nerf bars, but yeah, we kind of manufacture our own places for seats. Put bigger motors. My motor's got a 250cc dirt bike motor on it.
Yeah, 2-stroke or 4-stroke?
2-stroke, it's a dirt bike. 4-stroke is a road bike.
Over in Australia we have 4-stroke dirt bikes.
Yeah, that's a tour bike, right?
Nah, there's motocross.
You might ride it in the cross country roads, but you're not going to race it on a moto track.
No, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of tracks around the world that have a 4-stroke. I do believe in the what's it called? What is it? Supercross at the moment. They don't even run 2-strokes because of the emissions. They're all 4-strokes.
Where in
Just because it's indoor, bro.
in Europe? In Europe?
I'm sure I know in Australia they do, and I'd say in Europe. I'm not too sure about America, bro. But yeah, that's how they run over here. Just
Australia. Okay.
emissions.
No, we use 4-strokes for an enduro.
Yeah.
Yeah. We use the two-stroke for supercross, motocross. Four-stroke just doesn't have the get-up to race in short corners and distances.
Yeah, it has a lot of grunt, has a lot of like low end power. I feel like
That's called
two strokes more top end power.
No,
You
got it.
gotta wait for the power curve when you hit the
You got it backwards. You got it backwards, bro.
I don't know.
I mean,
A
two-stroke power band. Yeah.
Yeah, which
Oh
is
my
more
god, dude.
more towards the
But
upper end of the
four-strokes
curve.
are a big
No,
change
Down
these
end.
days.
They have more.
a two-stroke is built to pull faster out of the hole, where a four-stroke is built for the top end. One's got more torque, one's got less. It's gear ratios. It's due to the four strokes versus the two. One's a higher rev engine, one's a lower revelation engine.
Yeah.
But they have been able to get the four-stroke ones to perform almost equally as well. So
They're at the moment they're actually pushing more power out of four strokes in the
Listen. Well, you're talking horsepower. I'm talking torque. It's a gear ratio difference.
A four stroke will have more torque,
But
bro. A lot more bottom end power.
Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. What gear ratio is a four-stroke? Do you know?
Well, that's referring to the gearbox, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. That's like asking me how many teeth are on the sprocket.
It is, but there's a no, not really. Just the sprocket. Those are the final gears, but
yeah, that's similar. But if you're changing your teeth on your sprocket, you're going to get different power out of it.
Yeah, the full. Depending on the horsepower and torque of your motor, yeah. You can gear something up that doesn't have the backbone to do anything, and it's not going to change much, except reduce top end or increase lower end.
Two-strokes are less reliable, aren't they?
Two-stroke will go longer, a lot less maintenance on a two-stroke. But then in saying that, your two-stroke will blow up a lot easier than a four-stroke. But a four-stroke,
well, it's a higher rev motor.
Yeah, a four-stroke after a certain amount of time will need a rebuild no matter what, because they just the valves start going and all and whatnot. Where a two-stroke you are more likely to get a lot more time out of.
Yeah,
two-stroke
it's not
a lot more plugs.
It's not a high revolution motor, so it doesn't have equal torque.
Yeah, a four-stroke has more torque.
Yeah, well, two-stroke is more unstable, but they accelerate faster. And a four-stroke is known for a higher top speed. That's why you use them in enduro.
Yeah, it's all about where your torque is throughout the rev range.
It is. It is. Yeah, it is. And what is the rev limit too? Also.
Yeah, just as far as you can twist the throttle.
So you can have a four-stroke, but if you can't get up, if you can't pull a 3,500 hole shot, and it's 250 horse, but you have a two-stroke that can pull a 5,000 RPM hole shot, which you think is going to pull out the hole faster, and why?
Wait, what was that? Can you say that again?
If you have a four-stroke,
the gearing of the gearbox?
No, it's in the revolutions. Do you understand the difference between four strokes and? Dude, listen, dude. I'm certified in this. I want to ask basic questions to see what you know. Do you understand the difference between a four-stroke and a two-stroke? What is it? Because you keep saying gearing, but you got to understand one has a taller crank, which gives it a different gear ratio than the one with a shorter crank.
Well, the
And
two-stroke, it has a power stroke on every other stroke, whereas a four-stroke has only one
I
power
know
stroke.
you say
in every
power stroke, and specifically, what do you mean by a power stroke? Power band, or the
There's like a power curve where it'll peak at a point, and then
yeah, it's dictated by RPMs. I know.
Well, four strokes they have. It's what compression, power, exhaust, and then pulling in the fuel. So those are the four.
All combustion motors have air
Tap,
intake,
squeeze,
fire, and
bang,
fuel.
blow.
What the
That's how it is
fuck
without
are
it.
you talking? Never mind, guys. I'll have this conversation with people who can actually build what we're talking about.
I've built plenty of motorbikes, bro.
I mean, if you want to make a four-stroke faster, just change the crank. Put a shorter crank in it. Give it a higher
So
revolution. Then you have a tighter power
if I
versus
if I
RPM
was if I
ratio,
was to make my
which you call the power band, but it's just
if I
it's
was to
our.
make my
Oh
four
my
stroke
god,
faster,
dude! Quit
I'd put a
me.
I'd put a high compression cam in it and a few other things to make it faster. I wouldn't change the crank.
Well, it's called a stroker motor. If you want to make a, I can make a four-stroke race on the short track with a two-stroke. I thought you were talking about making a four-stroke keeping up with a two-stroke, which means
The
we had
four
to make it a.
the four
Oh my
strokes are
god, dude! Do
four
you
strokes are
know when?
beating
Do you know when
everybody.
the proper time is to talk? It's not in the middle of
The
my sentence. Am I lagging?
the four
There is a
strokes
bit of
are
a delay,
currently
I think.
beating. Yeah, the four
Am,
strokes are
am I
currently
lagging?
beating. Four strokes are currently beating the two strokes
Oh
in
man,
making
I
all around the
race.
world.
I keep up with this shit, dude. I
You race
race.
lawnmowers, bro.
I race more than lawnmowers, motherfucker. I got
You race.
cars and motorcycles and sprint cars that cost more than probably everything you own. I probably
Probably not,
spend more
bro.
on racing than you make in a year.
Probably not, bro.
Really?
Yeah, I have yeah, four
Man,
strokes more reliable. I have a
listen,
really
I
high,
got
bro, I have
I got
a really high.
75,000 in my drag car. That's not even counting my top fuel car. Now we talk about the sprint car. I got 32,000 in that. I
What
probably
was
got
that,
more
bro?
money in my barn than you've ever earned.
Bro, you keep dropping out. What was that?
I ask about that because you keep interrupting me. Am I lagging? I don't want to get mad
Yeah,
if I'm lagging.
There is a
yeah.
delay.
But you do keep just starting your sentence in the middle of mine.
What do
It's
you
not
mean, bro?
intentional, brother.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay.
What do I mean?
Well, so
You
like the
start
four strokes at
talking
the moment,
before,
the four
just
strokes
like
at the
that,
moment.
just like that.
What was that? Sorry, bro.
Shut up.
I don't know what's going on. There's a bit of a delay here. Are you from? Oh yeah, you're American.
Adel, you are
Anyways,
cutting in and out a little bit.
you there, bro? Can I
But
see
the
pictures
fastest
of?
race bikes in the world, the MotoGP, the road bikes, are they
Yeah.
two-stroke or four-stroke?
Those are road bikes, and they're fastest in the top end. We're talking about dirt bikes, not motocross, not
We're
road
talking about
racing.
dirt bikes, not
riding you're
motorbike.
doing
Motocross.
though.
Yeah.
But
Do
the
you guys,
thing,
you want to go? You want to go to a fucking 1800 or 1200 fucking GSXR? We're not talking about that. We're talking about the difference between a two-stroke dirt bike and a four-stroke enduro.
There's four stroke.
Specific.
There's
You
four stroke
guys are
dirt
trying
bikes.
to cover.
Do you know
This is the problem.
do you know what a
Fuck.
SXF
Here,
is or a
let me just
CRF?
mute you. Let me just mute you. You guys are wanting to cover the whole spectrum and apply the entire spectrum of motorcycles when I was specifically talking about dirt bikes.
I
Moto,
thought it was a
not
trike over
moto. Oh my fucking god!
It depends. It would
Did,
depends
did
what
you
right?
did you
Wait.
build the goddamn server, man? I'm so fucking tired
I
of
was
people
talking
that
to
tell me
Roger.
what to talk about.
I was talking to Roger, and he said to just keep it to flat Earth because if we discuss other things, then the channel is likely.
Yeah, I've been here longer than Roger. I helped build this server, so good for you. I said I'm tired of people telling me what the hell to talk about on the server I built. Do you get
I
that,
wasn't.
or is it,
I wasn't telling
or
you.
is
I
it
wasn't telling.
unfucking, is it unfucking clear to you?
I wasn't telling you what to talk about, bro. I was just voicing my
I'm
input about the subject that you were talking about.
talking to you. I'm
What was
not
that?
talking to you.
Oh, I thought you were.
I wasn't telling you what to talk about. I was asking a question. I was querying.
I know what the point of the server is. Hell, I helped build it.
Build it.
You want to be a mod? Are you campaigning for a moderator? Because I'll just let you know now. I'll make sure you never get it.
What's that? Sorry.
I wasn't thinking of it.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Damn it, Nate! I'm not talking to you.
Oh, so I can be a model.
No, you can't be a mod either, bro. You got too much lag.
Oh, well then you are talking to me.
I am now.
I'm glad we cleared that up. Let's
I'm
let's
just
get on.
I'm just
So
trolling you,
what's
bro.
the
Listen, I'm not mad at you because there's some lag. Shit happens. People.
I think there was a bit of a
Yeah.
language barrier there. I didn't pick up the trolling. Sorry.
Is this a flat Earth society chat, or we talk all motorbike chat? What's going on?
Fuck, I'm fucking bad. Here.
Well, if you have a
Consider
flat Earth,
that
subject
in the
you'd
other
like to
damn
talk
lobby.
about. Well, if you have a flat Earth thing that you want
who
to
the fuck
discuss,
is
then
this?
go ahead. And
He was just about to ask a question regarding to flat Earth, but I do believe he just removed him from the chat.
yeah, cool. All right, let's do it. It's up
Any
to you,
chance
Battle Mod.
speaking? Can we get him back in to voice his opinion? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Big Nate. Big Nate, I
yeah.
hear you loud and clear.
Sweet. Yeah, we try. Who was it? Kurt just then or something got removed, and I think he was eventually.
Are you sure he was removed? Are you sure he didn't just lag out or had internet problems? Can
I'm
you
not
look at the
sure.
audit? Can you look at the audit log?
I'm not
you
sure,
know
bro.
if-
I was
yeah,
just.
I'm not. I can look at the audit log, and I'm pretty sure he wasn't removed. So he must have just lagged out. You know, Discord has problems. Why do you guys always assume that crap?
I didn't. I just saw the thing just went
I mean, with all the lag going on right now, my internet is perfect. It's Discord. Discord
I
has
live in
problems, guys.
I live in Central Australia, so I don't have the best internet.
Oh, well, I live in the country in Michigan. I don't have the best internet either, but I can read my ping. And I'm pinging great right now, but Discord's still lagging.
Yeah, Battle Mod.
Just
I'm on the east coast of Australia, and I've got a good net connection, and I've been able to hear you fine over these last few minutes. But I think he must be getting a delay on you, because there was the constant, where one person would talk and the other person would start talking. So
I'm not mad about that.
Yeah, I feel like there's a bit of a delay there.
What irritated me, I was just trying to finish the sentence so we could finalize the conversation.
I understand.
And I got people who start trolling me about the content,
about
the content of the conversation. And I'm one of the oldest members here. I'm the highest mod here, and I'm not going to be trolled by other people about what their concerns are. I'm not here to listen to the concerns. Man, listen, the standing rule is if anybody's got a flat earth question, they can interrupt. But what you don't get to do is concern troll me. That's in the rules. Don't troll me with your concerns. Please, I don't do that crap to you.
What do you mean by what do you mean by concern? concern trolling.
Well, I think we're here. Is this a flat Earth server or is this a dirt bike server? People who keep interrupting one of the founding members to tell them they're on the wrong topic. I think I know what the topic is. Hell, I wrote the rules.
Oh
I
yeah,
built this.
we're just chatting about dirt bikes, bro.
I know. I didn't get mad because me and you got lag or the dirt bike combo. I was just trying to finalize the sentence. What I get mad about is people who don't have respect for other people, but they want respect. I made this
Yeah, the
VC
best way
popular
to
by
get
crushing
respect is
people.
by giving respect.
Yeah, so I made this when I started this voice chat 6 years ago. I sat in here by myself for days and months. It took a year to build this thing. Now that I made it popular, I got people who want to come in here and take over my platform and throw me with their concerns and act like the community owns this. No, we built it and we afford you the opportunity to talk on it. You don't
So
want
what
us
you're
to
telling
get
me is
triggered.
you sat in this
Don't,
Discord for a few days just by yourself.
no, not days. It took, dude. Yeah,
If not days, how long?
I spent years promoting this server, not only on YouTube, but on GoDaddy.com, on
GoDaddy, what's
FlatEarth.org.
that?
It's a link.
What's FlatEarth.org?
That's a link. You know what a .org is? Or a GoDaddy link? Where you
What's
get a
.org?
www.org, www.org, www.flatearth. These are links. Listen, people don't just come here. People don't just infinitely World Wide Web. People don't just infinitely come here to debate you guys. They come here because we spend our time and money to promote the server. Everyone,
I'm a bit
Indios.
confused. So they don't come here to talk about what they
Oh my God! Am I cutting out? I said they don't just find their way here. We spend our time and money to promote the server.
Yeah, someone has to bring them in. Yeah.
That's how. And then I spend my time doing this. 9 times out of 10, I'm usually quiet and I let you guys talk. That's why you're comfortable enough to think I'm interrupting your lobby right now, because I've afforded you the opportunity to speak on my platform. Well, I'm quiet. But the topic comes to something
You were in here first, bro, before we joined. You were in here already before we come in. I just that it was
know
active
I'm
at the
always
time
here.
and thought it would be good to come in and just see what other people got to say.
I'm always here.
And we got
I'm
on the
just not
topic
always
of
talking.
talking about motorbikes and you were, so you're always here, right?
Somebody,
How
here or
often,
listen
what is your
on
average
YouTube.
time you spend in this channel? In this Discord.
I run my own business, so I'm always listening to this Discord, whether it's on YouTube or on an alt. I've got a couple
Do you
accounts.
just only stream to YouTube? Oh, you've got a couple of accounts as well. How do you what's the the process been of eventually getting to live stream on YouTube, or was it always been a thing and that's how you've bought I guess
You see that 24, you see 124, 24/7 live, 24/7 live one. Helio's been.
I see him, bro. I see him. Yeah.
The VC is called the live stream because we do live stream it. We have Helio does it. All of us have done it. Used to be we took
This is
turns
currently
doing
getting
it.
a live stream right now.
Yeah, we're live on YouTube, Twitch, and a bunch of other platforms. That's part of our advertisement. Helio, and I think Roger is doing it now. Roger, aren't you doing it?
You have such a large
YouTube channel
large.
called.
Our founding members have all promoted it through Livestream. We go on other people's YouTubes and debate them.
Have you ever
We
thought
have
of
our own live
banning
streams.
all your you got all your own live streams and oh yeah, that's nice. Have you ever thought of like banding all members together and like doing like a massive meetup or something and like I don't know, like storming the White House?
We do meetups.
Really?
Yeah, there's
Do you have
flat
any
Earth
Australian meetups?
conventions.
And what that's mainly based from this Discord.
Yeah, we do that. I've
Oh,
I've
that's
met
quite
a I've
interesting.
met
How long have you done that for?
I've met about 5 years now.
Holy moly! Has Discord
5
even been
years.
around that long?
Before
When did
what?
Discord come about? When was Discord first around?
About 6 years ago.
Wow.
And we've been here since about 3 months after it started.
Wow. Do you do Australian meetups?
No, but I wouldn't mind going to Australia and meeting Becky and Iggy and a few of you Aussies. Becky K from Australia.
I don't know him.
Becky's cool. I've went to Canada. I've went to Carolinas. The
Oh, I've been to Canada before. Pretty good.
members
Pretty good place there.
does the flat Earth.
So I do believe Kurt had
They
something to say about his opinion on flat Earth.
Come on then.
Who?
Let's have it. Let's have it.
Is it
Oh,
Kurt?
I'm just
Ham
curious to.
I think he was
that's my
trying to
question.
ask about the convention.
Yeah, he was asking.
Somebody.
No, he had a question earlier about Oh, sorry, bro. I think I might have cut you off there a little bit. I don't know. I only hear like half of you talking sometimes, and it sounds like there's a break. So I just start talking, and then I don't know if you're talking or it's just me talking. But anyways, yeah, I think he was saying something before about his beliefs or
What? I've been
What?
listening, bro.
Oh, I thought was it you trying to chime in? Or was I don't know. I swear I heard someone before trying to ask a question about.
I think it was Rams Corp, maybe.
Yeah, he was trying to ask about the flat Earth convention, but you kept talking, and I give up. Karen does FE conventions. There's all kinds. Helioskeptic, 24/7 live. Here, give me a minute, and I'll get you a link. All right.
Sure, bro.
I'm not sure
What
what
was that?
Roger's link.
Helioskeptic 24/7 live. Oh, you're gonna get us a link, sweet bro.
Cheers, brother.
Have you ever heard of the game RuneScape?
No, I guess so.
What's your name? Battle mod. The battle mod.
Yeah, my name's Michael. There's a link
brother's name
in
is
live.
Do you prefer Mikey or anything like that?
I really don't care. My mother named me Michael, but I put up with Mike, Mikey. I've even let people call me Michelle, like my brother. But hey,
I used to call my brother Michelle.
yeah. So you get the joke. So it's it's a term of endearment, as my big brother will kick my ass, so I'm his Michelle. But whatever, know. He's the only motherfucker that'll get away with that.
What did he kick your ass on?
The rest of you, I got bus fare and airfare. I'll come where you are. You want to call me Michelle? Just drop me an address. We can do that face to face, whatever. We'll have our
Mikey,
own meetup.
Mikey,
I'm
I do believe
ignoring you, dog, because you keep on doing that shit, and I'm beginning to think, since I'm not lagging and my voice connection's not going down, that you're just fucking trolling me.
I think you are lagging. No
Hey.
offense.
No, you're lagging, bro.
Dude,
I
I think you're lagging.
Maybe we're all lagging then.
So
my internet.
I don't think I'm lagging.
I've checked in
I'll
these
show
guys.
you.
I can hear you guys.
I'm getting ready. Hey, let Roger talk. Go ahead, Roger.
So
And will you? Hey, can you share a link to your live stream, bro?
So yeah, sure. 1 second.
May I first start by saying hello, Roger? How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you.
That's the way. Continue.
So guys, you've been I've checked you in. Yeah, so the Earth, they tell us, is a globe, right? With the radius of 6,371 kilometers.
Yes.
Yes. So the curvature drop rate, does anybody know this?
I do believe it's similar to you throwing a baseball and it falling to the ground.
That's not what I asked. Curvature drop rate, right?
Oh, I just
8
mean
inches
like
per mile
slowly.
squared.
Yes, it's like so.
He's
like
not
curves as a drop.
talking about the rate of fall. He's talking about the curvature, not the rate of fall, not little g. The rate at which your sphere curves. It's called
yes.
spherical ascension.
Yeah, just for it to be like a perfect shaped sphere, it has to
No, not perfect.
near perfect.
Any sphere, it doesn't matter whether it's perfect or oblong, it has a rate of curvature, or it doesn't become a radius. It's that simple. It's simple
Alright,
geometry.
Continue.
It's 8 inches per mile squared, isn't it?
Yes,
yeah,
that is correct. I'm surprised he didn't know that.
All right, don't start, Jim. Let somebody else take
Yeah.
this.
Oh my God, man. Listen, I'm waiting for somebody to overtalk these two dudes. Don't cut Jen off. No offense, but just don't do it. I've been trolled enough already. I'm getting frustrated. I'm gonna start banning motherfuckers and muting them.
So let us start with the curvature drop rate, right? So 8 inches per mile squared or 8 centimeters per kilometer squared. So what would you think that where have you ever experienced the globe? Can you tell me?
No, I don't think I have.
Right.
I
Nobody
guess
has.
I've caught a plane before, but I didn't travel far enough to witness whether we live on a globe or anything.
Yeah, that's fine, right? Even in your model, the Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you wouldn't see curvature at 128,000 feet up. So nobody has ever witnessed the globe, right? We don't see curvature. We don't feel or see rotation of the Earth. So all we've ever experienced when we walk out the door, right, is a non-rotating, flat, level plane, right? That's what we experience. So why would they then tell us that the Earth is curving? So that's what we are trying to test, right? They tell us the Earth is a globe with a radius, with a set radius, right? They say, well, we know that the radius is this big, right? So with this radius, we can then calculate curvature drop over distance, then go out and test, measure if this is really the case. So you guys, are you in the live stream voice text? It's the channel just just above this one. So let me tell you why that we know that the Earth is flat, right? Because it measures this way. Water, the basic physics of water, that it's always flat and level when in rest, right? Ancient civilizations until now we use water to build, right? Water is the tool to build structures. So it's always flat and level.
71% of the Earth, they say, is covered in water. So if all of the water measures flat, then it cannot be a ball. Do you agree?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay. So let me point you to the live stream. I've posted the picture there. This is a still shot from a video. I'll post the video later. It's a video where you see a guy panning around with his camera on the beach. Then he goes down on his belly with his camera and he zooms in on these two oil rigs. So the heliocentric model, right? The ball Earth depicts that if it has a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon's distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet Q. So imagine standing on a basketball, right? You're an ant and you have a friend that's also an ant. So your mate is walking away from you, and at one point you wouldn't be able to see your mate anymore because he's behind the physical Earth curve. Are you following me?
Yeah, he'd slowly disappear as he goes around the sphere. He would slowly disappear.
So this line that he is disappearing behind, right, would be your horizon, the leading edge of a sphere. Okay, but when they tell us this ball has a certain dimension, so at 1 foot observer height, this horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles. So if we look at this observation, right, this is one of thousands of observation that has been done, but this is the one we use at this point. At this point,
sorry, is this the picture you have just uploaded of the two oil rigs?
Yes, correct. So
is there, just out of curiosity, is there the original footage, or is the see how the back one is?
Sure.
See how the back one's slightly like a bit distorted. Is that just from him panning with the camera, or?
Okay, so let me explain to you the argument, right? The oil rigs are there for demarcation, so we know how far the oil rigs are from the observer. We know that they tell us that the globe has a radius of 3959 miles, and then we can calculate how far the horizon must be, right? It's because it cannot be further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. So I just posted the video. This is the video. Yet what we see. So can I ask you guys, where's the horizon in this observation? Can you tell me?
I will have to watch the video.
For the oil rig?
Well, let me make it easier, right? Is it be in front of the oil rigs? Is it in between the oil rigs, or is it beyond the second oil rig?
Beyond the second one, I think.
Yeah,
I do believe it's in the. Oh yeah, it's beyond it. There, yeah.
Yeah. So this debunks the radius, right? Because with the radius they gave us, the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles. Yet it is 10 times further than the globe depicts, right?
Yeah.
Do you get it?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So, and this is something you can do for yourself, right? I'm not here to convince you, right? I'm just giving you the globe maths, the globe dimensions, and a way to test the surface of the Earth yourself.
Yeah.
So if it is not curving anywhere, right? What will it be?
Flat.
Obviously, yeah. Well, it's not a ball. It's not a ball, right? It's not a ball with the dimensions they gave us. To know, right? For 100% sure, you have to measure the whole thing. But that is impossible. That cannot be done. So if you measure a small portion of it over water and it is not curving away with the dimension they tell us, then it is not the ball, with this radius, right? Technically, it could be a bigger ball, but that would destroy everything else, like seasons, the way this bigger ball would move in through the galaxy. So it's just we can say it's not a ball with the radius of 3959. It measures flat. Water measures flat.
Yeah.
So why are they trying to hide this information from us? Why are they so?
Yeah, that's
like,
non sequitur, right? It's why would a liar lie, right? Why would a liar tell you he lied?
Yeah, but what are they? What are they trying? What are they?
What are they
gain from
hiding?
it? Is it just like thousands of years of history that they just don't want to admit they're wrong, or?
Well, it's and this would become a speculation, right? I wouldn't know why would they lie. A liar wouldn't tell me why would he lie. Then he would tell me his lies, right? So if I would to speculate at this point, then I would say it's at the very basis, right? It would be hiding creation. Okay, that would be my speculation. Hiding creation, because you are not a speck of stardust somewhere in a distant galaxy hurling around the sun, and the sun is hurling around in our galaxy, and our galaxy is hurling around the great attractor, all started at a singularity, right?
Well, I mean, it doesn't even matter though, does it?
It
Because I
doesn't.
mean, if you know that somebody's lying, why they're lying doesn't matter.
Yeah, good answer. Good answer. That other guy's
Yeah.
just going to keep doing that, though, because he's been here before, so he likes to do that.
I told him it was my speculation, right? A liar wouldn't tell you why he lied. It doesn't even matter. The point is for you, because this is your journey, is to figure out if they lied, right? And that's why we're here. We're giving you the tools, and yeah, the whole deal is why figure out if they lied. You can test this model they gave you, right? And if you figure out that they lied, then you can go into speculation and think, well, why would they lie about this? What would their motive be? And if
Yeah,
you ask
that's
me,
what I'm like considered concerned about.
Why?
Well,
wouldn't
so let him go investigate. Go investigate, dude.
Yeah.
Now that you know it's like, go investigate. There you go. See ya.
And if you ask another person here, they might say, well, it could be hiding more land, right? Because we are not these days. You are not even allowed to go out your front door, so there could be hiding more land. But the basic, if you ask me again, this is speculation, is hiding creation. And if you think you're a speck of stardust somewhere in the back of a galaxy, then they control your way of thinking, right? You're just an accident. You're not the middle. You're not the center of creation, right? So that would be my speculation.
Yeah, and if you want material,
Yeah, my speculation.
People have material here to give you. If you're so curious about why would they lie, people have information. They can give you that stuff. So ask.
Yeah, right.
My speculation would be that they're controlling everybody. It's another way of controlling the world population.
It's keeping everyone blind.
Yeah. And everyone's bought into space and rockets going to the moon, going to Mars. So, it's control.
So yeah,
say
again, let me pull it back to the Earth, right? Because what we mostly get is when we
hang on a second. Let me just finish this. Once you discover that the numbers, I'm talking here. Once you discover that the numbers don't make sense, it should want you to learn more. So carry on anyway. Sorry to interrupt you.
This is not the only observation, which I already told you, right? So this is the black swan observation. It's about the horizon that cannot be further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. But there are so many more observations. For example, the World Guinness Book of Record long distance photograph is 271 miles away. We have laser tests, high powered lasers, which was done at multiple places in Europe. The furthest one was in the Netherlands, where they shot this laser over 41 kilometers, right? They shot this laser, which was at point A, right? Which the laser was at 3 meters height. The target was at 3 meters height at the other side of the lake. The distance between point A and point B was 41 kilometers. And they shot this laser and it hit the target. They could see the laser hitting the target at the other side, right? So if the Earth was a globe with the radius of 3959 miles or 6,371 kilometers, then the laser would have the laser, the difference between the laser and the target would be 100 meters, right? It would have shot over the target 100 meters, yet it hit it. So the Earth cannot be a ball if a laser shoots straight, right? Snipers use lasers, the military uses lasers, builders use lasers, right?
Yeah, to find level. So staying on the topic of lasers, you know how they bounce lasers off the moon and shit?
Oh my gosh! See, this guy, he's this big name. He's a pain in the ass. He does this shit, and he's a fucking.
It's all fine, right? You have to dig into that topic because clearly you didn't. I guess this is my assumption. So they shot, quote unquote, they shot lasers of the moon in 1962, right? So even before the moon landings, because you want to go to the moon landings where they put retro reflectors on the moon. Well, they did this before the moon landings, 1962, something in that area. What they got back was hardly one photon, right? Hardly one. So what they made you believe they shot lasers of the moon, and then what they got back was hardly one photon.
Oh, true.
So what are they
fucking
even doing, right?
That could be even just be like a little bit of interference.
It could be anything, right? Could be anything. So shooting lasers at the moon, A, doesn't prove the shape of the Earth, right?
And it doesn't prove where the moon is.
It doesn't prove anything because you don't know what the moon is. You don't know in which medium it is. You don't. There's so many things you don't know that. But the most important thing is it doesn't prove the shape of the Earth. That would be measuring the surface of the Earth.
Just before you go on there, I'd just like to add that the American Navy in Hawaii, they were supposedly bouncing radio signals off the moon before they went to Mars. This is what they said. Okay, so NASA saying that they've left reflectors so that they can bounce lasers off of it. That's rubbish. No human being has ever set foot on the moon. That's a fact. We can't go there. It's never happened. Okay? Do you understand what I'm saying? No human being has ever set foot on the moon. That is against the second law of thermodynamics violation. We can't leave the Earth. NASA is telling you not true. And we can prove that all day long.
All right, that's true.
Yeah, so there are three major claims the Earth makes, right? The globe makes. So that would be curvature. So who and when and which method did they use to measure the Earth curving at 8 inches per mile squared? That's a good. That's a question you have to ask yourself. The second question. Yeah.
They need to make just like a really long tape measure and just like hold it on a boat and then just
no,
go in one
why?
direction, and
Yeah,
because then at one point, if it's held up at a certain point, by the time if there is curve, it will eventually touch the water.
Well, that wouldn't work. There's no material strong enough
No.
to get a line that to tension that line so tight that it wouldn't work, right? Of course, we thought of that, but
No, it wouldn't work. It
there's
just
no
wouldn't work.
material
That's
strong enough to
just
do
in
this.
theory. Just in theory.
I've
Yeah, but
actually thought of a great way of doing it.
Okay.
No, Roger's right. As a mechanical engineer, I just got to say, and certified at survey. I'm a highway engineer with a degree in mechanical engineering. I don't believe there's no way to keep tension and drag and dip out of any line over any large distance. Even if you did, even if you did, the only levelness it would reflect is the manufacturing of your structure that holds the line. It's not going to show curvature. Period.
The way
You
that
act
I would
like
do it would be
you act like we could build this over water.
Well, the way I'd test this is
You know
similar
what?
to. Do any of you guys remember the movie Twister with Helen Hunt?
No. I probably am not old enough.
Anyway, okay. Well, I'll just quickly go over. They
I do.
were storm chasers, and they wanted to analyze how tornadoes work. So they made these little contraptions where each one of them knows where it's positioned relative to one of the other ones, and they have a whole shitload of them, and they try and plant them in the path of the storm so that they would go up and then show the
Kind of like
data.
multiple laser stations for survey.
For
a total.
Yeah, so my thought was to do the same thing over the ocean, where you send out a whole bunch of these things and spread them out over a really large
let's
area.
cover this. Let's cover this. The ocean's not a totally flat surface. It's turbulent, has eddies, underwater currents, swells. So the only thing that would reflect is the surface of the ocean, which can vary greatly depending on weather. You can have an oceanic storm here. You can have a tropical hurricane there, and you can have calmness in the center.
This is just in theory. In theory, we have a perfectly flat ocean. We have something that's really long, really
it's not
perfectly straight. We run it out, and eventually, if there is a curve, eventually it will touch.
What that's called is an ideal situation, but ideal situations are theoretical. They're not reality. You'll never have a perfectly flat. It's a lot. Listen, I would invest money in if you had a bad way. I've got quite a few certifications in education.
Mike, what about a way David Weiss suggested was to get two planes, take them to the coastline of Antarctica, have each plane fly opposite directions, and have each plane both keep the coastline of Antarctica in sight, and then they fly around until they meet back.
Yeah.
At a point, I think it's 7,000 miles for each plane. 3 hours later, they should meet back.
Actually talk to David. We're talking about that right now, because we both like that, and between the two of us, we could fund it.
Awesome. That's a definite way. I mean, you can't deny that.
Well,
do we have the kind of funding to fund some sort of project similar?
Listen, we can't deny it, but the problem is, will academia accept it? Will science accept it? Will it prove anything for us? So,
what could be their possible dispute?
Well, there's quite a few. That's what we're discussing right now. It's not a direct measurement, and we're all about direct measurement. It's an observation. So how do we test it? This becomes a question.
What if both? I mean, you had a constant camera running, and you can constantly see the coastline of Antarctica for the entire trip.
Well, you just reiterated the fact that it's just an observation. So the question was, and becomes, how do we test the observation? Science is about direct measurement and testing.
The short ones.
I mean, I'm not trying to just chop everything you say, but what I am trying to do is advance the argument, look for a good project to fund, and maybe an academic accomplishment or a paper on this very topic with science to back and all our links in order and sources. So, I mean, I will fund this, but most times I say I will fund a project. People come up with stuff that's already been done or stuff that won't prove anything. And listen, so think about it from an investment view. I'm going to invest my money on it. I want a return, and I want a guaranteed return. I mean, we could be talking 2 planes. We could spend 30 to 60 grand on this with fuel, rentals. Depends. Are we going to buy the planes? Are we just going to purchase them outright? Do we have our own pilots or do we have to hire pilots? So it's money versus it's practicality, okay?
Understand what you mean exactly. It's not a scientific experiment. You're not going to get.
Yeah, I'm not trying to destroy anybody's thing. What I'm trying to do is spark a conversation where collaboration doesn't come from one single innovative thinker, or innovation doesn't. It comes from collaboration, a group of innovative thinkers. We work together to brainstorm, to find it. I mean, I challenge people to find a good premise. I know a lot of the most popular people who actually have money in flat Earth, and we're really looking for it. We've listened to a lot of let's do this, let's do that, but a lot of them we just have to throw out because we don't feel we'll get a return on. Like, let's spend another $80,000 on a hot air balloon and another camera observation that people just throw out like they threw out the last 50 high altitude flights. I'm looking for that next level, the one they really can't deny, brother. If you're with me, and I
Have you
really
heard
do
of the
have.
book The Elusive Curve, Battlemod?
No.
There's a really good idea in that. Just Google the website for the book The Elusive Curve.
Well, I'll get the PDF for that. I'd
Written
like
by
to read
Billy
the whole
Zig.
thing before I get back with you, though.
Yeah, really, really good idea in that book.
Yeah, right now I'm sharing some of my automotives, but I just had to speak up on it. We can crowdfund. There are, you know how they used to say, a lot of people, they used to tell me, and I like to tell them they don't know what they're talking about because I can prove that wrong. I'm just not a bragger. No millionaires, no rich people believe in flat Earth. Well, they're just wrong. They're wrong. We could crowdfund $1 million if it would really get us the return we want. David Weiss is paid. We got money. We buy blimps and we have airplanes fly around with banners on them that say research flat Earth. We spend money on conventions that most people don't have the way. But I'm not bragging. I'm just saying I really want to expose this lie and expose fake science. I'm looking for innovative thinking, and it's something that actually has a scientific value and a return. Because the first valid experiment, the first academic paper, and it starts to, it's a snowball effect from there. Because these things invite educated people in to find other ways to say, well, man, you can't deny that. So maybe we can find another thing, or maybe this is true. You know what I mean? Once you get the conversation it started, you always got the snowball effect. Everything grows exponentially. It's no different than if you teach a kid how to how to do timetables, they might come back and show you how to, you know. We're really trying to get to that next level argument.
So, gentlemen, you can't talk.
Go ahead, Jim. I'm not gonna.
Sorry, yeah.
You're all right. Go ahead.
So, gentlemen, thanks a lot. Thanks, Badamod. So, gentlemen, you are in agreement that there is something wrong with the heliocentric model. Do you agree with that? You've just learned from my colleague Roger, who was telling you about the black swan and the long distance world record observation of 273 miles. This is in France, world record. It's in the Guinness Book of Records, and there's no curvature to be found. Do you agree with all that?
I agree with you, mate. I agree with you.
Cheers. Thanks. I mean, that goes a long way because, you know, here they've done many, many years of studying, and people like yourselves come in. Usually they don't want to hear what we got to say, and they're dismissive, and they're bringing up, you know, their version, but it doesn't make any sense. And the one thing that they have to admit that they don't want to admit is that they can't prove it. Proving the Earth is a spherical ball that is spinning at it on its axis at the equator of 1,037 miles per hour, and then yet being in the vacuum of space, you know, without a barrier to contain the air we breathe. I mean, you know, they can't prove this stuff. And when you can't prove it, you got to ask yourself that question: what did I learn at school? I mean, what's happening here? Yeah, right. That's what you've got to say to yourself. What did I learn at school? I mean, why is it that I'm having difficulty to prove the Earth, which I've lived on for whatever age you are? It should be as easy as opening a door, shutting the door, switching on and switching off a light. It should be that easy to prove that, without a doubt. But yet you can't do that. Don't you think that's odd?
It's a little bit funny, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. It does beg the question, where is this curvature? Because it is a distinctive shape they've given us, an oblate spheroid they've given us, okay? And it's a spinning one, and it's in the vacuum of space. These things we have to prove, yeah? And as Roger asked you earlier, who do you know has actually measured this Earth and given us the dimensions? And what method did they use? And when did they do it? Do you know of anyone? Yourself?
Not me personally, brother. No.
No, right. Doesn't that strike it odd as well? That you don't
Yeah,
really
indeed.
know. Yeah.
Just
Don't
on what
get me
you've
wrong.
been told,
Exactly. So all of us here in this flat Earth community, okay, I won't say all of us, some of us were not aware who measured the curvature. There are some of us who knew this and carried on with the belief, yeah. I didn't know the name Aristophanes until I came here, actually. So there we are. Until I actually
Thank you for that, brother.
You know, back in 2015. Yeah, yeah. So not all of us know. I was just like you, living my life and taking everything on the strength of their qualifications. They're more knowledgeable than I am, and I'm trusting them, of course. You know, because that's what you do. A decent human being is going to give someone their love and their trust, because that's what the human disposition is. Right. You shouldn't be, and you shouldn't feel embarrassed or feel that you're a retard or anything like that because you didn't know. None of us, most of us never knew. That's what I have to say. Okay, so it was a shock when you really.
I got to jump off, boys, anyway, but thank you for that. I'll jump back in here tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah, you're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. Please come back. Bring some questions that you may have with you, okay? That'll help you to come to an understanding either way. Okay? All right, he's gone, I think.
Yeah,
I must have bored him to tears. So what do you think? What do you think then? Yeah. Where are you in all this?
Me, I'm just sort of sitting on the fence. I'm just curious about it all. Like I'm not. I said I'm sitting on the fence at the moment. I'm just, yeah, just sort of curious to see what you guys reckon about it. Because I've heard of a lot of things.
So sitting on the fence is good.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions? Any questions you like to ask? Anything will do.
I've only just joined the Discord and that, but I'll definitely have a think about it while I'm at work tonight because it's got me sort of thinking about it as well, especially about the like how you were talking about the lasers and stuff like that before, and the measurements and stuff like that. It sort of got me thinking a bit. But like I said, I've got to get ready for work soon, but it'll definitely be sticking on my mind. I'm always curious to find out stuff of this sort of topic and that.
Yeah.
And
well, I'll leave you with this. I will leave you with this thought. You're a special human being. You only live once. At least one thing you've got to know: Earth is really in the way of its shape. Is it what we're told, or is it what you are observing in the real world?
That's exactly
You've got to
right.
want to know that.
Exactly right. Like it is the amount of things that get hidden from us and stuff like that. That's why I'm just like, what's really going on in that, and I just want to hear. And just as I said, like from this side, from this point of view as well.
Yeah.
But
and once you come to that realization, and I hope you do, the revolution begins. And the revolution means basically you're informing everyone else, and then hopefully other people begin to realize that the governments. Why should you run to the polling box or you and lying about the very earth that you live on, and then charge you the money? Everything they do comes from the taxes that they levy on us. We pay for that lie, remember? Okay.
Yeah.
That has to stop.
That's one thing I've noticed. The government doesn't like being proven wrong.
Your motherfuckers like feel like crack.
What? Who was that?
Weird.
Fuck you say?
I missed what he said. Who was it?
I think he's calling somebody a crackhead. I'd like him to prove them an idiot. Let's have a debate about science. What's up?
I was in the middle of a sentence and someone put it and said, called us a bunch of crackheads.
Yeah, I think we could bust out the science trivia bot, and I could prove you're not smarter than a flat earther. Calling somebody a crackhead, you fucking moron. Come up with an actually valid.
I mean, if you're honest,
idiots coming here with. Most of them probably only got a GED. Most of these guys probably only got a GED, dude. I just get tired of the crap.
They got an eye. They didn't get that. They got the worst marks. They didn't get that. They didn't even good. They didn't even get that, man.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm the owner, man. I'm used to being the boss. I'm easily here. The Ford Fairlane I posted earlier. I just painted that. Yeah, that's a sexy car, Jim. The Fairlane.
Wow, yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
No, that's not the Fairlane. No.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking at the vehicle you just posted now.
That's a different car. Shit, you probably seen most of these, Jim. You've been here for a while. I just let people start talking about cars, man. I got to show off my work.
Yeah,
I don't talk about automotive.
Earlier.
Yeah, I don't talk about automotive or motorcycle related stuff that I can't prove. Like, listen, Jen, we had a conversation earlier. You could have been right in. two
No, I
stroker
was there.
by
I was there. I was trying to get in. I was trying to get in on the scrambling bike, dirt bikes, and
yeah, two stroke versus four. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
These guys try to tell me I can't up the RPMs of my four stroke by changing the crank. They would absolutely only change the cam, but you can only get so much more by changing the cam. If you change the crank size and make a stroker motor, you can get a lot more torque, a lot more compression. Then when you cam it up, you can double it.
Yeah.
I was trying to tell
You're
them
putting more
how to make a four stroke actually equal to a two stroke. But hey,
Yeah.
people who don't, they only upgrade what they get. They don't actually know how to build it. They don't know the gear ratios, the equations you do, combustion versus lift and duration, the revelations, the RPM versus the cam lift and duration.
to get your
I
compression
mean,
strokes. Yeah.
exactly. So there's only, I mean, if you want a four stroke to really be equal to a two stroke, you have to change it to a stroker mode. Otherwise, the two stroke's going to kill you in RPMs.
That's what Honda. That's what. Yeah, I mean, this is what the Honda CRF has done. 450. That's what they've done. They've made it into a longer stroke, more compression, like you said. Nice power.
Right. Yep. You can play with the crank and save money on all that other crap.
Alrighty, gentlemen, I'm gonna get ready for work.
It's as good
Thank you
as a
all.
two-stroke.
Good evening / morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talk to
You have a good day, my friend. You have a good day.
Good day.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for coming in anyway.
No worries.
Thanks for
Thank
coming
you for
in.
inviting me.
Thanks for not letting Battle Mod pitch you off. I know I'm an asshole, guys. I apologize.
No, you're good. I'll get the same way if you get interrupted like you were then, man.
Back sometime, man.
Alrighty. You
I'm
have a
just-
good evening and morning.
I'm just
Enjoy
passionate.
yourself at work, man. Don't work too
Passionate
hard,
about.
mate. Get on with
See
it.
you next time.
Yeah. Bye now. Yeah, I mean, I think after Roger explained to them the Black Swan and then the laser beam and that it slowed them right down. It slowed them right down, and you could see them thinking now. Yeah, yeah. I thought I'd top it up by
Here,
asking.
I'll let you. One,
Yeah, go on.
one of my barns, just one barn. This isn't even a collection barn. This is like a staging area between build and
Oh, it looks
fabrication.
nice.
Yeah, first
Yeah, it looks nice, man.
first you fabricate them. Like I build all my cars once, and then I tear them totally apart and candy cane them. You know, candy coat them, paint them,
Yeah.
drop them down. You build them first, so you don't want to worry about fabricating that after you painted it.
Yeah, looks like you're right at
You want
home
it
there.
all.
Yeah. Nah.
Well, yeah, I got. Yeah. There's some days I just don't even leave that motherfucker.
Yeah, there's no need, is there? There's no need. I mean, look,
No.
you got some
Well,
seating there. Or is that what's that? What is that? Oh, that's some. What is that? Is that a
Yeah,
chair?
you know my needs.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sometimes the
Everything
needs
is
are
there.
wondering what the children are doing, bro. If my daughter's not out there, I gotta leave. I try to make her keep.
Oh.
I try to make her keep her phone on her so I can just GPS locate her. Anybody know what that is? How much of a car guys are you? Anybody know what this car is? It's a popular car for gearheads. It's a Willis.
Willis, right. Still hasn't loaded up my end yet, so I'm not seeing it yet. But yeah, a long time since I've seen one of those.
What year is that one from?
Yeah, I know this vehicle. That's nice.
That's
nice
a
colour.
63 Willis. Yeah, I picked that.
Yeah.
I picked the color. I'm looking for the
Yeah, I
pictures
like
of my
that colour.
my ice cream truck. My boy's got a classic automotive museum in Pontiac, Michigan, and he's got like a Route 66 set up. And I did an ice cream truck for his. He's got a gas station and a mechanic shop and an ice cream shop. He's got the old jerk set up, soda jerk. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Got the old bar set up for the soda jerk, and he's got an ice cream truck in there. But he found it, and I restored it. Here it is. I'll show it to you.
Can you get? Yeah, can you get that passion up with an electric car? No way, yeah. An electric car today.
Oh hell no! They're not. They're just not that sexy. Here's the car sitting in the museum as we're building the stage. You know, the display. Built it all up. It's a good humor truck, but he's building the soda jerk, the ice cream setup, and everything. Because it's supposed to be another money. This way, you can offer ice cream at the car museum. You know.
Yeah, it's a nice gimmick. Nice gimmick.
So-
Nice. Very nice indeed.
Sorry, but we have Yassine who has proof for rotation. Yassine,
What?
you want to tell us?
Bet it's star.
Yeah,
Bet it's star movements. Let's bet.
Yeah.
Star movements.
What?
He said, "Yeah." I knew.
Can I explain my point?
Sure.
Yeah. So, if you say the Earth isn't rotating, then, I have a little experiment for you. If you stand on, let's say, a truck which is moving, and you jump on it, you don't fall off the truck, right? If a truck is moving, if a truck is moving
Oh,
on,
hold up.
okay.
Are you talking about hood surfing? Hood surfing on a vehicle?
Yeah.
Because I actually jumped on a moving vehicle when I was 13.
Yeah.
And I did fall off
No.
when surfing the hood. Yeah.
How where did you jump?
I jumped. I was on the hood, and I jumped up while it was moving, and the car moved independent of me, under me, and I fell off, dislocated my shoulder, broke my collarbone, and cracked my femur.
I'm saying, which direction did you jump in?
Up.
Hello?
I jumped up.
So you jumped directly up.
Up. Yeah, up.
So, let's say you jump directly up, but let's say, in the globe model of the Earth, if your body is the Earth is rotating it, and your body is rotating with it. Let's say but
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. The car was moving, and my body was moving with the moving car. But when I jumped, I didn't conserve the momentum of the car.
Was the car slowing down? Was it accelerating or slowing down, or if it was?
I know all the premises, dude. The problem is you can't prove the Earth is rotating, so you can't prove that your body conserves any momentum. It's a premise. You're giving us a premise. You're giving us. Excuse me. You're giving us an assertion, and you're saying if I'm right, then it's rotating. It's if it's spinning, you wouldn't feel it type thing because of conservation of momentum. But it doesn't prove anything because you haven't proved it's
okay, do you have a proof that Earth isn't spinning? Do you have a proof that Earth isn't spinning?
Listen, I didn't make a negative claim. Even if I did make a negative claim, which I did, it's not my requirement in a debate, a formal debate, to prove a negative frame. A negative frame is where you made a positive claim. The Earth is rotating. Here's my assertion. I say prove rotation because I say it's not. The burden of proof isn't on me. You made the positive claim. The burden of proof is on the positive claim. You say it's rotating, and if it is, this premise is true. Well, I say prove it's rotating, or your premise is fucking meaningless.
Okay, I'll say, how does that day and night happen?
Well, prove
Stay on
it's
this
fine.
topic.
Hold on. It's the same premise. If you're going to say day and night happens because we're on a rotating sphere, prove it's a rotating sphere because I say that's not true.
Okay,
It's the same thing. Every assertion you're going to do, you're going to say this happens because it is a ball and it's rotating. But that's not a proof. It's an assertion.
Yeah.
So what you're doing is attempting to reify your model, which is fallacious. It's illogical. It's faulty logic.
well, how do you prove that the Earth is flat by, uh, on the
Once
like?
again, listen. Once again, the positive claim is on you. So we don't have to prove the Earth is flat because this is what it is. It's not a theory the Earth is flat. It's an observation. You can walk out your door any day of the week and observe a flat
but I
local
can,
Earth. Now, if
but I can,
excuse
but
me,
I.
I wasn't done talking. I'm
Okay,
not
okay.
done talking. If you make the extraordinary claim that what we observe is not true, extraordinary claims require extraordinary proofs. You're taking listen, we make an observation, flat local Earth. So the axiom, the self apparent truth is Earth is flat. If you want to say it's not, then you have to prove it.
Well, I have sent some high altitude rockets to space. I made them with my friend. We uh, we reviewed the footage, and there was a
That
significant curve.
mm,
And there are
what
thousands of them
footage?
online. There are thousands of
Yeah.
those footages online. Do you believe?
You know, how do you prove it's not a lens effect?
What?
That's not.
Well,
Oh
it
my
was not a
God.
lens. It was a smartphone camera. We used a smartphone camera, and there was a distinct curve.
Done talking to you. Smartphone camera. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Somebody else go ahead with this guy.
Well, you didn't. You
Smartphone
didn't really.
camera. Listen, dude, it's not a direct measurement. It's not a direct measurement. And unless, listen, without the photographs, your assertion is meaningless. We could debate the images if you had them. Do you have them?
Yeah,
I'll
I
get.
posted it on I posted it on my YouTube. You want to see it?
We're not on the YouTube. I'll give you. I just asked if you had them, didn't I? Generally,
Yeah.
there's a reason behind that. I'm gonna give you image posting terms. If you post gay porn, I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna ban you. That simple.
What?
I don't play it. You heard me, dude. I didn't stutter. If you post shit other than the image, like some porn or something, you're out of here. Where'd the damn image ferns go? There it is. There,
I
post your
didn't.
images.
I didn't
I,
post an image.
oh my God. Yeah, because I didn't give you the perms yet. I said I'm going to give you the perms and then you can post one. But if you
Dude,
post any time,
I don't understand what you're saying. God damn it.
I got
Can
to
you
give
talk a
you
little bit?
permission. Oh my fucking God. Can you not interrupt me? I have to give you permission before you can post the image you're talking about. I won't
So that's
debate
for
or I won't even talk about an image I can't view.
okay, yeah. So can I post that image? Can I post a video?
Did we just
Yeah,
go
go
through
ahead.
this? I gave you perms, dude. Did we? Are you? Can you hear me?
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait. I'll post the image.
do you have comprehension problems, or is it a language barrier or something? I don't want to tell you. Am I
I
not
mean,
smart? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth, my friend?
yeah. Calm down. You can talk about something else for the time.
Oh my God, man! Just post the image.
All right, I have a whole video on my phone, although I'll screenshot it and send it to you.
You said you took
Yeah,
images, right?
you said you put it on YouTube. So have you have the YouTube link?
Yeah, I can send you the
Okay.
YouTube link too.
Send it in the
All
live
right.
stream voice text, yes? Because
All right, wait a minute.
Roger, you want to do this? It's early, bro.
it's he
you got
says
this.
that yeah.
All right, cool.
So send the link in the live stream, bro.
Yeah. There you. Wait a minute. Yeah, here.
Okay.
This was me and my friend and his uncle.
Yeah, we're
So
not even going to debate that.
look at this. Wait a second. Wait a second. I have it. So let me. Where is it? Oh yeah, I got it. So, bro.
Yeah.
Earth's concave now.
Where?
I just posted it, bro. It's at
Wait.
2 minutes and 3 seconds in your video. 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Yes.
Let me see.
Earth is concave.
Oh yeah. That's that. Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
that's your lens,
I can
bro.
I can
So
see the embed. I
yeah,
can see the embed.
so that's your
Yeah,
lens.
that was the
Yeah, that's your
when you make
lens.
a rocket, you have to cover the camera, right? You have to cover the camera, and
my
the
God,
tube is.
Did you
You,
not? Did you not? So at
it's a
12.
fisheye lens.
So at 12 minutes and let
yeah,
me see.
I see
At
your
2
photo. I see
minutes.
your photo.
So I have a
Yeah,
flat plane here, right? Yeah. Look at
yeah.
it.
No, the
Look
video
at it.
embed you
Yeah.
sent. Is that the
Uh,
photo you sent?
Look at
Listen, hold
it.
up.
It's
He's
flat.
trying to cover some. Listen, he said
Wait a
your
minute.
camera has a lens effect. Listen, don't interrupt. It goes from a concave Earth to a flat Earth to a convex Earth. And I
Yeah,
ask, how do you determine? I ask you from the beginning, how do you determine it's not a lens effect? And you got insulted. You said, "Oh, it is a significant curve." Now look, that curve goes two different ways, so that it screams lens effects. Your curve goes from concave to convex. That means bowing one way to bowing the other.
But it's weird, right, Yassine? Why did you post this? You've made it yourself. You've looked through this video time and
okay.
time
You know what?
again, I guess, and you
I have
still
some other
don't.
footage.
So you
I
but so
You didn't even make this, dude. This is somebody else's video because I've heard. Listen, you're the fourth
dude.
person I
Oh
know
my
that has shared
god.
this video
I
and
have
said it
other
was Earth.
footage. I have
Oh
other
my!
footage. Do you want
but
that?
no, I
Oh
want
my
you to
God!
tell me
We're,
1 second.
we're still covering this one.
Yeah. So I want you to
All
tell
right.
me, did you make this?
Yeah, it was me and
Okay.
my friend's uncle.
Okay. So you have seen these footages, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would you then tell us that it is showing curving, but then withhold the concave part?
Well, that's because of the
I know.
plastic
So
cover at the
can
end
I
of the
ask?
rocket.
Oh my God. So I've showed you
Yeah, can I,
one that's more into the video. It's also showing concave, right?
same
So
camera.
same camera.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah. So your
same
video
camera. Two different. Yeah, it goes from concave to flat to convex.
Yeah,
Is
because
it all because it's listen,
yeah, because the rocket is
is
rotating.
there a plastic cover the entire
Yeah,
time?
because
Oh my god.
when
Is
when
there
the
a
rocket,
plastic cover over the camera at the entire time? Is it all
yeah,
filmed through so it's called plexiglass, right?
yeah, plexiglass. In short, it was polycarbonate
Okay, can I
in our
ask you a
case.
question?
Yeah,
Can I ask you a question? You and your uncle or whatever did this. How much you spend on your setup? On
it
just
was
your
about
rocket?
2-3 grand. We made the rocket fuel ourselves.
Okay, can you give me the formula for the rocket fuel? I do
What?
race fuel all the time. I'm pretty prominent with
But yeah,
fuel formulas.
I want
We
to.
used we used
Just
potassium.
you seen, you're not being
Yeah, yeah,
honest, right? You're
yeah.
not being
Mixture
honest.
ratios. Yeah,
When
Look.
mixture
I'll tell
ratio.
you. I'll
you're
tell
not
you.
being honest, right? I showed you. I just skimmed through it and I saw convex, concave, flat, convex, concave, flat.
You're
So
not letting me. You're not letting me explain why that happened.
I know why it happens. It is a
Tell
lens
me
effect.
how.
It is a lens effect,
You're
right?
not letting me talk.
I
The
told you,
rocket, when it,
I told you during the VC verified. I've
yeah,
heard it
yeah, yeah.
all, right? So you come here with a rocket video showing a convex Earth, and now you're going to claim that it's because of movement, right? Or
You're not letting
because
me
of
talk.
the rocket is turning. So it doesn't show you the curve, right? Because it is a lens effect, because it is moving, right?
Okay, let's say it's the
Okay.
lens. Okay, let's say it's the lens effect. All right. There was a curved polycarbonate cover on the rocket, which caused the lens effect. Okay, we'll agree with you. All right. Hello. What's happening?
Yeah, talk, guy. You said you couldn't talk. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's say this is the lens effect, right? Okay. So, what proof do you have that disregards the globe Earth model? Uh, fake.
Once again, we don't have to prove a claim fake that you haven't proven. So you haven't proven it's a
Well,
globe.
you haven't
Why
proven
would
the
I
flat. Earth is flat
listen?
either.
Listen, I don't listen. You haven't proven it's a globe. I don't have to
Well,
debunk a proof you have something you
you
haven't
haven't proven
proven.
it's flat either. You haven't proven it's flat either.
I did. It's observable. You can go out and observe a flat local Earth any day. It's an observation. We covered this.
Okay, I'll give you a little
So,
experiment to do.
so earlier, no experiments. I'm done with you and your disingenuous ass who thinks assertions that reify your model prove it. Okay.
You can do it yourself. You can do it yourself with your phone
So
camera.
He
I know
says he
that.
doesn't.
With
I
your
gave
phone
you.
camera.
No, he
Listen,
says that there's no proof
I
that it's
gave you.
flat. Well, the government says it's flat.
There is. I gave him the experiment he could do. He could go out and observe Earth and see whether he sees curve right
You're not
here every
listening
day
to
when
me.
you walk out your window. Walk out your door.
See,
Look. Yeah, I
you're
am
not
listening to
listening
you.
to
I'm
me
done
now.
listening to you. I asked you earlier. I asked you earlier. Did you have comprehension levels? Quit trolling me with that. You ain't been heard. We heard you. You had no valid response for your video, so you went right back to prove it's fake. What's fake? Something you
So
haven't proven?
you're being ignorant. You're
I'm
afraid
not
that I'm
being
gonna
ignorant.
debunk
You're
your.
being.
You're
I'm not
afraid that
being
I'm gonna
ignorant.
Well,
debunk your
Mike, you
theory.
mind if Mike, you mind if I
You
take this
can't
portion of
debunk the
the?
Well, I'm
observation,
gonna
dude.
debunk it. Let's.
Mike, do you mind if
You.
I take this part of the conversation?
Oh my God. Go ahead, bro. Whatever. Go ahead.
I
He's
mean,
an idiot anyway.
unless you want to. If you don't want to, I can take it. But if you want to,
No, I'm not frustrated with you, bro. He's got me triggered, and it's apparent. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and gracefully yield. I'm cool with that. He bugs me anyway.
All right.
It's not you, bro. It's not you.
All right. It is. It's mad early, kid. Come on.
Yeah.
So here's the
Let's
thing.
say,
So here, no, we're gonna have a conversation like normal people. Just because we're on the internet doesn't
yeah,
mean that I want someone I don't know just talking through me, right? Hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
How was your morning? I'm fine.
It was
It's pretty
great. It
chilly.
was, yeah, it's hot here. Quite hot.
Yeah, I'm waiting for I'm waiting for it to get closer to noon because it is quite chilly. So,
Yeah.
okay,
It's evening here. Yeah.
yeah, it's what is it? It's almost 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 a.m.
It's 5:04 here. 5:04 p.m.
Cool, cool,
Where? Huh?
very cool.
Yeah, yeah, cool.
I
How
have
do we
friends
have
all
time
over the plane.
zones?
Yeah, I have friends
Yep.
all over the plane. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so
Where do you live?
New York City.
Oh,
It's on the
that's
east
cool.
coast of America.
Mm-hmm, I know.
Yeah, you ever been?
No, I never been to America.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
No.
how exactly do you want to take this conversation?
Well, let's have a debate or something. I don't know.
Okay. Well, why do you think we're here?
I don't know, to talk or something.
No, I mean, why do you think this server exists? Why do you think we're here in the
You
context
know,
of this entire discussion?
yeah, this is like the flat earth server, so flat earth community people all come around and have a discussion with each other. And in this case, a non-flat earther is having a discussion with a flat earth.
No, that's super obvious, right?
Yeah, yeah.
What I'm asking is, why do you think we're here, though?
To
And
discuss
let
stuff.
me give you a little bit more to go off
Yeah.
of. So, I wasn't born in any earther, right? But
Yep.
at some point in time, maybe when I was like, I don't know, a baby,
Yeah.
I was told that it was a globe. And so
Yeah.
my whole life, I believed that it was a globe. All
Yeah.
of a sudden, I do not. Why do you
Yeah.
think that is? Or really, have you ever asked the flat earther this question? Do you know
No,
why
I
flat earth is
haven't
flat earth?
because this is my first time talking.
Okay, awesome. That's a good question. Because the internet, you know what? It's media, right? I don't know how you feel about media. I don't know your experience with media, but media inundates you with the technique in which we have conversations. But if you notice, like the news, for instance, you'll see two people with opposing views go at it, and it never really
Yeah.
gets resolved. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because
So,
people have different views, they don't want. Yeah.
right. But now there are certain things that just are, right? So, say I'm looking at a tree. Is there a debate about that, or is it just a tree?
Yeah, it's a tree. Of course, it's a tree.
Right. So a statement would be, well, that's a tree. Why am I saying
Yeah.
that's a tree? Well, I'm looking at it. I can touch it. I can experience it. I know how to plant trees. It's
Yeah.
simple. It's something that we've experienced. We've named it a tree. So
Yep.
what I'm saying is, in this conversation, um, we would say that we take things to be as we experience them. The globe Earth,
Yeah.
they give us this. They say, granted, your experience
Mm-hmm.
is that you're not moving. Granted,
Yeah.
your experience is that as far as you can see, locally,
Yep.
it's flat.
Mm.
So that's not a claim that I have to prove it already is. Now,
Yeah.
somewhere beyond that, someone says, well, you don't feel it because, which is a justification based on a claim of something other than what I experienced, right? So they say,
Yeah.
well, it looks flat, but that's because this is a justification for a claim that's based on something other than that experience. So
Yeah.
when you say, well, prove it's flat, that doesn't make any sense because first of all, you haven't asked why we even think it's flat. But I just told you because that's what we experience. So now,
Yeah.
obviously, as a globe earther, prior to being a flat earther, I had these questions. Well, I experience it one way. How do I truly know it's something else? And that's where you, as the globe earther who's debating, comes in with positive evidence for their positive claims, if that's your position. And that's how we debate.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Give you the
see.
floor.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, we know it's round, right?
I
Because we
don't.
have
I thought I
experienced
knew
it
that.
too.
I thought I knew that. I didn't experience it being round ever. So I
Have
mean,
you
I
ever?
understand. I understand that's your belief, but
Yeah,
I don't have that belief.
yeah, I know, but I'm trying to explain it to you. Like, we
Well,
have been in planes.
I didn't. I wasn't born, like I said, a flat earther. So
Yeah, I know.
thing number one is that you don't know why I'm a
Yeah,
flat
go
earther.
on. Yeah,
It's
yeah, go
because
on.
of the lack of evidence. So when I say it's because of the lack of evidence, and then you say, well, we already know, that wouldn't really work for me, right? That it would stand like,
Mm-hmm.
obviously, I know everything you think you know because I used to be a globe earther. So if I'm saying there's
Yeah.
no evidence, then there must be something that I have in mind that you don't.
Mm-hmm.
And I would expect a curious individual to question,
Yeah.
well, where is this coming from? Because if you
Yeah.
just assert, well, obviously it's a globe, here's some pictures, here's
Yeah.
something from some source that I can't really back up because it's not me, but it's really just someone else in authority. That's not proof. I mean, you can believe it if you want. I used to believe it too, but I'm beyond that point.
Well, have you flown on a plane or something?
Of course I have.
Well, can't you see the curve from there? It's a
No,
slight curve. It's not clearly
Sorry, bro.
visible.
no, hold up. I'm getting there. Well, do you know mathematically, based
Yeah.
on geometry, you can't see curvature left to right, not even
Yeah.
from 250 miles. That's just based
250.
on the math, based
That's
on the
one
field of view
kilometer.
that you would have as a human being.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how to explain it to you clearly, but yeah. So
But
So
did you
maybe
hear what
basically,
I
you'll.
said?
that's a
But
misperception that you can
did
see
you?
curvature from 7 miles up. As Elijah
I
just said to
know.
you now, from
Yeah.
from the geometry, even at 120,000 feet, so at 40
Yep.
kilometers, more than
Mhm.
5 times higher than a commercial aeroplane, you still
Yeah.
cannot detect curvature. So if you think you're seeing curvature in a plane, it's your own bias assuming that there's curvature there. When you actually put a straight edge against it, you'll see from left to right, there's no deviation. You're just seeing stuff disappearing into the vanishing point and assuming that far off distance, then it suddenly falls away like a ball.
Well, then what about the people that flew in the SR-71, Bell X-15?
SR-71. What about them?
So the
You
SR-71's
know,
maximum altitude was about 60,000
eh,
feet.
yeah, bro. You ever
What?
heard that black? You ever heard? Hold on. You ever heard the Blackbird speed test from the SR-71 pilot? He
No,
says,
no.
he's doing 10 G's and he's over Arizona, but he can see like 500 miles away. He can see 3,000 miles to the left, all the way up to Canada, to a mountain range that goes all the way down to New Mexico, another 2,500 miles. And
Yeah.
at his elevation, it's not mathematically possible on a globe of a given radius. We've done this. And you go straight to what about a Blackbird pilot? But we've got their own testimony saying what they can see at these elevations. Then we have line of sight curvature calculators based on the radius of the globe that say you shouldn't see that far at that elevation on the globe because it's this radius.
Okay,
So 3,000 miles to the left would be on the opposite side of a ball, and 2,000 miles, 2,500 miles to the right, you wouldn't see that mountain range because it'd be on the opposite side of a ball.
Yeah, I'll get your classic bagel BLT with no tomato. Bacon.
Hey, can I get your phone number too?
Hey, Gypsy.
Everything bagel or yours?
Yeah, I'm
You
gonna
got
mute him.
you got a cute voice. Can I get your phone number?
Yeah.
Hold on, maybe she heard me, bro. Hold up, we was gonna get the digits.
So to everything that we've said thus far, when you say, well, what about this plane? What about this aircraft? Number one, if you look at flight manuals, they say that they fly over stationary, non-rotating plane. That's what the manuals say. But number two, the thing about there is, we just told you that at 250 miles, mathematically, left to right, you see no curvature because it's only 3% field of view from that height. If you're to assume
Okay,
we live on
so
the globe with a given radius. So that being said, you saying, what about this? What about that? Well, you're asking us, well, who's lying? Well, there you go. Because it's
what do you mean
mathematically
by
impossible.
that? Oh, okay, I get it. So I have another question. When the X-15 was in the testing phase, well, bounced off the atmosphere of the Earth. It was flying so fast that it bounced off the atmosphere and reached space for a brief moment. Like for a period of time, it got into space. So how does that happen if the world is flat?
I don't know
How
that
would
that
it
happened.
not happen? I know.
I don't know that.
First off, an assertion isn't a demonstration. So you say somebody said this happened, but you have no way to prove it. And number
But
two,
it's
you assume, yeah, hold up, you assume there couldn't be an upper atmospheric gradient on a flat Earth, and I would like to know why.
and they call that turbulence. So when a plane hits a pocket of air, it does feel like it bounces. So it's got nothing to do with what shape the land or the terrain below it is. Can an aeroplane bounce on air? Yes. What's your point?
Yeah, it's called high pressure and low pressure. Exactly.
Well,
It
yeah,
can hit a
turbulence does exist, right?
it
That's
can
why
hit
planes
a high
shake.
pressure zone. High pressure can make it go up and down, ascend and descend.
Like,
And
But
that's
but then
definitely gonna listen. If you hit a high pressure zone when you're accelerating or heading upward, it can push you downward. So you haven't even proved it's an atmosphere. And then you act like an atmosphere proves the globe because it can only exist on a globe. And I asked, why do you believe this?
turbulence when
But
If even if a plane flies in a hypershare zone for a brief
Okay,
moment,
hold
the
on. What logical reason do we have to believe that an upper atmospheric zone couldn't exist on a flat Earth? I don't want to walk past this. I want to answer that. You act as if it's a proof of a
no,
globe. Why?
no, I'm not.
Why?
I didn't
What?
say it's a
Why?
proof of a globe. I didn't say that. I'm saying
No, you said
because
how does it work on a flat Earth? How would it not work on a flat Earth? Is what I'm asking.
oh, you're not listening to me. I didn't
I,
even explain
I
the whole picture.
Yeah, you said how would this work on a flat Earth? How would it not?
No, I'm saying let me explain the whole thing first. Buzz Aldrin flew.
We heard it.
You're
We
not letting me
understand it.
speak.
You're assuming that the upper atmosphere is a curve and that some plane
Yes.
magically
Exactly.
skipped off of a curve.
Yeah.
We
Yeah, because
understand your point.
yeah,
Yeah.
because
It's
because it was
moronic.
flying at an angle, right?
Okay, gas has no shape. Gas is unbonded and expands to fill its available volume. So just
Yeah.
the word
Yeah, so
atmosphere is air in the shape of a sphere. Air doesn't
Yeah.
do that. No gas does
air
that.
has no it has no inherent shape. So atmosphere is an oxymoron.
Like, yeah, I
There's
know
no
what you're saying, but
there's no such thing.
well,
So
if a
imagine skipping a stone on water. Now that water in that dam is level, and I can skip a stone on water. So what's
yeah,
the point?
But
So
I
I
don't
can skip an
understand.
Yeah.
airplane on a flat
I don't
plane. Sorry,
I
Elijah.
don't understand this though. And help me understand. So I told you two things that I would think any curious person would investigate. So I said mathematically you shouldn't. You know how high 250 miles is?
I don't think he does.
Um, I don't even know how to convert that into kilometers. Like,
Sorry, Elijah. Can I just stop you there for a sec?
Around 400
The
kilometers.
the 250 miles is where they say the ISS is, and they say it's not high enough to see the entire ball, but you are supposedly seeing a curvature.
I explained all of that to him. That's why I'm interrupting your conversation because I don't know why we move past that. So
No, so all I'm saying is that you said now at 250 miles we don't see curvature, but we do supposedly see at 250 miles, but 200,000 feet not. So I'm not sure if you're crossing the miles and the feet.
what do you mean? I didn't get that. Say it again.
Yeah,
So
Elijah didn't assert we could see curvature at 2,000 feet.
no, he said
we
said
couldn't.
at 250 miles we still can't see curvature.
That's
And
correct.
what's the problem? I'm correcting that because at 200,000 feet we don't see curvature. At 250 miles is where they say the ISS is, and then you supposedly do see curvature.
That is correct.
But
Paul
you're
Larson,
not far.
You're not listening, Flatter. That is correct. Paul Larson, the planetarium director for the biggest planetarium in the world, did a lecture on Eratosthenes. And in that lecture, he went over how he and his colleagues went over math and said you would only be able to see 3% of the Earth from 250 miles. You cannot see curvature from left to right. And that's what I told this young man.
Okay, I haven't heard or seen that specific in any one of the images that they show from 250. They normally show that curve. They can't show the whole ball in its entirety, but they do show a curved line. But we know the ISS isn't real.
That's why Paul Larson said that they're being deceptive. That's why Neil deGrasse Tyson said the same thing. Although no one can find that video anymore, I'm certain he said that about the ISS. But everyone remembers him saying that about the
Felix Baumgartner.
job. But he in fact did also say it about the ISS.
I remember him saying it'd be like having a BB 2 millimeters off a beach ball.
Well, that was for the Felix Baumgartner, where we're talking in feet. So that's why I'm saying you don't see curvature
Yeah,
when you're talking feet, but when you're at
Oh my
miles
God.
of 200 plus miles, they
He's lost.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I was referring to was the Baumgartner thing. Yes. A
yeah,
BB
but
2 millimeters off a beach ball. But go ahead, Elijah, because, yeah, he's got this all completed.
yeah. So I said, granted, that's what everyone remembers, but I know that Neil deGrasse Tyson, aside from that, definitely said, you can't see curvature from the ISS. So whatever the people think they're doing up there is deceptive. He has said this. I just can't find where he said it. That's all. But Paul Larson is
Sorry
on
to interrupt you,
video
Elijah.
saying that.
Just to clarify, just to clarify what Elijah said. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I have seen that video, and he definitely said you can't see curvature from the height of the ISS. But I think he was actually wrong in their theory that, but he did definitely say it.
So, Flat Earth Solar, anything else?
No, I was just sorry if it came across as confrontational, but I was just saying that in their paradigm, they say that once you achieve hundreds of miles or higher, you are seeing curve. You just can't see the whole ball.
No,
So
people say that, but that's why I said mathematically, you would only have a field of view of 3% based on the radius. So all you would have to do is the math.
and at 250 miles, you would see curvature. That's what the math dictates. That's the point that I'm trying to correct you on.
It dictates that it wouldn't be seen. Would not be seen. Why are you saying it would?
It would mathematically. That's what I'm trying to correct you guys on. And you guys are saying that I'm incorrect.
Yeah, curvature by what? So by what? A small ass camera versus 3,000 miles sphere?
Sorry. Yeah, I guess I'm not under. So you're saying that Paul Larson was wrong?
So mathematically, I've seen it being demonstrated in CAD.
He's also an educator.
And at what height? So on Google Earth, if you get to 30 kilometers, it starts to show curvature in Google Earth because it's using a preset radius of 3959. And it's saying at 30 miles, we should already start to see the sides taper slightly downward. As you get from 30 miles to 50 to 100 miles, that curvature in Google Earth, because of the radius value, suggests we should see this curvature. But we know that at 120,000 feet and even at 200,000 feet, which is only 50 miles or 40 miles, we know that at that point, it's still flat. So at about 50 miles, we know it's still flat. But according to this radius model and mathematically, as you go higher, you'll start to see those
Flat
tips.
Earth Solar. You're preaching to the choir. I'm trying to get this figured out. Please don't drone on because we are trying to have a conversation with someone else, not really with each other, right? So that's number one.
Agreed.
So
yeah, it got interrupted over a semantical point. Yep.
So, well, it's not really. I mean, because he says mathematically that
it is kind of semantical.
Well,
he's just trying to out-specific. Yeah, he's trying to
all I was trying to do was correct.
He's trying to out-specific your specific. Correction, rebution.
Can you read that out for me? What I just posted in the live stream. That's a quote from Paul Larson.
I hate the quote. I knew you would, bro.
Well, can you read it out loud? Because at this point, at some point in the day, we would have to go through it together, right? Because you have a position, I have a position, but right now is not that time. But so you know that this is what they are saying. There's a quote. Can you read it out loud?
All right. No, nice one. Okay, so it's quote, let's say we're at the elevation of the ISS. They're at about 250 miles above the Earth, okay? If we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point looking 360 degrees, what would that horizon look like? It would look flat. But this is a planetarium director, so it's not necessarily an astronaut or one of the other liars.
Yeah, I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying at
But
some
good,
point,
good citation. Good citation.
right. So at some point, we can probably talk about it in depth and do the math or whatever. But that's why I said you only have a field of view of like 3%. Like, so.
But back to your point of what you were trying to get the previous guy onto was he suggested that at 7 miles in an aeroplane, you can see curve.
Mm-hmm.
Which he never conceded on. Once we've provided evidence to the contrary, he then went on to the next question. So I don't know if he's still here.
I wouldn't be, but hey. He's like, hell, they won't let me talk, and they got a hard time letting each other talk. Some of them. But I've gotten kind of used to it. But the truth is, I'm kind of battling over that. If you want to debate each other over a certain topic and get honed steel, sharpened steel, I'm fine with that at a later date, not in the middle of a debate with somebody else. That is getting annoying and old. It's not really what we built this server for. Kind of over that holier than now everybody doing.
Yeah, what it was supposed to be about was, okay, whatever, 7 miles for sure. You wouldn't be seeing any anything other than a horizontal line, right? A level line. And so on top of that, you have these manuals that say we're flying over stationary, non-rotating flat plane from NASA, from all other sources that I've seen. That's the point. So the whole point is when he says, well, I was on well, what would happen if you jumped off the earth or whatever that conversation was? I mean, in all honesty, you just think about a treadmill. Like, there's nothing else to think about. It's like, okay, well, jump up on a treadmill, see what happens. Now, the ground is moving, or the non-inertial reference frame is rotating at 88 something thousand feet per minute. So whatever that equates to in seconds is whatever. So you jump up and down in that second or two, and it's like that's way more of a rotation than any treadmill. Like, you kind of don't want people to just breeze past this stuff. Talking about other erroneous points that don't really. I think I cut out. Damn it. Mic check.
You're good.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, Mike's okay, bro. Thank you for asking. I love your concern.
But your scene just dropped. Okay.
Mike's drinking coffee, smoking weed, and letting Elijah do this shit. I gotta go clean stalls here in a minute, damn it.
Drinking coffee.
Wait.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm waiting on the kid. She told me don't start without her, but don't wake her up early. So her horse likes to see her in the morning. He won't be mine. He won't mind a mile or late. When he sees his girl, I give him a little extra though.
I'm sure saw him say because I was like, the ISS? Hell fucking no. I must have rewound that video like 10, 15 times. I know I heard him say what he said.
But every single, the point I was trying to make is every single picture you've ever seen from the ISS shows a curve. This planetarium director said that the distance
At
to
a
the
rate
horizon
that's impossible,
would be,
though. That's the point.
But
at
listen,
a rate.
so the distance to the horizon at 1,400 miles.
Isn't it obvious? Flutter solar. Do you think I don't know that they show curvature from the ISS?
Right, and it's at by either one of your premises, that curvature rate is impossible at that distance.
But I'm just
I
saying.
want to point that out.
Do you think that I don't know that they show curvature from the ISS?
Right.
So, but that's exactly the point, because your claim.
You're kind of not answering the question.
Okay, Elijah, let me be simple. You are wrong on this point, and I will show you mathematically why you're wrong.
I am not Neil deGrasse Tyson, and I am not the planetarium director.
Was your claim at 250 miles we see no curvature?
I said mathematically.
His claim wasn't.
Hold on. I said that the guy at the planetarium and Neil deGrasse Tyson said mathematically you can't see curvature from the ISS. I didn't say I did the math.
No, the claim is somebody else said that.
Mike, I'm trying to clear it up.
Yeah, somebody else said.
I also said maybe later we can do the math together, because I didn't make that claim. You not understand what a citation is?
Yeah, he also didn't claim that. He also didn't claim. He also didn't claim that they don't show that curvature from the ISS. They do show curvature. We all know that.
Well, why do you feel the need? Or why do you feel the need to explain to me why it's wrong instead of saying, "Oh, my bad. I thought that was your claim."
I think the underlying premise that needs to be focused on is that either
I
way.
him a direct question because he's putting something.
I know
on me,
he just obfuscates, bro.
Yeah, but you're making it harder right now. You're making it harder.
Yeah, an accurate statement is that the curvature they show from that distance is impossible by either premise. So that was my point, because I really covered this in the middle of a debate. Debating specifics. Let's be totally specific about this. Let's not. If you want to do that, take that crap to another lobby. I can't be nice about it anymore. Go to another voice chat and you two cover that crap. And when you get it, come back and don't forget us to give the memos, because if you do this again, we're going to have a problem. Either way you look at it, the curvature they show at these distances, or the premise that we see curvature from an airplane, is fucking ludicrous.
Yeah, I've posted where Indio explains it, right? He has a diagram with it.
You said Indio is giving commentary?
No. Indio has explained this also in some posts of him. So I've posted the message link to that with the diagram of it.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm trying to still address solar. So initially, when I said I didn't say, did you not know that there was a guy, Paul Larson, the planetarium director, who said this? And you said, no, I didn't know that. That being the case,
correct.
I'm looking for an apology.
So he says in the planetarium director's quote
I'm not
cited.
arguing whether he's right or wrong. I'm looking for an apology. I'm not trying to debate the math with you at this point.
So I did say thank you for the citation already, but like I say,
Thank you
he
is not
says
an apology.
an apology for what?
For you telling me that, for you, yo, bro, I'll ban you today, bro. 'Cause
Me too.
I'm really not
Let
into
it
bullshit
finish.
right now. So you said
Can
that
I get
you
1
wanted to
minute?
clear something. You said why are you supposed to apologize? Because you said that I was getting something wrong about the
But
math. I have a misconception. And then I said, no, I didn't do the math. I'm giving you a citation from this guy that you didn't know existed. So can I have an apology?
yeah, that's what I was trying to say, bro. You quoted somebody. You didn't make a positive claim at all about math. He just quoted somebody. And then you went into all this crap about you got it wrong. Maybe the guy he quoted did, but he didn't make any positive claim about any math. So what exactly did he add wrong? I kind of want to hear it too.
Okay, so you guys are all my brothers, and I treat you guys exactly the same. I would. If someone was talking about Pythagoras and they meant someone else, I would correct them and say, you meant Pythagoras.
Who
This
was wrong?
director, let
Elijah
me just finish. Let me
or
just
the
finish
guy
the
he
point.
quoted? No, I want to answer. I don't want apologetic statements. Who was wrong, Elijah or the guy he quoted? Which one?
The
Just be
planetarium.
specific, bro. I'm a man.
The
I admit
planetarium.
when I'm wrong. The
So,
planetarium guy was wrong.
so we can
Not
go back and.
Elijah.
Okay, so
That's what
let
he
me.
was looking for the apology for. You said Elijah was wrong, and I'm with him. I'm a man. I
Okay.
admit when I'm wrong. Or
Okay, so
don't
Tommy.
expect me to do it when I run you over and you get pissed off about it, bro.
No,
Don't
look,
expect to.
I've got no qualms with saying I'm sorry that I didn't know that Paul Larson made a fraudulent claim. Well, the point I'm
No,
trying to
you
say
said Elijah
is,
made a
okay,
fraudulent
can I
claim.
speak? Can I just
He
finish 30
quoted somebody.
seconds?
He didn't fucking claim nothing.
He did. He said
Christ, with this circular
mathematically.
crap.
No, he said mathematically you cannot
He
detect it
said.
from there, and then supported it with the
He said
claim,
this guy
the quote
claimed
from
it.
Larson.
He
Okay,
said
and from
this guy claims
okay,
mathematically it's impossible.
okay. So
Well,
instead
I
of
did say
What
wait,
the
I
can I
did
fuck?
say
just speak? Can I
mathematically.
just speak? Can I just speak just for 30 seconds? All right. The claim is that at 250
I don't know
miles
if you gotta ask, maybe you can't.
from common sense, at 250 miles high,
I'm triggered
the
now.
horizon distance is 1,400 miles in either
Sense
direction that you
isn't
look.
common. That's an
If you divide
oxymoron.
1,400 by the 69
And
miles
this
for
is an
each degree,
example of it,
if you divide the 1,400 by the
motherfucker.
69 miles for each degree, you get 20 degrees. So at 250 miles, you would see
Nobody was
20
arguing the
degrees
math with
of
you, dude. You
difference.
still didn't get the point.
I did
Nobody
get the
argued with your
point.
premise, Duval. No, you didn't. The point was you was rude and it was uncalled for.
The point is,
No,
mathematically, at 250 miles,
nobody
can you see
argued.
curvature?
Nobody argued that with you the first time you said it. That wasn't the point of why Elijah was triggered or anybody else. We just spent 20 minutes on this dumb shit. Waste not fucking time. That's not what we come here for. You
We're
could
coming here for
easily put
truth
your
and
premise in.
accuracy. Am I
Not in the
false?
middle of a debate with somebody else, man. I wasn't asking when I said you could take it to another lobby, and you said, "Fuck you, Mike. I don't care if you guys even built this server. I'm gonna say what I want to say." You know what I usually do to people like that, and I don't give a shit what side they're on. Respect is given where it's gotten. It's that simple.
Mathematically, you can't see curvature from left to right at 250 miles. That's what they said. I mean, I thought I was clear.
I've got no
And then you said,
disagreement with that.
you disagree with the math. And then I said, well, perhaps we can do it later. And you're still not. You're still not being a normal human being about it. Because I'm not arguing with you about the math.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you were saying at 250 we couldn't see, but at that
did
height
say
we
that,
should
but
see
but I
some.
also
But
gave the reason that I was saying it.
and I
I
agree,
didn't
Mike.
say I didn't say I did the math. I know it. I said mathematically speaking, and then I said this guy said that.
Yeah.
And I said Neil deGrasse Tyson also said that. And I said not like the video that everyone can recall, but in another clip that I can't find on the internet.
Yeah, he took it down, I reckon. That's why.
And Battle Mod, I was not saying F you or anything to this channel at all. It's just if someone says that I'm wrong, I want to show that I'm not wrong in this specific instance, because I have done the mathematical calculations, and that's why.
No, you said fuck me when I said I was done with this and you guys could please take it to a private channel. I was actually polite about it, and I'm usually not. I usually just silence everybody, silence them, and then move them. So I don't have to play argument time. We're grown men.
Agreed.
Yeah.
We're not children.
To me, it's just
I'm
about
not a
precision.
teacher. I'm
It's just
not a
about
babysitter.
precision.
I agree, bro. I agree with all those points. I'm not arguing. But I also agree with mine. There's a time and a place for every argument. Hell, he was trying to debate a guy. Did you miss that? They was in the middle of it. I think the dude done left. And Elijah done wasted his morning. And you done ruined my coffee. I couldn't even enjoy it.
Well, it's stone
At
cold
best,
now,
it's a
isn't it?
hostile. At best, it's a hostile witness who's wrong. Right? Right? Like, so, like, regardless of, at best, it was a hostile witness who was wrong.
Yeah, and I want to
And
be
I was
specific, bro.
trying to, because I don't care if he was wrong or right. He said it, and he's in a position of
Yeah.
authority. And I was trying to explain this to you because people are reached by feelings sometimes, not information. But also about I'm sorry for
No, you're all right.
you know,
Listen,
droning on
I was
about it.
trying to stop people from getting their feelings into it. I just ended up getting my own into it. But for that, I apologize. But we can own our arguments in a private argument, in a private channel. We don't have to do it when we're trying to debate people. It makes us look disorderly, uncontrollable, unruly, uncouth.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Yeah, Jen, you're a teacher. I know you got that one.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to save us all and save our image. And we all get listen. None of us are perfect. We all get triggered, bro. You're not the only one here that had problems.
All right.
Getting triggered.
I'm perfect.
I'm a man.
Also to fraud.
Apologize.
Also to fraud. I'm aware of the rules. I know that I can't ban you for my feelings, but I'll do it anyway. You put in a complaint with the top mods, and then you get unbanned. And I'll take that. But I will fucking ban you for my feelings.
Hey, bro, we are. Hold up, Elijah. We are the top mods. What do you mean? He's got to go to an admin because I'm not overdoing you.
Nah, I don't think that's cool how y'all dangle that in front of people's faces like a banana. You know what I'm saying? Like, we come here being here, but like to be treated like at any moment, I'll just ban you because I don't like what you said. That's I don't think
No,
that's
it's good.
Well, that's not. Hold up,
if
Mike.
we're
Mike.
adults, if we're adults, you know what I'm saying? We can talk man to man.
Yeah, it wasn't what you said.
But Mike,
It was
Mike,
the
let
fact
me
you
fight my
interrupted him.
battles, Mike, please. So, Fraud, I don't hear you chime in with this color commentary for anyone other than, well, I can't say anyone, but majority of the time, it's when I'm complaining about something.
Yeah, because
And you're telling me that I don't have a justified reason for explaining to someone where the conversation is going wrong. But every
well,
time I attempt to
here's
do,
the difference. Here's the difference.
I'm in the middle of saying something. Right? We're men, right? So if I feel like I'm in the middle of a conversation and I'm explaining to someone where they're going wrong or where the conversation is going wrong, and you are coming in to tell me that you're displeased with this, and I don't talk about it for months, and I just say, nah, Fraud's my nigga. It's all good. It's all good. It's all cool. At some point, I'm gonna get annoyed because I'm also human.
Yeah, let me say, I've noticed that he does that crap to you. That's all I was gonna say, bro. But you can fight. You worded well. But I've noticed that. Don't do
That's what I'm
that shit to
saying. Like,
me,
and to do
and you don't concern throw me about it when I tell you I ban you either, because you know damn well I will. I ain't Elijah. He's too nice.
that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. Like, for him to do that, it's kind of out of character. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro. I mean, us being brothers. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, we've been discriminated against our whole fucking lives. You know what I'm saying? So it's like to do
I
that.
can dig it.
To do that shit, you know. Well, I'm just saying to do that shit in front of other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're putting the guy in a spot like that. You know, you could have just pulled him to the side.
Yeah. Hey.
You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. Because I would never punk a nigga like that in front of other people. Because you gonna put everyone's gonna hold their ground. They're not gonna want to punk. They ain't gonna punk out in front of people, dude. You ain't gonna do that shit. I mean, like, you just pull a nigga to the side and be like, yo, let's talk about this over here. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you're right. Listen, that's why I try to be blunt about stopping things when I think people's gonna get butt hurt, because I'm just trying to save us all from our own feelings, guys. So we don't look like a bunch of idiots in front of the people we're trying to debate. And I realize, yeah, I get you, bro. I can dig that. And I'm sure Elijah can too. Wait, that's like me saying to the cracker, hey man, we white, yo. Is that the Aryan shit? Is that for us? Is that for us, bro?
Nah,
But
not you honkies. You
yeah,
honkies, no, man.
yeah, us Peckerwoods. That's not for us Peckerwoods, goddamn it. But truth is, we all get triggered, and we need to learn to stop before we do. And if we can't, we should just listen to Battle Mob when he gets loud and says, "This is just gonna get us butt hurt. Take it to private or something." Because
Take cover, everybody. Take cover.
well, butthurt is like a chain reaction. You get butthurt, I get butthurt, or you're butthurt, somebody else gets butthurt. Next thing you know, we're all on about some shit that none of us even give a fuck about. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Am I the only one real enough to say it? Half of us don't give two shits about that. It's just like Fraud said, we're going to stand our ground.
Well, in Fraud's case, we're going to stand in our car because he's always in that bloody car.
Oh, D-Mont? No, you're in there.
Okay. So
oh, that's Elijah.
So Fraud, yeah, I hear your point. You're right. This is true. I could have approached you directly. Fair enough. It is what it is. To your point about it being out of character, let me ask you a question, Mike, and please keep it brief because I'm trying to make a point. When will I ban someone?
Truthfully,
it's not a threat. It's a promise because I don't say it often. When I say I'm gonna ban you, I do.
Yeah,
Why?
that's what I was gonna say. Truthfully, I haven't seen you ban too many people. So when you say it, it should be well heard, well received.
But do you? Like? Can you give an idea of what, like, in those instances, why I would have banned someone when you have seen me do it?
You think that? I think they crossed the line. They deserved it. Listen, bro.
Right. So
Listen. Truth be told,
that being
I,
said, that
I've
being
only
said,
seen you ban a couple.
That being said, it's not out of character. If I'm feeling disrespected, and that is a very a very high bar. I don't really.
It is.
I don't
It takes a
really.
lot.
Right. So it's
You
not
got
out of
you got some
character.
patience.
I'm going to. I mean, if you live in New York, we can meet up. Yeah, it's like have a drink. I'm not threatening you. I'm just saying, like, bro, we're from the same area. Like, I don't
A
understand
bagel,
where the animosity comes from.
a bagel and some coffee. Hey, y'all got some good conies down there. I'll come down for lunch, man. Can I get a Coney Island? Got some fucking hoagies, some sandwich shops like we ain't got here, too. Whenever I go there, man, I gotta grub. I gotta get the stoner munchies, and I gotta get them fat ass sandwiches they dip in that. They dip them in that cooking grease and get them all soaked. You know what I'm talking about? It's just the traffic sucks here. Motherfuckers in New York don't know how to drive. No offense. I don't know if you drive. A lot of New Yorkers don't drive because of that. So they agree with me. I went there in my Lincoln MKZ. I let the old lady drive. I let my wife's aunt drive because I was just getting frustrated as hell and people were yelling at me. I let her drive and she just started screaming at people and cutting in. Like, fuck you, don't make me get this guy. I'll make him get out the back seat. Shut up. I was like, damn. The woman's more aggressive than me, but we got where the hell we was going quicker. Yeah, y'all be wiling out. That's why New York rap so gangster, huh? Motherfuckers ain't got time to play. Traffic sucks. You see, I gotta try to lighten that shit up, man. 'Cause we can't have all our best people mad at each other. I be threatening. Hey, I want to say I threaten people to ban them too. I tried to slow down on that because when I do it, I'm trying to get people just to quit. I don't want to ban nobody. I've done this for 6 years, and I know what escalates to this stuff, and I'm just trying to avoid it. So I think I should just find a better threat that's more effective. Man, a lot of people get really mad that you'll ban them, and then I just want to ban them when it turns into 10 minutes of some other crap. When the point was you was just trying to avoid some crap. How about I just say this? We're trying to avoid some crap here. Can we move on? Would that be better? Can we have a safe sentence? Send the memo out. Oh damn, what? I shared that shit in the wrong damn way. What the hell? Hmm.
Well, it's
I
fine.
would go.
I'm moving on. Fraud. I apologize. In the future, I'll approach you directly. No problem.
I'm not talking
Hey,
about.
Well, if you're not talking about you, I don't threaten to ban people. So
Yeah, but I
if you're
didn't
not,
take that shit personally. I mean, come on, bro. It's fucking. You ain't gotta apologize. I was the other guy. What I was saying was like, when you was talking to that dude trying to make him that I took offense to, because like, I mean, like I said, that I thought was a little harsh. You know what I'm saying? Because like, just because y'all had a disagreement and you like put, strong arming that nigga to fucking apologize in front of other people like that, that to me that's what I
in
took
front of
offense to.
in front of other people, he was trying to put a claim on me that I didn't make.
Right, but you
I
gotta
was
be the
only
bigger
giving.
man. You're the mod, bro. That's what I'm saying. You're the guy with the
Hold
power.
on.
So don't. I mean, wielding the power
For
like that.
20 for
It's
20
kind of
minutes, for 20 minutes, I quietly, calmly, and carefully explained to him that it wasn't my claim. Stop saying that I'm wrong, because I wasn't making the claim. And he kept asserting, that I was wrong and that he was trying to correct me on the math. And I kept telling him, I'm not the one who said it, multiple times. So what do I do at that point?
But usually, dude, you know what you do? You just dead it right there. You be like, yeah, whatever. And you just dead it. You know what I'm saying? I've never seen you go to that level. You see what I'm saying? Usually, you just dead the situation. Like, fuck that shit, nigga. I'm out. I ain't about that. You know what I'm saying? So for you to do that, that was like, I never seen you do some shit like that. So like, what the fuck? That's I've seen other dudes do that, and I'm like, yo, why people do that? I'm like, that's a woman thing. Like when the women do it, I get it, and it's cool to apologize to a woman, but dudes usually don't do no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, what the fuck?
No, I'm definitely gonna ask for an apology.
Yeah, but I
He
mean,
got me fucked up.
I don't think
what
I
I'm
don't
saying,
think that's a woman
but
thing.
like, but what I'm saying is,
If a man constantly mischaracterizes my position, and I give him multiple times to, and I try to reason with him, and I try to
Man,
communicate with
you
him.
guys want to hit
At
this?
some point, I'm gonna ask him to apologize, and at some point we may fight if I don't get my apology. I don't see what's feminine about that.
Yeah, but he's a fellow flat earth. That's what I'm saying. It's not like it's some glober. But a glober, no one cares, right? But it's a fellow flat earth. There shouldn't even be a war. You know what I'm saying? There shouldn't be a war of words, a disagreement. It should just be like that. All right, fuck this. We're not agreeing on this. So let's just get off. You know what I'm saying? Instead of going that, I just think going that route to a fellow flat earther, I think is a bit too strong. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I feel.
Right.
You might not like that, but I mean, I can see other people do that to flat earth. Like me and Craig Phillip went at it, and then Lunatic stepped in, and then we went to a different room, and we had this situation. He still was fucking like me, and then what the fuck is up with this demand an apology? You know, dude, but like, bro, I don't understand. I've never done that shit in my life. Even, like, bro, it's not that big. I try to be prepared to shit like that because I know sometimes it's not working.
All right. Yeah, I guess you're right. All right. That is fair enough.
I wish I could say that more often. But listen, here's the point that I gotta make. If you let people keep doing shit that's contrary to quality, then they just keep on doing it, and the quality of the entire VC goes down. That's why I'm usually the way I am, quality over quantity. Because I'll ban a motherfucker and make them beg somebody to bring them back. So at least they got the message rather than spend this amount of time on everybody got upset over something that I agree that all got a good reason to get upset over. That's why I just try to nip that shit in the bud with a couple threats myself. It's to explain why I do that. I don't want to ban any of us. I want us to maintain a quality demeanor where we give the respect we want. That just unfortunately doesn't happen all the time. Nobody wants to give in. That's the realest thing you said, Prod. Everybody wants to stand their ground.
Well, in
I
Floyd's
try to
case,
avoid that shit.
in Floyd's case, they want to stand on. He wants to stand on his wheels. Yeah, he's always in the car. I've never heard him out of the car.
Yeah. Hey, y'all remember that song, Friends? How many of us have them? Friends.
Yeah.
Ones we can depend on.
Yeah, I remember that
Let's
song.
be
All
friends.
right.
Well, you
Well,
look the word
my
up
response
again and
was fair
again.
enough. That was my
But
response. Fair enough, Rod. I heard you. Fair enough.
yeah, the dictionary doesn't know the meaning of friend. Some are
Trying to get
okay and
in
it treats you real
between Mike.
cool.
That's hard.
Rap with me, damn it. Smoke a hooter. Let's you got it. Fire it up with me.
You know what? I didn't
I got
smoke
my
for a
shit
while.
rolled.
I didn't smoke for a while. And then some weed was brought in yesterday, so I was like, fuck it. I fell right the fuck to sleep. I couldn't even get up this morning.
I ain't gonna lie. If we was all in the same room having this damn voice chat, when the shit got like that, I'd start passing them around. Cause I always got it. I grow that shit. I got acreage. I can grow 20 over here, 20 over there, 50 acres back, grow another 30. I got room. Grow the granddaddy perps in the back 40, Casey Jones in the front 40, the Power Lemon Haze over to the left, about 30 acres. But man, I'm surrounded by swampy areas and rivers, so I got prime. I just got a lot of spots where I'm like, man, it'd grow there. It'd grow real good. I gotta see. It's all trial and error, right?
Yeah.
I got this chunky ass lemon haze right now that I grew last year, bro. It just some of it was froze all winter and it came out better than the stuff I cured and smoked last summer. At the end of at harvest. It's all golden looking and shit now. It cured good coming out of that freezer. I must have froze it at the right time. You know, if you freeze it, you grow weed and you freeze it. You got to decide if you're going to store it, whether you want to cure it first and then freeze it, or if you want to freeze it in the middle of the cure, lock some of that stuff in there so that you can do a proper cure when you pull it out of the freezer. And I play with this, if you're a farmer or engineering or mechanics, it's all trial and error. It's to try a few different processes and take notes. If you're not good with mental notes, write that shit down. Like the results from this process or that process. But I found if you want to store weed and keep it fresh and high content, like where your keef still falls off at the proper time once it's been cured, then if you're going to freeze it, don't cure it all the way. Freeze it while it's still got moisture in it. The moisture helps while frozen contain your chemical content. Golden type trichomes. Those are the hairs. If you cure it too much, the hairs, the trichomes, they get burnt if it's too dry when you freeze it, and they don't come out golden, and you lose the smell, you lose flavor, and sometimes you lose you don't get as good of
Potency.
yeah. Mike's Weed 101, Orgoponics on the farm. What's So I can teach an idiot to grow some bomb ass weed. It's kind of it really depends on the strand you start with, or the clone, or the seed. It's no different than apples or cucumbers or carrots. You know, you don't get a red delicious from a Jonathan seed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, yeah. So just you got to know what you're starting with and what it reacts to. I don't fit in. Well, what kind of name is that? Why don't you fit in? You're a flat earther. You fit right in here. I'm gonna give you value just so you know that.
Could we talk about the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. I thought you left.
Thanks, Battle Mod.
You're welcome.
He's got his second. He's got his second wind. What? Okay. What do you want to talk about? What about it? You want to talk?
Well, just riding on eggshells got my attention.
Okay.
You guys on?
Yeah, we have.
What did he say?
We have. I
We
want to talk to him. So we have a guy called Judy. Is he verified? Welcome, Judy.
Welcome, Judy. Hey,
not gonna lie, it's like I've woken up so
don't
much to
take
speak.
it back.
Sorry.
It's a flat Earth, not a spinning ball. There, go on.
What's up, Jude?
Bruh. Hello.
How you doing?
I'm tired. I've just woken up.
Okay. You should have slept more.
Huh?
You should have slept more.
I should have, but you know, I didn't.
Okay. So what brought you here?
I'm interested in the different views of like the flat Earth and the concept of the Earth as a sphere. I just want an insight of different points of view and stuff like that.
You do have a specific question?
No, I've got none. I'm sure to listen.
Also have.
Are you from Ireland?
Yeah.
Are you from Ireland?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's cool. Nice. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, if I can take this one, guys, just for a few minutes.
Go ahead.
If I get stuck, you can always take over, all right? Okay? Basically, the heliocentric model makes some fantastic claims. Claims that I believed when I was a child. And it was only in 2015 that it was brought to my attention. Didn't take me long to understand, though, how this system is completely not working correctly. So the claims are this. And I'd like for you to see if you agree or disagree. The first claim is that the Earth is 24,901 miles in circumference with a radius of 3,959 miles. That's the radius. Okay?
Yep.
Now, have you ever seen curvature of the Earth anywhere in your life? No. I'm glad you said that. Right. So the question then for you is, do you know anyone who has measured this curvature? Yeah.
No.
You know, and you don't know anyone.
No,
Okay,
it's impossible.
So, okay, good. Then the other fantastic claim is that the Earth is spinning on an axis tilt.
Yeah,
I think it's
actually,
24 degrees roughly.
Riding, you have a hot mic. Riding, you have a hot mic. Riding.
I see bits in your hair, you know, if you've been playing.
Okay. We don't need to know about his bits in his hair. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. You're right. So the second.
He's gonna get her.
The
He's
second.
gonna get her number.
Yeah. Good luck with that one. Now the second claim is that the Earth is spinning on a tilt. I think it's 24 degrees. I'll be corrected on that. At 1,030 7 miles per hour at the equator. Okay. Now, before you answer this one, Einstein said that no optical experiment could be conducted to detect Earth's actual rotation. So my question to you is, do you feel that the Earth is spinning? When you look at the sky, do you think the sky is moving or the Earth is moving? Yourself.
I'd say the sky's moving.
Yeah, good. This is natural observation. That's what I think. Okay. Do you know of anyone who has measured this supposed speed of the Earth?
No.
You know? Do you know anyone?
Nope.
No. Well, there you go. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Now, this is the other fantastic claim. This is the end of the three claims. They make loads of claims, but these are the main three crux. Right. This one is that the Earth is spinning in the vacuum of space. Okay. We indeed have air pressure, but when you see the Earth as a ball in the diagrams they show us, it's a ball in space. Now, how can it be there and yet contain the air that we breathe? Because we have air pressure, and in order to have air pressure, it has to be contained. You cannot have air pressure or any kind of pressure without containment, but yet you see the Earth in a ball spinning in space, no containment, nothing. So do you know how that can be?
Nope.
Right, okay. So now you've answered all the three questions, and I heard you say even impossible. Right, it is impossible, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm glad you said that. Now you're waking up a little bit.
Well.
So, yeah, go on. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I'm waking up in terms of views, but I'm not waking up over like so fucking knackered.
Yeah. Okay, so basically you can understand where we flat earthers are coming from. We can't measure the curvature of the Earth anywhere. Experiments in my colleague's country, Roger, what I think is in the Netherlands, was it? They did a laser test.
Mm.
And they hit a target, point A to point B, at target, and there's no curvature measured there. Straight as a die, hit the target, no problem. Okay?
Yeah.
Then we have this world record from a camera, okay, the Nikon P900, 273 miles, and it observed the mountain ranges in France from 273 miles away. Now there should be at least 9 miles of curvature there. It's not there, you see. And then you have your experience when you fly in an aircraft. You can fly from LA to New Zealand 19 hours and not encounter any curvature at all. I mean, that would be impossible on a ball of 24,901 miles. I mean, from LA to New Zealand, that's almost 180 degrees. Can you see my point?
Yeah, I understand.
Right. Have you ever experienced curvature in a plane? Have you ever flown?
Yeah, I've been in a plane, but I haven't seen them.
You've never seen the curvature?
Nope, just see cloud. That's it.
No. Okay. Then the other thing, the Earth is made up of water. 71% usually lies level and flat. Yes or no? You agree or disagree with that? Water is usually level in a bath, in a cup, in a bowl, in the ocean, in a lake.
Yeah, it's usually level. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Now the Earth is 71% water. So how can it be that this 71% water can then suddenly curve all over the ball Earth, the image they give us? When water never curves, it normally lies, except for when it's flowing. It's flowing over the water. It's flowing, but when it comes to rest, it's level. So do you know how that?
No, I don't.
Okay. So what is your position with the heliocentric model as it's being taught at school, as you learned at school now that you've had a little look at it? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it just seems a bit odd.
Still believe that the Earth is a ball? Yeah.
No, it's a bit odd. Right,
It's odd, isn't it? When you... Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, if it is indeed what they say it is, then we should be able to measure this curvature without any problems at all. We should experience it, but none of us have experienced any curvature.
Yeah.
Do you believe they've gone to space, for example? Do you believe that they've gone to space and to the moon and to the Mars? Do you believe that we can do
I don't believe in the moon. There's a lot of things surrounding the moon landing which don't seem to add up.
You put it on a scale of 1 to 10, the possibility of NASA and other space agencies landing on the moon, 1 to 10, what would you say? Well, we can go. What would you say?
Like 3, 2.
3 or 2. Okay. So you do think it's possible then? Okay. At least 2 or 3 means that you think we've got. Okay.
Maybe
let me explain. I'm glad you said that. Let me give you some details dealing with the space itself. Okay. Now, according to NASA and their story, there's supposed to be some radiation belts discovered by James Van Allen back in 1958-59, I believe. Yeah, 1958. Okay. Okay. He discovered 2 radiation belts. Now, the radiation levels within those belts are to the tune of 2,500 rems. Have you ever heard of that before? Rems?
No.
No. Okay. That's the measure. That's one type of measurement they use to measure radiation. Another one is sieverts. So like 25 sieverts. Okay. Let me give you an example of what 70 rems would do to an astronaut on his or her way to the moon. Okay. 70 rems would render the astronaut, again, he has to go through 2 of these belts, right? Slightly vision impairment, diarrhea, and vomiting. Okay, that's 70 rems. Remember, they're going to have to go through 2,500 rems, according to NASA's story, as how space is around the Earth. Okay? Now, 170 rems would mean that the astronauts would lose vision loss, vomit, diarrhea, death in 60 days. That's at 170 rems. And that's not all. There is a third radiation belt, which is the closest to the Earth, supposed ball, at 247 miles from the Earth's surface, according to NASA, because they set up an atomic bomb several times in order to try and create a path through the Van Allen belts, but they failed and created a third belt, the closest one to the Earth supposedly, and that is currently 25,000 rems now. But at the time they said they went to the moon, it was at 250,000 rems.
Yeah.
There's no way they could go, could they, with those kind of environmental obstacles? Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Have I gone too fast? Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it
No,
simple.
I understand.
There's 3 belts. Thank you. So there's 3 belts they would have to go through, okay? Then there's the cosmic ray particles. These cosmic ray particles, according to NASA, are matter left over from stars that explode, supernovas. And these things are flying through space at the speed of light, which is, 616,629 miles. Okay, that's how fast these things are flying through. So they would have to have, fly through this. And the cosmic rays, it's like being rained on when you go out in the rain. The exact same simile. It's like it's raining cosmic rays. So how did they avoid all this? Then they would have landed on the moon, okay? And on the moon, the sun is spitting out 960 rems of radiation because the Apollo missions coincided with the sun's 11-year solar flare event, and between 1969 to 1993 there was 27,000 such events. So there was no way they could avoid any of this, and this is all NASA stuff. I'm not making it up. So do you think it's possible we can go?
Maybe possible in the far future, but like not in the 1960s. I had the world was that technological advanced to be able to go to the moon, and to get past all the structure you made. It would have been quite difficult. It probably didn't even happen.
Okay, well done. So there's a discrepancy in NASA's story that they landed on the moon.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And they didn't have any radiation protection at all. The spacesuits were like glorified ski linen suits, okay? And the actual lunar module, which landed on the moon, was very thin aluminium, less than 2 millimeters in thickness, less than. You could almost protect against radiation whatsoever. In fact, it helps to conduct radiation. Aluminium and radiation are good buddies. They don't rebel, they love each other, in other words. So I don't know how the astronauts would have been able to do landings. My signal's gone, is it? My wife. Oh, can you hear me? You have that technology to go to Mars now.
Yeah. I don't think it'll be safe to go to Mars. If it didn't make it to the moon, I don't think it'd be able to reach Mars.
My Wi-Fi's playing up.
You're fine.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I don't think if they were able to go to the moon, they wouldn't be able to go to Mars either, because Mars you'd have to go for the exact same.
Okay. Now another question: do you think that we can float in space? We can go up there and suddenly we're going to start floating.
I don't
believe that.
I'm not sure. I don't know anyone who's been. I haven't been ever, so can't really comment on.
Yeah. Very good. That's the answer. Yeah. Nobody knows, and I don't believe we can. No one's been up there to actually prove that that is possible. And I would say that why would you do that? Why? That would mean that people are believing the Earth is a ball, and if you believe the Earth is a ball, then you believe it's spinning, and then you believe that there's gravity or something.
Yeah.
So yeah. Right. So with that being said, and everywhere we look, we only find a leveled plane across this Earth. Whenever we fly, it's always level, except for when we take off and land. How do you feel about the Earth being flat and not being a spinning ball for yourself?
Yeah.
Where are you?
It makes more sense that it would be flat rather than a sphere, because like overall, like even talking about water, it's always still. It always like moves. Well, it doesn't curve. You know, water doesn't curve.
Right. Yeah. So that's the situation. We're not making any claims. We don't know the shape of the Earth whatsoever, because we cannot leave the Earth to look at the Earth. Okay, because if we have air pressure, okay, and it's contained, and we're saying it's level, then there has to be some kind of barrier over our heads that's keeping us in. And in order to go to these planets, we'd have to break through that barrier, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we not?
Yeah, we would. Yeah.
Right. So that's the situation we're in at the moment, yeah? We can't prove the shape of the Earth. All we're saying is that what we observe is a leveled plane. What we experience is a leveled plane. We don't experience axial rotation. We cannot find the curvature anywhere. And of course, we're not in the vacuum of space because we do have air that we're breathing. The air is being contained.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Okay. If you have any questions, then you're far away. You know?
No, I'm fine. I've got long. I think you've made you've made a good point.
Yeah.
Or points across to me. I think it's it's expanded my view.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, it took me 5 minutes to understand that it was flat.
Yeah.
And it took me only 5 minutes is to the Earth being flat, but not join the dots. Do you see that?
Yeah, I understand.
My childhood memories come back. Right, so all my experiences just came flooding back. 5 minutes, and yeah, it's just that's correct. And the fact that they didn't go to the moon really does speak volumes, because they couldn't have gone. If they had gone, then we would have a real picture. NASA tells us that they don't have a real picture of the Earth or videos of Earth real-time spinning on its axis. We don't have any of that stuff. Any images that are being generated images, photoshopped, CGI.
Yeah.
Nothing is real. I was shocked when I heard that. I was shocked when I heard that.
Yeah, I'd be shocked as well. Like you've been brought up in an education system, but it's told you so much that the world isn't a sphere, and then suddenly it's just been all proved wrong. You're like, huh?
In Australia, New Zealand, there would be upside down. Yeah, it would fall off. You know, is what we
Yeah.
asked as a child.
Yeah.
And we're told gravity. Now, as a child, when you're in the bath, when you spin the ball and you throw water on the ball, the water flies off, does it not?
Yeah, it does.
Right. And when the ball is stationary and you pour water on the ball, the water just rolls off, doesn't it? Yeah. So clearly, gravity was evoked or created to explain the spin. Yeah. Because we all know as a child, it's child's play, that water flies off a ball, water rolls off a ball. So in order for them to keep the water on the ball, they had to create this magical force known as gravity. That's what they had to do.
Yeah.
You know, the Newtonian theory of mass attracting mass, which we don't experience in nature. We never observe in nature anywhere something being attracted to something unless it's magnets. That's about all I can say. What about you? Or some static electricity, sorry. You know, those are two things that come to mind. How do you feel about that?
What, static electricity?
No, I mean, the fact that we don't see mass attraction, you know, the gravity explanation. Did you?
No, I don't have a view on it. I'm not that scientifically, like, I don't have much scientific knowledge of it.
Yeah, that's
so.
Yeah. Most people's when they pick up a pen, drops down, that's the Earth's. Then the question is then, why isn't gravity attracting that helium balloon which weighs nothing? It's pulling down me, it's pulling down you, your table, your bed, your car, your motorbike, your bicycle, your seats, your rubber, your glasses, whatever. But then the balloon just cannot be pulled down by the gravity.
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't know.
That's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, it is pretty strange.
Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. Yeah. So basically, then Sir Isaac Newton couldn't explain what gravity was. He could never explain it, and he didn't agree with the theory of the mass attracting mass. 106 years later, well, or so, the bending and warping of space-time fabric. Now, did you hear what I said? The bending and the warping of space-time fabric. I mean, those words are just crazy.
Yeah, fabric
For
of
me,
space.
anyway.
Like what?
Yeah, exactly. It's a wow one. Another, and it's never been proven. So gravity, as it's being taught to us, is a theory that's never been proven. Okay, so Newtonian gravity now has taken a back seat. It's been debunked by Einsteinian gravity, and that hasn't been proven. So, you know, I don't know how they can say Einstein's gravity explains things dropping to the floor. Silly. Just don't understand the concept. It's just way, 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 way out there. It's out of control. Pseudoscience gone crazy. Right. So these are the things that begin to eat away at the heliocentric model, which is only 476 years old when we look at it from Copernicus.
Yeah.
For Copernicus, it's only 478 years old. My mistake. 478 years old. It's not even 500 years old yet. Okay, so the heliocentric model is actually the new boy in the block or on the block. Okay, it's the heliocentric model come because before that everybody knew that the Earth was a leveled plane. Everyone in the day.
Yeah.
The only reason I say that is because there's some information about that points to that logic, if you will.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Okay. So, you know, I'm just hope I'm reaching you somehow,
Oh, yeah,
so
you
that
are.
I'm whetting your appetite to look for more. You know.
Nah, you're doing fine.
Okay, good, yeah. So yeah, that's basically how we flat earthers stand at the moment, yeah. People are always asking, well, if it's flat, where's the edge? You know, it's a good question. I mean, even though it's a joke, it's a good question. We don't know because we can't go there as such. Okay, we can go to Antarctica through organized tours, which are not cheap, or if you get a job and you work. But your destination when you arrive in Antarctica, let's say you're working, you're limited where you can go. You can't just go off. You won't be able to do that. You'd be breaking treaties and laws. Okay, if you did that, you could end up in prison. If you go on a packaged holiday over there, you're not really going to go to where you really want to go, and wherever you go, you're escorted, so you're not able to go where you like. Okay, and then let's say you wanted to be a child, you got the money, and you want to do it by yourself without announcing it to the government. You will be spotted, and you could be killed by the military and the navies that patrol this place. Okay, you could be taken out. Usually, you're marched back to your country or to the nearest land, and then you end up in court, charged, and whatever, fined, etc., etc. It's one person by the name of Jorl Vanderhooyd. I think he was a Scandinavian. He did it 3 times, and the reason why it was 3 times was because the first time he went, 2 of his friends went missing. Okay, and then he went back and found them the second time and the third time. Okay, and he was marched back each time, ordered to pay a fine, etc., etc. So we can't explore Antarctica as we would like and go and find this edge if there is one. Okay, at the moment. So there's an adventure there waiting once we can break the chain of slavery and you know, all this nonsense going on in the world we live in today. Okay.
I'm sorry. Did this guy have
another question that's often asked? Go ahead.
Did he have a specific question?
No, he didn't. He didn't. He wanted to find. I asked him a few questions. Yes, he doesn't know much, so I wanted to find out what he knew about the globe. He didn't know much about that, and he did agree that the heliocentric model does have a lot of anomalies, etc., etc. Then I gave him the flat Earth viewpoint of all that. That's all we're doing here. If you want to say something broad, go ahead. Please chime in. Beep, beep, pop, pop. Go ahead. I'm yielding the floor to you. Go ahead.
No, I just haven't heard him speak. That's what it's all.
Well, I have asked him a few questions, and he seemed satisfied with what we're saying. I asked him how he felt about the heliocentric model. Can you repeat your answer, please?
I just think there's a lot of flaws in the heliocentric model compared to if it was actually flat. Like, I believe more in the flat model than I do in that it was spherical.
So what have you looked into personally? Which comparisons have you made?
The water curvature, even the curvature of the globe, it doesn't seem to properly function if you look as our point of view. Even if you're like, I don't know much people that have actually experienced anything, even gravity, for example. Like, I've never experienced it. I don't know anyone else that's experienced it. It's just.
So if you were to explain long distance observation and long distance targeting, I mean, like, how would you do that to somebody that has no idea what's going on with this whole situation? What would you direct them to? I mean, like, how did you find the information?
I've only found it with Discord. I looked up Flat Earth in the little join server, and I've looked at the things at the bottom of the server.
Oh, so you went in this. All right, that's cool. Yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, that's good, man. Because a lot of people don't do their own research, and they just come in here, and then act like they know what the fuck they're talking about, and they don't. So
yeah.
Yeah. So fraud. The gentleman, he's a newcomer to this basically, and he admitted himself that he didn't know much about anything. So I'm just trying to give him the arguments, the anomalies, and then some of the questions that heliocentrists ask, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't catch your username. I'm sorry. Forgive me for that.
Oh,
What's your
it's just Jude.
name on this server?
Jude.
Jude. That.
Yeah.
What am I talking about? Yeah, it's Jude. Yeah, Jude. Yeah. Hey, Jude. Yeah, right. I was singing that song earlier, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Beatles. Yeah. Right. So yeah. So what you're saying to all of us here is that you're leaning towards because the anomalies in the heliocentric model don't make sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would that be right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And as Fraud asked you, if you were to explain along, I know it's all new to you, this stuff, so I mean, it's a big ask anyway. But if somebody asked you, why would you be leaning towards the flat Earth? What is it? And then you just said the curve.
Yeah, the curves are one of the main factors.
Can't be found. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that water, good. And then the fact that we can see long distances that the curvature of the Earth wouldn't allow if the Earth was indeed a ball of 24,901 miles.
Yeah.
Right, okay. That's how you'd have to explain it to people, in a way. Then there's the spin of the Earth that no one has measured or detected. So how did they do that?
Yeah, I understand, yeah. You can't really prove it, so.
Yeah. Exactly. Einstein couldn't prove it. Guess what he said afterwards, though? He said he couldn't prove it, but I know it's moving, he said.
Yeah. It's like, there's no evidence to back that claim. So.
Yeah. You just got to laugh, Albert Einstein. Yeah. So, yeah, that's it in a nutshell, really.
Yeah. That's fine. It helped me a lot.
Yeah. So hopefully I've given you some food for thought. Wake up to the realization that the Earth isn't a spinning ball.
Yeah.
Good way to wake up. It's the Earth.
That's true. Well, you've been very helpful, so happy for that.
And you open a window, in Ireland, you open the window. Hey, Paddy's. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah. So you open the window of your house to the neighbourhood. Hey, Paddy's. Oi, it's a flat Earth. Can you believe it's flat? You know. Yeah. Whereabouts in Ireland are you? North, south,
North.
east, west? North. Okay. Are you in? Sorry, Belfast.
Nah, northwest, so Derry way.
Okay, northwest. Okay, so you're not in actually. You're not in Northern Ireland, but you're in Ireland. Yeah.
No. I'm in the
Beautiful
north.
country.
Just right beside the border, like 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. Whilst I was growing up, it was disturbing to see the Irish fighting amongst themselves. To the point where they're blowing themselves up and attacking
Yeah.
children and that. Okay. But whenever I met Irishmen in the pubs, okay, I always used to say to them, you know what? You're letting yourselves down because at the end of the day, you don't have the right to do what you do. God is your judge, not you. So if you have a viewpoint of your religion and you have another one, let that be so. Let it flourish. Get on with your lives. When you pass on, that's when you're going to know who's right or wrong at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But to display this kind of violence, I can understand Ireland fighting Northern Ireland because the evil doer in this is England taking occupying. Yeah, that's
Let
terrible.
yourself go. Slow and low, that is the tempo.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. So that's all. I've got lots of Irish friends, and they always call me a realist. I said, yeah, that's the only way to be. Okay, lots of Irish friends.
Yep.
Did karate and boxing with the Irish as well in my karate school. So yeah, man, I met a lot of Irish people. I've got Irish friends, like I said, So I never did go to Ireland. I wanted to go. I never got there. I wanted to go to the Isle of Man as well because I'm a motorbiker. Okay, so the Isle of Man TT was right. I love the Isle of Man TT, right? But not able to go. But I met a lot of Irish in England. I lived in an Irish community actually, where a lot of Irish people lived. So that was quite easy to communicate with them and get on and share each other's culture and life. So I had a good time with the Irish.
There's a good race in Northern Ireland. It's the Northwest 400, I think it is. It's sent to quite good.
Yeah. I think I was 13 or 14. Okay, I was in the Army Cadets with my brother. On this particular day, my brother couldn't go. So I went on my own. Okay, he's younger than me, so I went, and I couldn't get the bus that would take me almost directly to the headquarters. So I had to get off at Trafalgar Square and then march my way down to Regency Street, where the cadet headquarters was. And nearing the headquarters, there was an Irishman sitting on the steps. He had his bottle of VP, okay, drinking. And he said, yeah, good on you, sonny. The Irish will love you, the Scots will love you, but the English will hate you. Right? And I was 14. When he said that, I said, thanks. I didn't quite understood what he meant until a few years later on. And ever since, I've never forgot what he said. And he was right. He was right in what he said, though, because I had a lot of fights with the English. I had a lot. But I never had a fight with the Scots or the Irish, ever. Or the Welsh, for that matter.
So it's mostly for the Irish. It depends. Like we mostly look at the person rather than like what their nationality or anything is. Like we're more focused on like how they are. If they treat us good, we'll treat them good.
Well, that's right. That's right. Yeah. So I was in the London Scottish Regiment, right? And then we had the London Irish, not too far from us in Victoria. So yeah, man, I got on. I couldn't believe when he said that, because I was in my uniform, Scottish uniform. So he recognised the Scottish uniform, didn't he? He said, yeah, good on you, sonny. The Scots will love you, the Irish will love you, but the English will hate you. And and I thought, there's something in what he said. Not intellectually clever at the time, so I'm trying to work it out. Black boy in London. And I said, and then as the years went by, I never forgot what he said. I never forgot his face. Funny how things can have a lasting impression on you, yeah?
Yeah.
And that was an Irishman that said that. Okay. I'm 59 now. I was 13, 14 at the time.
That's so.
Yeah.
You've learned a lot from your younger days.
That's correct. Yeah, because I want to live real. Ginny's a realist. The Irish are calling me a realist. The Scottish are calling me that. I'm a flat earther today. So obviously, I wanted to be real all the time because I realized that we are all special. All of us are special. There were lots of distraction. I was distracted slightly. I didn't go headlong into it, and that's why. So, I've learned a lot from my, but it's all from other people's interaction with me. Yeah. I am who I am because of the experiences I've gained from the people I came into contact with. Yeah. That's why.
Yeah, I understand.
And then of course my own desire to do my best, strive for perfection, and that's what I try to do. Even though the system devalues us on a daily basis, it's lying about the Earth. It's lying about going to the moon, to Mars. Yeah, it's creating wars that we actually die in. Yeah, we pay the tax for that war, and we're the ones who die in that war. But when you look at it on an overview, no one wants to fight. Everybody just wants to live. Yeah? This is what we're learning. Right. So this is the messages that we want to pass on to the younger generation that are coming up. And they know, the powers that shouldn't be know that the flat earth is a formidable force. They know this. They know it because the secret is now out. It's like a tire that's got a puncture. It's a slow one, but we're trying to rip it out. Get the truth out there. Want to flat this, a crash vehicle, man. If you get what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I understand completely.
Yeah. It's costing a lot of money that children not yet born are going to be paying off if we don't do something about it. Okay. In NASA, for example, currently receiving round about $61 million a day now. They just had a rise in their space budget because they're going to be putting a James Webb telescope, I think in September, October. Another telescope is supposed to be going up there. Okay, they're not going up there. There's nothing up there. There are no telescopes up there looking at the Earth. The Hubble's not up there. We've had somebody who's supposed to be looking after the Hubble telescope has never set eyes in it. 25 years he's been working there. He's never seen the thing in space. 25 years, and that rings volumes. Okay, and they're sending another one up. So their budget this year has gone up from, it was 22 billion. Now it's $23.5 billion that NASA has received for this year's space budget allowance. Can you see that kind of money?
Yeah.
And they're not doing anything.
Yeah, I can understand. It could have put somewhere else, like welfare or something like that, but not the space agency.
Yeah. But have you noticed how almost just entering third world countries like India and places like this, or China, now putting satellites up, they're going to Mars. Saudi Arabia is over there now, over in Mars. Israel tried to put one on the moon. I mean, come on. It's become a joke now. Everyone's seen the writing on the wall. It's easy money.
Oh my God. Oh, picture me too. Oh my God.
Yeah. It's crazy now. So you can see why this is important. One, from a human being aspect, this earth was created for us. We want to make sure we know what it is before we die. When you know what it is, you know how to treat it, you know how to value it. Yeah? And that's important to pass on to the next generation. So we're the ones that are going to be teaching the youngsters to reconnect with the earth that was created for us to live on. That's something. And then the other thing is all this money that's being wasted that we're paying for. I don't want to pay. I don't pay for a lie.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm just trying to give you an overview of, some of us flat earthers and how we feel about what's really going on.
I can do that, Michael. You're named after me.
Yeah. Battle mods.
I think
Oh
you're
my
you're
god.
hot micing better.
Sorry. Sorry,
Yeah.
I heard
Mhm.
you. I'm talking to my nephew. Uncle Mike, can you
Yeah.
hook me up?
I can hear it.
Is yeah, he wants to borrow some money. But he's named after me.
Yeah, his name is Michael. I heard you say that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, yeah, Michael, I can do that. You're named after me. $50. I think I can. The kid's roofing. He runs his own roofing company. I just
Oh,
he
right.
spent. I got him some equipment he needed, some scaffolding, a new tar kettle. He does flat roast. He got a big roof, so he wanted all the money off the profit from the big roof. And I tried to tell him, hey, just pay me when you do the big roof. I mean, the kid. This is why I trust him. He pays me back right here and now, and I tell him he
Yeah,
can owe
great.
me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I
good.
really don't
That's
give.
good respect.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if the kid pays me back, Jen. To be honest, he could keep it.
Yeah, of
But
course. I understand that.
but
But the fact that he shows the willingness to do that, yeah, that's respect. That's a good
yeah, that's just it. He's not just named after me. Like, fuck that. I'm gonna make it on my own. You'll get your money back.
Yeah, his integrity is intact, which is the thing that is missing
Yeah,
a lot these days. Integrity. It's just not out
I
there.
know.
Yeah.
It's impeccable. I'm gonna give that kid
Yeah.
that money back for his birthday because I wanted to pay for the hot tar kettle. He can pay for the scaffolding. I'm cool with that. But I wanted to pay for the kettle. That I wanted to buy him that for his birthday. But he's like, no, Uncle Mike, I'm doing this because I'm the one that told him, you know, you roofed for other people for 10 years. You can do flat roofs and your own roofs. You just start your own damn business. He said, I ain't
Yeah.
got a
Well done.
truck, Uncle Mike. I ain't got a trailer. I'm like, I got all that shit. If you start your own business, I got bonds full of shit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you must have really got him excited then by that. That's great news. You know, if you've got the equipment that he can take
Well,
from you to get him just to start. Yeah.
yeah, like I told the kid, listen, I don't care who you are. I come from a family where knowledge is valuable. You don't work for other people, you work for yourself. You can make a living your entire life off one skill. Off two or three, you can be rich. So, and
Yeah.
roofing and hot tar roofs, you know, the kid's not that old. When you can do a $50,000 hot tar flat roof, they're really not that expensive to roof. There's
Yeah.
a lot of profit on it, you know. And
Yeah. That's right.
I got planers. I got an asphalt company. I got power brooms. You got to power broom the pebble rock, pea stone off a flat roof. They put stone on them after they shingle them, tar them, roll off, roof them. You know, I just say, hey, you should just be working for yourself because it's really not that much equipment to do that shit. You got a
Yeah.
nice dually wheeler. You got a nice dually wheeler truck. Uh, a nice fucking trailer. The equipment ain't shit to collect. You leave it on your rig, you know. Put it on the trailer. Put it in the truck. I give him the truck trailer. I'm gave. I'm giving him everything that he needed to start up because that was the
Yeah, you've
deal.
given him a good start. That's what I mean. He must have been
Yeah,
very
I said,
excited.
look, boy, if you're willing to take a chance to work for yourself, Uncle Mike prefers that. It's the family thing. And I'm willing to support you. I get you every damn thing you need. So I got all the minor stuff plus the truck and trailer. And then he wanted to up it. I need a better kettle, which he does. I gave him a small kettle. You know, he needs a better kettle and needed scaffolding. So I bought the shit, but he wants to pay for it. I was listen. Yeah, the kid did 5 house roofs. He made money off that. And then he got a factory roof. And I got a roof for him from my buddy that's a warehouse roof. So now he's pretty much in, bro. You know,
Yeah.
after this,
You know the scaffoldings that you got. Were they used ones or were they brand new?
we got used ones, and we went through you gotta maintain them. So
Yeah.
to buy new ones is kind of pointless. Just buy old set, maintain them, so you know how to maintain the shit.
That's it.
Because you get
Yeah,
new ones,
exactly.
eventually you're gonna know this is what breaks. You stress the welds. Yeah. So I don't know. I think the truck I gave him's from the '80s. His ass is gonna learn to maintain that too. Diesel dually wheeler. Dude, a decent work truck, you don't have to replace that shit if you know how to maintain it. I got dually I got work trucks from the '70s, running multi-million-dollar asphalt company. It's that simple.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some companies, their owners aren't willing to work, so they just buy brand new equipment and pay a repairman. Well, so I did lean manufacturing where you take certain things and you say, well, this is where I spend most of my money. I spent most of my money repairing heavy equipment, dump trucks, and fleet trucks. So I started a repair service that does fleet trucks, heavy equipment, and work trucks, dump trucks. We got diesel mechanic, heavy equipment repair mechanics. I'm the head mechanic. Some of them aren't certified. They just work under me, under my license. But I know they have the experience. But so I got my own maintenance company. Why buy a new truck for 30,000 when you can take a used truck and rebuild it for 8 to 12,000? You know.
I repaired once an American Second World War forklift truck. Okay, and it was at this campsite that I took my family to. Right, it's in Fukushima, right, Lake Inawashiro Lake. Okay, really nice place. Okay, so my wife was coming the next day, so I took me and 2 boys, and my wife was going to bring the youngest one and the baby later on the next day because she had to work. Okay, anyway, so we arrive at the camp. I was the first one there because I leave middle of the night, so I'm going to be the first in the queue to get in and get the best spot that I want to get, the spot that I want. Not necessarily the best spot, but the spot that I want to be at in this place. So got it, nice, set up. And then the owner of the camp came up to me because they used the forklift truck to drag on the jet skis, because they come on the trailer, but sometimes the 4-wheel drive vehicles and the SUVs get stuck. So they're using the forklift truck to hook onto the trailer and bring the jet skis on. Now the thing was broken down. The funny thing is, I was looking at it for a few hours thinking the Japanese, they don't have to make some funny looking vehicles. Cool, I wonder how old this thing is. And then the owner comes up to me and asks me can you repair this thing? I said, what do you mean, repair? What's wrong with it? It doesn't seem to idle, he said. It runs and it cuts out. It runs and it cuts out. I said, did you not take it? Why didn't you take it to the mechanics? I don't know anything about that. I mean, it looked so strange. I didn't want to touch it. You know what I mean? And he said, yeah, we did. We took it to the mechanic, but the problem's come back. I said, okay. So I took my tools out of the car, walked over to this thing, and I said, okay, start it up. Brum, 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 brum. He started it up. And then I noticed that the pedal, the accelerator pedal, was bloody loose. And then I followed the cable to where it connects to the, the accelerator cable connects to the carburetor. It was all loose. That was the problem. Nothing was adjusted properly. So I tightened up all the nuts and everything, got it idling, okay, revved it up, locked all the locking nuts. I said, you have to watch this, these two areas, because the vibration from the machine is vibrating the nuts loose, okay? That's what it was. That's all it was. And then I got a free camp. No charge, free of charge, man. And my dog had free run of everything, going around, no lead the lot. Okay, and I surprised myself. I didn't realise I could do that sort of thing. I could fix bikes, but something, and it turned out to be an American forklift truck from the Second World War. I thought, wow, man, amazing, But there you go. Funny story, but yeah. So I know what it's like when you repair things and that. And the feeling you get,
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
one thing I like about building a project. When it's done, the satisfaction. And,
Yeah.
well, in the sense of pride too. Like,
My
yeah, I
children were
did
so
that.
proud of their dad. Yeah, the kids. My kids were proud. They go, Daddy, did you fix that? Daddy, yeah. So Daddy fixed that truck. Look. I said, yeah, I can't believe it, man. I said, I can't believe it myself. It was that easy.
Yeah, I like that.
Because, yeah.
My
I said, I
daughter,
couldn't
when
believe
she
it.
first started to grow up, and she really looked around and she's like, man, my dad built most of these. She knows which cars. Like, some of them I just send through. Like, if I get a nice classic that just needs repaired, I'll just send it to the maintenance shop and let my best mechanic work on it. But if I build them, I build them. And she knows which ones I build. We go to car shows together now, so I make signs for them that tell all the modifications or whether or not it's true stock. And she likes to read the signs. She likes to be able to say 293 cubic inch V8, 325 horse,
Yeah. Of course. She wants to
1100
use the language.
CMF carburetor. Yeah, she loves it. I'll sit down with car guys on the weekend. We're getting ready to build a project. We're talking cars, and I feed everybody breakfast. They know what time I'm cooking breakfast. I got kids. I'm cooking. All they do is show up early. They wake. They come in early. They know the dog. They know the door's unlocked because I got pit bulls and guns. I don't lock my door, but they'll come in and make the pot of coffee. Start cracking eggs like my brother, and she loves it. She can sit there and participate in the conversation, especially with the motorcycles. So she's really good with them. She races miniature sprint cars, and they host two-cycle 125cc Honda motors and 250cc. So she knows her stuff. We built the frame, we fabricated the chassis, we built the motor, and I make her help repair everything. And I mean, the kid,
Everything customized for her.
Yeah, she could have a conversation with me and you, bro, because she knows how to maintain her own motorcycle, build her carburetors, or just clean them. Clean the needle seats. This kid knows how to get a jet kit, put a big body valve carburetor, and then jet it to properly work with the motor and tune. She learns.
Wow. That is
She,
something.
I mean, you know how it is. You learn one thing at a time, and then you perfect your ability to do that.
Yes, exactly. Because you're homing for perfection, of course. I mean, I've got a funny story to tell you. It was when you finished. Go on.
Oh, go ahead.
yeah.
I'm
Sorry.
just
Yeah, sorry.
like
Yeah,
she wants
I
to
was
be
reading
like dad. I'm sure your kids are the same way. They all want to be
exactly.
like
Yeah.
they want to be like us, you know.
Well, of course, she's got the engine oil bug and the spanners and that, and it's an exciting world. It really is an exciting world. And the fact that your daughter is interested, what I mean, that speaks volumes, doesn't it? She's going to be one of those women that doesn't take any crap from men, you know? That's where she's heading. She's heading that way, which is a good thing in this horrible world that we are living in where they treat women badly
Oh yeah,
at times.
I gotta worry.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I gotta worry about her and her sister. I don't have
Yeah.
to worry about them getting beat up. I gotta worry about their boyfriend calling me up. Their husband,
Yeah.
Mike, she's in jail. She beat me up again. I'm tired of her beating me, Mike. Why'd you teach her that martial arts?
That would be funny. That.
I've
Yeah,
already had
the
that.
story I was going to tell you basically.
I've already had that conversation with my oldest. Go ahead, I'll mute.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was dealing with carburetors. I was riding a Suzuki DR. Okay. Now the bike was. I maintain everything I had. Okay. This particular Suzuki, they actually copied the Honda Dominator 650. It's a spitting image. Okay, but it's a Suzuki. Okay, so I'm riding it. I'm riding the. I owned the Dominator, so I'm now on a 350 Suzuki, and the bike was running well due to my maintenance. Okay, it was running well, but one day it developed a leak from the carburetor. It's coming out from the overflow pipe that's under the bowl. When the engine's running, it's not leaking. When the engine stops, it's leaking. I turn the fuel tap off, it's not leaking. What the hell's going on here? I tap the side of the carburetor. It's still leaking. Oh shit! I've got to make some deliveries. So I switched the tap off, kick started the bike, did all the deliveries, and I'm outside this man's house. Okay, right, and I'm trying to work out what the problem is. I don't want to get my hands dirty. I don't want to get the spanners out. I'm being a bit lazy. Oh, wow, man, what's going on here? Let me tap the carburetor again. Okay, I'm going to have to get my tools out. All right. Got on the radio. It's in here. I'm not coming in. I've got to fix the carburetor on the bike. I'll call you when I'm ready. So I put the radio down. I now got my spanners out, right? And then this guy came out, the guy who owned the house opposite. He goes, "You got a problem, mate?" I goes, "Yeah, it's leaking. The carburetor's leaking. I don't know why. It's a job, you know what I mean?" He goes, "Yeah, because I switched the tap on, it's leaking. I switch it off, start the engine, it's not leaking because obviously the fuel is running. It's running through the carb, so it's not leaking. But as soon as you cut the engine, it starts leaking." So I stripped it down, okay, just took off the bolt to find a little bit of cruddy dirt on the bloody needle. The needle was rubber as well. I thought that's what it was. I showed him. I goes, "That's the problem, that's what it was." So I took the bowl off, cleaned out the jets, put it all back in. So I gave the carburetor just a little service, put the whole thing, I reassembled it, started it, and it stopped. I thought, look at that, all for the one of a horseshoe nail. I almost lost my job. There you go, you know. Funny, isn't it, you know? A little bit of dirt on the needle and the float didn't seat right and it was just leaking fuel. But, you know,
Yeah, I'm with you. The needle seat. Yeah, the needle seat just didn't seat right. It didn't
That's right.
seat all the way. Yeah, those
that's why.
carburetors are funny. Like the smallest amount of gum, can make them do that.
Yeah.
So it was just flooding.
Yeah, really annoying. I actually tapped the side, the bodywork of the carburetor. Maybe something's got lodged in there. I thought, let me just, tap it. Sometimes that works, doesn't it? Yeah, just tapping the carburetor body, but no, it wasn't having it. I had to take it all out, have a look in there. Amazing how clean it is inside. You know, the inside of the carburetor and the outside of the carburetor on a bike, it's a different world, isn't it? Absolutely immaculate inside, but the outside, wow, man, looks older than, yeah, just bloody amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, trials and tribulations, mate.
I love
Another
my
time, One more
I
story.
love
This
my
will be the last
I,
one.
I love my bike too, bro.
Yeah.
I'll beat
This
him up.
will be a last story, okay? This will be a
Go
last
ahead.
story. I was riding through a place called Kingston in Surrey, a very famous place because it's known as a royal borough. Okay, so you've got Richmond, Twickenham, and Kingston. These are royal boroughs, reindeer country, lovely cottage houses, beautiful place, right? And what happened was that England was experiencing a heavy rain downpour for several days, non-stop, like the heavens have opened up. And I'm riding my bike, and I had to make a delivery in Kingston. So, and I was riding a Honda XL 250, okay? And I had to ride through the floods, and you're talking water up to your bum, okay? I'm riding my bike through water that was up to me bum, yeah? So I got to the delivery point, and then the engine wouldn't start. Bloody hell, the Honda wouldn't start up, kicking. So obviously it's got waterlogged, hasn't it? Definitely got waterlogged. So I pushed it up a hill, so I was out of the water. That's what I did there. So I was out of the water because it was kind of like an underpass under a bridge. So I pushed it under there, got it up, and then took out the air filter, squeezed the water, emptied the carburetor from the bowl so that the petrol would drain out a little bit, shut that off. And then I spent like 15 to 20 minutes trying to dry the air filter. Then I put it back in, couple of kicks, it started, and I was on my way. Yeah, man. Riding in the floods, you know? The air filter got waterlogged. The engine wouldn't start. Yeah,
Oh,
what a life. What a life. You know? But you do these things on the road, you know?
Like damp and vapor a lot.
Yeah. I had a friend who had a similar problem. His air filter was swimming in water. The whole box was full of water, okay? And he couldn't start his Honda before. He called me at home. It was in the afternoon, you know, weekend. So I rode my bike down there and fixed it. I gave the bike a complete full service. New spark plugs, a brand new air filter, put that in, cleaned out the water from the airbox, dried it out, then put the air filter in, changed the engine oil, adjust the chain, looked at the brakes, and then the bike started, it was running. I said, there you go, all right. That's all you had to do, you know what I mean? And don't park your bike under this bridge because it's just going to get water. Also, there was a hole in the airbox where the rear tyre is right by the airbox, massive hole. So the water's just going in there. So we put a bit of plastic and taped it down. But I said, you might want to get a new airbox housing because that's no good, okay? It's just temporary. The water was just going in. No wonder it wasn't running. Big, massive hole in the airbox, you know? Right where the rear tyre flows, just throwing the water into the airbox, into the hole, and it was just drowning. But such is the life of the motorcyclist. Yeah. Keeping people on the road. It's all good. Riding a bike with a flat tyre. Big puncher, CBR 1000. Massive puncher. Goes, yeah, I know. Everyone's going, beep, 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 you got a flat tyre. I goes, I bloody well know, yeah? Thank you. Fucking hell. Beep, beep, you got a flat. I know. They want you to stop and not ride. They want you to park up and just wait, wait for the RAC or the AA, motor, what do you call them? Motor organisations, I never was a member. So I just rode it flat to the nearest bike shop and got it repaired. That's what I do. I don't stop. Come on, man. You got a flat tyre, mate. I know. Why do you think I'm riding this slow, you cunt? Usually you wouldn't see me to say that, usually. You'd be eating the smoke. Quiet. Thank you. Got a flat tire. So, Jude, are you still there? Jude from Ireland? Probably gone. Probably gone back to sleep. Or maybe it's me breaking down again. Yeah, he's gone. I don't know. Okay. Hopefully Jude will be back with some more questions.
Howdy.
Where is the music?
Where is the conversation?
Check, check.
Yippers.
Much obliged.
Bunch of men sitting around enjoying the silence together. Ain't that funny?
I guess it's better than sitting around listening to the chaos commence.
Or nagging. Oh my god. Heck, they were getting into teaching me about carbs. They were getting to the good parts.
We see for too far for there to be one. Something you can check yourself.
Yo, what's up? Hello, hello.
Howdy.
How's it going, man?
Beautiful day.
Oh, it sure is.
Good morning.
Hello. We have Dreshka? I don't know how to
Yes, hi,
pronounce his
hi.
name. Well, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm good, I'm good. How are you?
I'm awesome. Yeah, it's an awesome day. Sunny, so it's great. So what brought you here? Oh, how do I pronounce your name, Dreshka?
Dreke.
Dreke. Oh, you're a Dutchie.
Ja,
Welcome. Welkom, jongen.
dankjewel.
Okay. So, yeah, what brought you here, Dreke?
Well, yesterday I was just YouTubing a little bit
Okay.
about the subject, and right now I'm convincing a friend, and he wants to come over here to debate. So yeah.
Okay. So, what do you think about the topic?
Well, I'm becoming quite convinced that you guys are right.
Okay.
So yeah, that's where I am right now.
Okay,
Because
well,
of the video of the sun in the middle of the clouds was a very convincing one for me.
Yeah. The thing is, looking at a picture of the sun doesn't prove the shape of the earth, right? So I would refrain from those kinds of observations. I mean, yeah, doesn't say anything. The most important part of the earth being flat is that it measures flat. Have you seen the 41-kilometer laser test over the IJsselmeer?
No, if you could send it to me, that would be amazing.
Yeah, sure. I've just posted it in the live stream. So this
Uh,
was a laser test done on different days, different lakes.
how,
Um,
how do I view it actually? Where is the live stream, and then
uh,
where? Oh, over here. Yes.
yeah, so I tagged you. So it would be measurement 7, right? From Enkhuizen to the other side of the IJsselmeer.
Okay.
41 kilometers. Laser was at 3 meters high. The target was at 3 meters high. And it hit the target, man. There's no curvature.
Okay. Wait. I'm reacting to this friend of mine.
Okay, of course. Yeah, and the most beautiful part of it all is that you can test it yourself, right? I mean, don't trust us, don't believe us. We're giving you the tools to do it yourself. I've done this. I went to Zeeland and I saw the windmill park that they built at Zeeland, right?
Yeah.
I saw the windmills, I saw the transformer house, so that would be approximately 39 kilometers away. And a few months later, I saw at Berghaamstede a red oil tanker at 24 kilometers away.
Okay.
So it's pretty
So
easy
did
to
you
do.
just buy some kind of binoculars or?
Yeah, I had binoculars with me. Yeah, so I didn't record it. If you want to really want to throw some cash at it, you can buy a P900 or a P1000. There are some few. I saw one for 800 euros on Marktplaats. It was a very nice one, but yeah, it's a lot of money.
Okay.
So you are do you know the Black Swan? Have you heard of the Black Swan argument?
I've heard the black swan drop a couple of times, but I do not know what it is.
Okay, so I've posted it in the live stream again. So you're looking at 2 oil rigs, right? And this is a still shot from a video. Let me post it, the video, because that would. 1 second. I need to find it. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So this is the video that comes. So basically, in the video, you see the guy on the beach panning around with his camera. Then he drops down on his belly, and he zooms in on these 2 oil rigs, right? So
Yes.
they tell us that the Earth has a radius of 6,371 kilometers. So these are set dimensions, right? So
Yes.
when you imagine when you're on a basketball and you're an ant and you have a buddy ant that is walking away from you. So at one point you wouldn't see your buddy anymore, your buddy friend ant, because the basketball would be in your way, right? So you can't look through the basketball. This basketball would get in between you and your mate because it
Yes.
is curving away from you. Okay, so this would be the same in the globe model, right? So in the globe model, the horizon would be the leading edge of a sphere, right? Would be the point, the physical location where stuff would get blocked by. So boats and buildings would get blocked by this line that's called the horizon in the globe model. Yet when we go out and test it, and this is a prime example of it, you see the horizon. Yeah, usually I ask, where is the horizon in this picture? Can you tell me where it is?
In this picture,
Mhm.
well, it's like at the bottom of the oil thingies, right?
So let me rephrase it. So is it in front of the oil rigs? Is it in between the oil rigs, or is it beyond the second oil rig? Is it behind the second oil rig?
Well, it seems to be behind.
Right.
Right.
Behind the second oil rig. So therefore, the Earth cannot be a ball, because if the Earth has a radius of 6,371 kilometers, then every distance to the horizon cannot be more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. And you have to recalculate that in meters and centimeters and kilometers, but basically that would be approximately 2 kilometers at 30 centimeters, right? So at 30 centimeters high above the water, the horizon cannot be further than 2 kilometers away. Yet we are seeing it at approximately 15 kilometers away, right? So these oil rigs are at 9.4 miles away times 1.6 would be approximately approximately 15 kilometers. So this horizon, this image proves that the horizon is not a physical location, but an apparent location. Thus, the physicality of the ball, the radius, cannot be measured by looking at the horizon and measuring the radius that way.
Yes.
So this debunks the radius, because it cannot be further than 2 kilometers at 30 centimeters, 30 centimeters high.
Yeah. So wait, I want to bring my friend in.
Of course, yeah, bring him in. I don't know who is your friend.
Well, I don't know if he wants me to say his name, but
Well, is he? Well, is
I don't
account,
know.
right?
Yeah,
If
his
he,
account should be somewhere over here, he says.
okay. Well, then let him join the live stream, man. Can I mute him?
Are we still looking for the curve?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Is he in the VC check-in?
Well, he says he's somewhere in this in the Discord, but
Okay, yeah. Is
I
his
don't
name
even know what
Gus
his
or Synapse?
I have no clue what his name is on Discord actually.
Okay.
I just invited him on Telegram, but
Okay.
Just in, defense technology saves lives.
Oh, his name is Dark Ziomax. Oh, he's in Livestream too.
Well, maybe he should go on Livestream 1.
Yeah, I'm telling him.
Oh yeah. Well, maybe I can move him.
Well, if you, yeah.
Yeah, I just did. So I'm gonna unmute Dark. I'm so bad at this. Oh, he jumped out. I don't know what's happening.
He's afraid.
Oh, no. Well, it's all right, right?
They're always afraid. They know they don't have a leg to stand on.
He's telling me that I've completely lost my mind for taking this seriously.
Okay, so this is called gaslighting, right? When people say this, right, then they are gaslighting or projecting their own feelings onto you. So they're saying you're out of your mind, and therefore it cannot be true. There he is. So, Dark. How do I pronounce your name?
Dark Ziomax.
Ziomax. Welcome, Dark Ziomax. What's up? You've been unmuted. You have control of your mic.
And you have proof of the curve of the Earth.
Tell us how we lost our minds.
And that's that.
Yeah.
Anyway, if Dark Ziomax has any measurements, direct measurements.
You need a tag?
No, he can just talk. I've unmuted him. I can unmute him again, but he should be able to talk. Dark Ziomax? Yeah, there you are. What's up, man?
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, finally. No, I was fucking around with my settings, so I just joined. So yeah, I'm having a discussion with Andre. And you guys are convinced.
So Dark Ziomax.
Drake.
Chill. Let us
slow down.
First of all, welcome, right?
Thank you very much.
Welcome. You're also a Dutchie. That's
Yes.
great. So you've got this server through Drake. That's awesome. And have you ever talked to a flat earther before?
No.
Okay. So when I say flat earth to you, what is the first thing that comes into your mind?
That you literally mean the Earth is flat. And I don't mean that condescending, just
No,
as the name implies.
Okay, but I was merely talking about visualization, right? Because usually when people hear the word flat earth, they see a flat disk in space. Is that what you think we believe?
Yes.
No, that's incorrect. So let me help you, Dark Ziomax. So
You can call me Jason.
Jason also.
Yeah.
Okay, Jason.
It's easier.
So have you heard about the Flat Earth Society?
Apart from some memes, not particularly. No.
Okay, so the Flat Earth Society is a controlled opposition. It's a hollow organization put in place to spread misinformation about the truth, right? About the flat Earth.
I can believe that. Yeah.
Okay, so they will tell you that we are a flat disk flying upwards in space, causing gravity. They will tell you that Australia doesn't exist. They will tell you that you can fall off an edge, and they will tweet stuff like, "We have members all around the globe," right? So, which is completely and utterly ridiculous. Okay. The next thing, what is pretty weird, right? So when people want to go do some research on Google, they go on Google and they type in flat Earth, and one of the first hits will be the Flat Earth Society, and people will go into their forums and then read about what they claim, right? That Australia doesn't exist, and the tweet about members all around the globe, and laugh, right? Because this is what they want. They want you to think it's batshit crazy. They want you to think flat earthers are stupid and science deniers. This is what they. Okay, but I want
if I may
to
interrupt you, I can definitely believe that. Like, there's a lot of false flags, controlled oppositions. I'm completely familiar with all those things.
So this
but
is
what's
this is
the
the
kind
thing,
of
right? This
Yeah.
okay. So let me finish it up, and then I'm going to.
Sure.
So even Obama mentioned the Flat Earth Society twice in his speeches. So they want you to think the same as the globe. So they put a story in your mind about the globe, that you're living on a spinning water ball. And then they put a story in your head that flat earthers think we are a flying disc in space, which is not true, right? We don't think that we are a flying disc in space. We don't even claim a shape, right? A shape, flat, is a description of the surface, right? So to sum it up, right? The Earth measures flat, right? So when we go out and measure the surface of the Earth, it measures flat. When we do long distance observations over large bodies of water, like the IJsselmeer, right? The IJsselmeer. So they've done a laser test over the IJsselmeer, 41 kilometers. They had a high-powered laser 3 meters above the water. They shot the laser parallel to the water, right? And and the target at the other side of the water was also 3 meters above the water, and it also hit the target. So
Sorry,
somebody is.
Yeah, can you mute him?
No, I don't know who is this. Okay, so if you scroll a bit up, one second, I didn't verify you. One second, ma'am, so you can have access to this to the stream. 1 second.
Sure.
Give me. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna tag you.
No, he needs to go to live stream voice text.
Yeah. So I've
above
tagged
the.
you. Dark.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Okay. So I've tagged you. I've tagged you with the PDF of the laser test, right? And I've explained to Drake what this image. So I just want to explain it to you, and then you can ask everything you want, right? So
I have it in front of me. Yes.
Okay. So
Lake Balaton Hungary measurements.
Yeah. So
Right?
that would
Yeah,
be measurement 7, but you can look at it in your own time, right? Because this is a very thorough test. What they did, they documented everything, temperature, weather. They even calculated with refraction. So this is something you can research for your own. But I wanted to talk to you about the image I tagged you in the second tag, right, with the 2 oil rigs. Do you see them? It's a bit below the.
I see it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So they tell us, right? They claim that the Earth is a ball with a radius of 6,371 kilometers. Okay.
Okay.
So imagine you are on a basketball as an ant, right? And you have a friend, which also is also an ant, and he's walking away from you. At a certain point, you cannot see your friend anymore because he's walking away and he's following the curvature of the ball, and the physical ball curvature would get between you and your friend.
Yeah.
You follow me?
Okay. Yeah, I'm following you.
Awesome stuff. So this would be the same on the globe Earth, right? So the Earth, they claim, is 6,371 kilometers. So with this radius, we can calculate where the horizon should be at 30 centimeters high. So when you're at 30 centimeters high, the horizon cannot be further than approximately 2 kilometers, right? So everything beyond that point should be getting blocked by physical Earth curvature, by water, right?
Yeah.
So if you look at the picture, it's a still shot from a video. It's from a guy that's on a beach, panning around with his camera. He gets down on his belly and he zooms in on these 2 oil rigs. So can you tell me where's the horizon in these 2 in this picture with the 2 oil rigs?
I would say the horizontal line behind the 2 platforms.
Awesome stuff. Correct. Yes, the horizon is beyond the second oil rig, which is impossible on a globe with the radius of 6,371 kilometers. Right? This debunks the radius. It cannot be further than 2 kilometers, yet we see it at 15 kilometers away. Right? That is almost 10 times further, right? So it's which makes the radius of the Earth, if you want to calculate this, almost from here to the moon, right? that big of a ball would it be if this was the radius? But it's not. So think about it, right? And the best part of it is all, but the best part is, and then I'm gonna let you go. The best part of this all, right? Don't trust me, don't trust us, don't trust anybody here. You can validate this for yourself. You can measure the Earth with your own tools, right? We can give you the tools. You can go to the IJsselmeer or to the beach, right? Because we have a massive coastline. You can do this yourself, right? You can validate that the Earth is not curving. There you go.
Okay. I have a couple of questions for you, but I'm just more curious in how you reconcile this with maybe other things. So let's say the Earth is a flat surface in that way. Why is it that almost every other planet, star, etc., is a globe sphere, but our Earth happens to be the one that's completely flat?
Let me show you, because looking at stuff doesn't when you look at stuff, you can't determine the shape of it, right? So I've just posted a meme with 4.
Wait, why not? Why couldn't you determine the shape of the thing?
Because you're looking through one eyepiece, usually through a telescope, which doesn't include depth, right? And just by looking at it, you cannot determine the shape of it, right?
Well, you
just
can,
like
actually.
The moon. No, of course
No.
not.
No,
Of course
wait,
not.
okay,
Just like the moon, right? Just like the moon, we only see one face of it. You will never know what shape it is because you haven't been there to test it. You haven't walked around it to validate it, right? Empirically test it. Just by looking at it does not validate its shape.
Yeah, but that's like saying, like, I cannot determine the shape of a bone by looking at an X-ray. If I look at an X-ray, I can know exactly what shape it is based on how much light actually
you only
passes
see
through
a
it.
2D. You see a 2D image on a picture, right?
A 2D
you don't
rendering of a 3D object.
No, no, you're looking at a picture, a 2D picture, right? That does not confirm its shape. It could have, at the other side, it could have other shapes, right? You cannot determine the shape by looking at it, right? The only thing is, and then we go to the other part. What do you see, right? You only see lights in the sky. So the only thing you will ever see are lights in the sky, right? And the things they show you are not from you, are from NASA, which you will never get, right, with your own tools. So you will have to trust them that they give you a representation of reality. But when you look at reality, the only thing you will ever see is lights in the sky.
Yes, I agree with it. I agree with the premise that I shouldn't blindly trust any kind of institution. But there are some things that are more easily explained with lesser words. So
that's absolutely not true. That's
well,
absolutely not true, right?
let me give you an example. If I make I put my hand into a fist. I make a picture of it. How can I not know that is a roundish kind of shape just by looking at the picture?
Because you and I can go to your fist. I can walk around your fist and I can validate it. I can see how your fist is looking. Maybe it has indentations at the other side. Maybe you have lost a finger. I don't know, right? Maybe
Fair enough.
So I can validate this, right? And this is what you have to think about, right?
About validation.
Yeah, so we as flat earthers are sick of believing, right? We want to validate and test what they are telling us.
That's fair.
And maybe this is a good rabbit hole if you know about controlled opposition and you know about some conspiracies. Maybe you would want to look into the moon landings, right? That's a fun rabbit hole. And
I can believe that they're fake, but those were mostly fake because of political reasons, because they were in a race with Russia at the time. It's easier to fake it than to admit.
A few years later, they allegedly went all into the they went they had a joint space operation. So it's all a lie, man. It's you really think that? Okay.
Yeah.
So
just to interrupt you a bit, I can definitely how you said it, believe that certain things are absolutely bullshit, or that they're manufactured just to keep the public docile, whatever. But certain things, and I think flat Earth might be the biggest barrier for me personally that I just cannot get over, based on the fact that so much else depends on. Well, let's say the Earth is a spherical shape, or that it rotates around the sun, or that the Earth is not the center of the universe. But I think most of the arguments coming from flat Earth theory come from the origin of the Bible.
No,
which,
no, that's not true.
no,
No, that's not true.
sorry,
It comes.
who's saying wrong all the time?
Me,
Yeah,
Like,
that's
me,
right, but
why?
me.
Why?
I'm challenging you to everything you say. That's why.
That's fine. That's fine. But just don't say wrong and
it's
shout.
You are wrong.
That's that. You can believe that. But I'm having a meeting with Rat.
I'm not religious at all, and I'm here.
That's fine. But I'm talking about the origin of it.
Yes, but this is again a bit of a straw man, right? Because it's about what, of course, right? So almost all religious books and ancient civilizations knew that the Earth was a flat and level plane, right? So we have the Mayas, the Aztecs, the Indians. So who's echoing? Because it's really
yeah, it's annoying.
Okay, so but so yes, right? So all these ancient civilizations knew that the Earth was a flat and level plane. But it's not only from the Bible, right? So it's not a religious argument. In first, I would personally never use. I'm not a Christian. I believe that there is a creator, but I'm not a Christian. I don't know what to think about the Bible, right? But I do believe there is a creator. But I would never use a religion or faith to prove that the Earth is a flat and level plane. I would go to measurements, right? Because this is the only thing we can ever do, right? We can only measure the surface of the Earth. You and I will never go to space. So we will never be there to validate if it is real or not, right? This is the whole point.
Yeah, that's fair. The reason I brought religion into this is the fact that it is somehow. I'm trying to think of how I should word this. Let's say they think like the Earth cannot be a globe because the Bible says so.
No,
which I don't find a fair assessment, but that's why I brought it in.
Why are you bringing up the Bible?
And I can
because I saw it coming back a few times in the Discord.
Well, and I can.
And one document I quickly read. Sorry,
I can agree at certain I can agree that using the Bible as the definite proof that the Earth cannot be a ball is wrong, right? That I can agree with, but measurements show that it is not a ball, right? That's the whole deal, right? So and then you have to deal with what people say, not what. So that would be a subjective thing, right? So people can believe that what the Bible says is true, and they can believe that if the Bible says it's not a ball, then it's not a ball. But that's not objective, right? That's just what people think. Objectively, you can go out into reality, right, to a beach. Surely, I bet you're going to the beach this summer, and then you can measure the surface of the Earth real easily. So
that's true.
So that will be it.
Not to switch subjects, but I want to go back to the previous one where we talked about the moon and that you cannot see it from a 2D image. That's what kind of shape it is. But how would you say that probes, satellites that how you said it, circumference the moon, if I say that correctly, or the Earth? How would they work? Orbits, exactly. How would they work? Because that would be.
Well, they don't, right? So let me. First of all, 99% of all communication on Earth goes through cables. There are massive undersea cables connecting every part of this flat and level plane, right? So 99% of all communication goes through cables. But the very basic of it all, right? So there are three major claims that the globe Earth makes. One is curvature, right? So the Earth has to curve away from you, which it doesn't. second is rotation, right? So nobody has ever measured the Earth spinning on its axis at 1,600 kilometers per hour, right? So take that in, 1,600 kilometers per hour. That's faster than the speed of sound, yet we don't see it, we don't feel it, we don't measure it,
But
right?
is it then due to gravity?
The,
Let's say I have a
no, it's not due
bacteria
to
on my hand. It won't know what kind of speed my hand is traveling.
it's not even but you're missing a lot of other points. I'm just skimming over it, right? So
okay.
So nobody has ever measured rotation. The last point, which is also a very important point, is that they say the Earth has a high pressure system here on Earth, right? We breathe high pressure oxygen at 14.7 psi, right? On sea level, it's 14.7 psi. And they claim that the Earth is adjacent, so next to an infinite vacuum of outer space, ever expanding, right? So when we look at Earth and what we can do and what we see and what we can, the objective reality here on Earth is that we have to have a container for gas pressure, right? So when you have a bike, right? Everybody in the Netherlands have a bike. So when you're biking away, and suddenly you have a puncture in your tire, the air will flow out of it, right? It will not stay in it. So this is natural law. Every gas law states that gas pressure needs containment, right?
Well, it goes from high to low pressure, right?
Entropy.
Yeah, I agree.
So everything, right? So when you have a hot cup of coffee, it will get cold. When you have high pressure, it will equilibrate to low pressure. Yet they claim we are adjacent to an infinite vacuum, right?
That's true. But isn't air also influenced by gravity, which is the reason it stays in an atmosphere around Earth?
No, there is no demonstration of air being pulled down by gravity. There is no demonstration. Air goes in any and all directions.
That's true, but if it's not a vacuum, but maybe that's not correct. But the fact that we have Earth with an atmosphere around it, isn't that proof enough that?
No, that's begging the question. That's begging the question, right? So that's a fallacy you use, a drogreden in Dutch. So it's a fallacy.
Oh, you're Dutch as well. Oh, there we go.
Yeah. So that's a begging the question. So you use the thing you want to prove the thing you want to prove. Okay?
So you prove that it can be.
It's a circular reasoning, right? Do you understand this? Circular reasoning.
Yeah, it's proving itself.
First you need to prove it's a ball, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Then you can have your gravity. Because in your model, gravity, and then this is probably going to overload you, but this is in the heliocentric model, gravity isn't a force anymore, right? So we had Newton that said gravity was a force. Then came Einstein, and he told us gravity isn't a force anymore, right? It's a whole different geometry for the space-time now. So it's the uneven distribution of mass causing the fabric of space-time to bend, which causes the emerging force, so not a real force, the emerging force of quote-unquote gravity, right? So, but there's a problem. Nobody has ever validated this. So nobody has ever proven that gravity exists. And it sounds strange, right? But there is no validation through the scientific method that shows how space-time is bending. It's just a story, right? And then backed up by math.
Well, space-time is bending if you look at black holes in space. Then space and light usually bends around it, right?
And then you go to the stories, right? Because you will never, ever see a black hole. They have never, ever seen a black hole. They computed it from data. They even admitted it was a data collection. It's not a photograph what they gave you. You know, with the orange dot they gave you.
Yeah.
It's data.
It always is data, and basically you never can observe a black hole because light falls into it.
So why would you believe it? Why would you believe it then?
Because it makes sense,
it
and I
doesn't.
know that's not a strong argument, but it makes sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't. And
I triggered a lot of people here.
No, it doesn't. And then you go into, and this is really the weeds, right? What we call. There are lots of astrophysicists that claim that black holes don't exist, and there are astrophysicists that claim that they do exist, right? So who is then correct? Who is then correct, right? So the point is, astrophysicists, that's pseudoscience, right? Real science, that's determining the cause of an effect, right? So a good explanation would be when we boil water at sea level, right? We know that heat causes water to boil, and we can adjust the heat, and we can figure out when it was going to boil. But at the end, you have determined the cause of the boiling, right? That would be heat.
Yeah.
In with astrophysica, that cannot be done, right? It's just look and declare. They tell you, I looked at it, and then this is what I think it is. And I have some formulas to back it up, right? This is what they do. It's just a story, right? I can make up a formula for Superman flying. Doesn't make it real, right?
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
That's fair.
So that's basically the point. How could you ever validate what they are telling you? You couldn't, right? And the most important part is the Earth is not curving away. So whatever they are telling you, right? Whatever, the Earth is not curving, so it cannot be a ball.
Okay, so if you don't want to, but I would like to, let's say, change the subject a bit to the
sure,
why.
You can ask questions.
No, sure. Why? Why lie about
why would they
global
lie?
Earth?
Yeah,
Why,
that's
what's the reason behind it?
Okay,
I'm
so
curious.
Nobody cares.
And so that would be speculation, right?
Yeah.
Nobody knows why a liar would lie. Only if they told you, right? So I wouldn't know. Why would they lie? Why? Could be anything, right? So if you would ask me, and this is pure speculation. It would be hiding creation, right? Because when you are being taught that you are a speck of stardust somewhere in a vast galaxy, in the back of some vast galaxy floating around and created by an accident, right? Because that is what they told you. We've been created by an explosion, an accident.
The Big Bang, yeah.
Yeah, we've come from monkeys, right? And you're here living your life, and when you're dead, it's done, right? So that would make you less. Oh, somebody's turning up the music.
Insignificant.
So yeah, that would make you insignificant, right? It's just a speck of stardust. But this would be my speculation, right? Could be millions of reasons: hiding more land, money, control of the population, you name it, right? Well, you probably could figure one out, right? You could make one up, one reason. So
can I try with one?
Why did they lie about 9/11? Why did they lie about the Gulf of Tonkin? Why?
Right.
You're asking.
Well, okay.
To be clear, just to be clear,
I want to try.
Just to be on the same
I
page,
want to try
you're
to
asking
speculate.
why a government organization that gets $50 million a day would be interested in controlling the mind of the population. That's what your question is. Why would a government agency be interested in control?
No, that's quite obvious.
So why are you asking the question? Why would they lie?
What is there to be gained by convincing the public that the Earth is globe instead of flat? Like, what's there to be gained? Like for 9/11, you call that example. That was 9/11, for example, was a simple false flag to have an excuse to invade the Middle East. That's
yeah,
easy.
So the thing is,
but why?
They have reasons why.
Can I try with the Earth?
But once you recognize that last point, right? If you're asking why they lie, you do admit though that they are lying.
I'm not. I'm just trying to follow the rabbit hole as it goes. And I'm just trying to piece it all together.
Because you're trying to then jump over the second hurdle or the fifth hurdle in the race when you haven't even jumped over the first hurdle yet. You have to figure out that they are lying, then you can ask why. How do you not see that they have lied? I mean, they lie. Can you name a government organization that has not lied?
They always lie. I'm not that naive.
So why do you? So how do you make a determination between this government organization and a different government organization? Why do you trust them?
I'm not differentiating between any government organization because, quite frankly, the whole world believes the world is a globe. Just to say
Right.
that.
What country in the world is
what
not
I'm trying to
controlled by
do
a
here?
government organization? What countries in the world are not controlled
it's
by
all the
government
same.
organizations? Yeah. So what are you talking about? Just because we were
It's all the same elite.
We're all taught from the same books by government controlled books.
No, I get that, but what I'm trying to do is I'm not your enemy. I'm just genuinely here trying to learn what really drives flat Earth theory. What I'm trying to do is trying to form a, let's see, puzzle, and now I've. That's fair, but
we can't prove what they claim it to be. It's unfalsifiable what they say. If I were to say to you, like, disprove the fact that Bigfoot exists.
Well, you can't.
Well, there you go. So,
Jason.
Yeah.
I will try to speculate your question. But first, it's these things. I think that people here have proofs that they are lying, and then the question is not anymore why. Yeah, we can search and look for that, but that's maybe impossible to find out. Why would that be, But we have proofs that they are lying. And I will tell you my speculation. In 60s, when people first time went to the space, let's say Russian and Americans,
yeah,
if they realized first time in that Earth is the closed system, what they will do?
Sorry, could you repeat the last one? If air is not a closed system?
If they realize that Earth is in closed system.
Oh, Earth, yeah.
Yeah, they will come back and say, people, look at people, you are in closed system, you are not in open system. The space doesn't exist.
Okay, so and not to be mean, but your point about that is?
My point is about that we are living in closed system, we are not in open system.
Let's say a glass dome, for lack of a better term. Or
let's say container. I don't care which kind of material it's made.
Fair enough. Okay, so a container, yeah.
Because it should to be, because we have gas pressure here. And if they went with the rockets in 60s or 50s, I don't know, and if they really realized first time in the because they send it something in the even I think they had some kind of fish. They wanted to penetrate, and they could not. I think if you look for information, I'm not so sure how it's called. It's military operation. It's in 50s. They wanted to penetrate in the sky with the nuclear weapons or something.
Okay, and they couldn't get through?
No. And then they went to the space after that. And then you have agreement also about Antarctica in that years also, that nobody can go and research Antarctica also. But the point is, if they realize that we are, and they for sure realize that we are in closed system, because we are in closed system, they will not come back and say, people, listen, you are living in closed system. That will invoke everything, God, everything, whatever you want, but it will not invoke anymore the space and galaxies and the stories what was before.
It will stop the motivation to keep exploring. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Yes, but if they realize that we are in closed system, they knew it. Okay, now people will know that that somebody put that or made this world for us. It was not made by Big Bang or something. And that information, I think, or who knows what else could be, if it's something even bigger than that. Of course, that they would lie, and that is for me biggest control that you will have, and it's easy after you have US and you have Russia. If you say you have now India and China, if you want to look at that, but all the time you can say 2 countries and that's it. Maybe now it's 4. But that's it.
I think it's fair what you say, because it will be the biggest, let's say, mindfuck ever if it turns out we are in a container, or even if aliens are, let's say, in control of our world and it's somehow in a simulation. That's all true.
But that's only. I'm not thinking that's only my, how to say, assumption. It's
No,
my.
it's a fair speculation. I agree.
Yeah,
It could be the case. So many things could be the case, but
We don't
it kind
know.
of
That's the point. We don't know, and we're not allowed to find out independently for ourselves. This is the problem. You ask what perpetuates the flat Earth theory or whatever you want to call it. It's the simple fact that when we go to, I would imagine, I'm going to vote. I'm going to speak for everybody here almost, that all of us started out on your side of the fence. For 35 years, we all believed what we were all taught in school. Then we will go to try to prove that to be correct. And here we are. You can't prove them to be correct. What they claim is unfalsifiable. You can't, we can't go there to independently verify what they say. That in and of itself lies the problem. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get it.
I will try. I will try logically with you. Are you on top of the earth, or I am on the top of the earth, or who is on the top of the, or we are all on the top of the earth?
Well, we're on the surface, if you mean that, or
yeah. In this moment, let's say you are in Holland, I'm in UK, somebody is in America. Everybody's on the top, let's say.
Yeah, everyone is on the top. You mean on a mountain or somewhere higher?
No, I'm saying on the top of the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's say like this: I'm in UK, you're in Holland.
Yes.
And we are. Let's say that we have some good equipment that we can watch each other, look each other.
Yeah.
We are on the ball. Who has the drop, you or me?
Oh, who's higher relative to each other?
No. Who has the curvature? Who has the drop, you or me? You know that 8 inch per mile square.
Yeah, well, relative to each other, we would both have it. You would have it compared to me, and I would have it compared to you, since we would be on the curvature.
And where that will finish?
Never, because it's supposed to be a globe, so it's infinite.
If I have drop from UK to Holland, and you have drop from Holland to UK, that means that some abyss will be in the middle of the channel, in the sea.
So, sorry, so someone would be between us, who would be in the middle of the drop between us?
I'm saying you about air. That's the water. Water should occur between us, isn't?
Yeah, basically, because let's say gravity.
Okay. That means if I'm looking, if I want to, if I want to prove that how much Earth is curving, that is 8 inch per mile square, and that is going 8 inch, and it's going, and it will come, I don't know, 200 meters drop, 400 meters drop. Okay. The same thing, if it's going for you, what will happen in the middle?
I don't know.
We will have abyss, I think, not the ball.
So a nothingness, an abyss, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will have drop, you will have drop. That will not be a ball in the end. That's impossible.
Yeah, I think so too.
Or one thing, it's only possible if you are somehow down and you can see me on the top because I'm on the bulge, you know.
Yeah.
Only if you can understand me. Let's say that we are looking in the direction of Germany, both of us.
Yes.
Or Russia, east, you know.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, east.
And then we will have that drop, and it ball is curving, you know, to the Russia, you know, like I don't know how much, but it's curving.
Yeah.
But listen this now. Turn around to me.
Yes.
That means what is going on? Where I am now?
Let's say behind me.
Going up from you or going down from you?
Oh, that way. I would say down from me, since I'm further away from you. But being on a globe, that's all relative to each other. Since I would be higher from, let's say, Germany, but yeah, it's
Like
mostly
on the globe, there's no like height because it's a sphere, so it doesn't really matter where you are. It always drops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to come back around.
Let's say that we are both on water, because water is curving. How water is curving in opposite direction? If I'm looking you and you are looking me, how that water will curve for both of us 8 meters per mile square? How is that possible?
Well, it's basically because of like I'm not sure what I'm just gonna say. You guys' stance is on gravity, but the ebb and flow of the sea is influenced by the moon, for example. So that way, water would show a curvature because of the moon closing in.
That's what you are saying. That's only story because nobody proved that. For example.
Well, you can see it with your own eyes, the ebb and flow.
No, man, that's only story. You have tides everywhere, different. I don't know in the world, and it doesn't.
Yeah, true.
And but moon doesn't affect that. That's a story. That's not proven.
But what does affect it?
Nobody knows. But it's not moon for sure. Maybe it is, but they no, it is not.
That's a bit of a stretch to say that no one knows that.
Nobody knows what's causing tides.
Well, but let's say we assume the moon has gravity and the moon ebbs and flow. I would say that orbits the Earth and the gravity of the moon affects the ebb and flow, and that would be quite a good explanation.
If we assume that, let's assume everything, and the story will go on. Man, we can assume everything. We can assume that. Let's do like this. Do you know how the distance to the sun is 93 billion miles away? Let's assume that Venus is the same size like the Earth.
Yeah.
Why we assume? Let's assume that it's double size there.
Sorry, could you repeat that last one?
In the history, they assumed Venus is like a similar or the same size like the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay. Why we didn't assume that it's double size there, or half size of the Earth?
I think because from the perspective of Earth, it would maybe look as the same size.
No, they assumed. They didn't have any kind of math. They only assumed.
Yeah, but just start from assumption and then you try to.
Yeah, but I'm telling now what I am assumed two. When I look to the telescope, I am assumed that it's 2 times bigger.
Okay.
And the sun is not 93 million miles away. The sun is 186 million miles away. And the sun, it's not 400 times bigger. The sun is 800 times bigger. And the math will work.
I say the sun's only 5,000 miles away.
5,000 miles away. See, I had that same discussion with Drake as well. But how would you reconcile then the heat coming off the sun not burning us up? If it's that close.
So what is it? What is the sun anyway? Is it a big fireball in the sky?
Well, it's a big gas plasma giant.
Is it? Okay.
In a vacuum of space?
So how do you make
How is possible to have gas next to the vacuum?
Because gravity keeps it together.
Another fairy tale.
Listen, this
we just keep connecting all these shit together.
How something what is not proving is keeping them together.
See, but that's kind of
you know what you're saying. The Rogers said about boiling water, for example. Let's say that the water boiling that you see, the water boiling that you watch every day, it's hot and you see the boiler, but every day the bird is passing also. You know? If you don't make experiment with to realize, that water is boiling because of heat or pressure, because also you can do that pressure. You can say that the water boiling because of bird flying over.
Yeah, exactly.
Causation doesn't cause, or something. I get what you mean. Like just because it's there, it doesn't mean it causes that.
Yeah. Okay. If you have scientific proof for a gravity, we can speak that.
I can agree with it, but what my maybe biggest hurdle with all of this is, and the thing is, let's say the humanity started out from a point of saying, okay, 1 stick plus 1 stick is 2 sticks. So you kind of build up top a foundation of discoveries, knowledge from previous generations and whatnot, up until you build to a certain point where we are basically now. But what I kind of keep hearing, and I'm not saying this is all what you guys are telling me, is that we cannot trust anything that came before us. We need to start from scratch. And that basically the foundational blocks of what we know or believe, you might say, is not true. And I just find it hard to kind of cross that bridge when there's nothing there that would either replace that or say something like, "Oh, this is an alternative way of explaining everything," and
So my grandfather told me a story a long time ago. Actually, his grandfather told him of the unicorn that we have in our woods. So I should believe that there's a unicorn in the woods behind my house because the story passed on from time to time, and we passed on the education. Is that how that works? Or should I go should I go verify it?
True. Verify it if you can. True. Yeah.
Well, we can verify everything.
But to have gas pressure, we need to have, this is science, we need to have a container. Is that true or not?
I don't really, I'm not too sure. I saw it, I'm not trying to read the chat, but...
Listen, I'm not scientist, I'm baker, but I read about that citations about gas pressure, like it's a million of them. And do you know what is inside of every of that citation?
I don't know.
You need to have the walls of the container in every citation. Why?
You mean you tell me a baker understands that?
Well, not to, how you say that, nullify his opinion because
I'm not. It doesn't require a guy in a white lab coat, is my point.
It doesn't. I fully believe we should all think for ourselves. But
listen, sorry, I want to finish only. I want to one citation where he's saying that gas pressure and now something below something and it without container and saying something and some scientist said and with that and then experiment and prove it in also on small level. Whatever. One citation even, if you can find me.
I'm not sure. So yeah, maybe I should kind of let it sink in a bit.
And now we have. I only want to tell you. And now we have that gas pressure here on the Earth, and somehow it's open. And somebody saying that gravity keeping that gas, and that is. But in science, gravity cannot do anything with the gas because gas is moving in every directions. Blah blah blah. And now I'm confused. Now my common sense is it's working like what is going on?
Okay, but if I can give you an example, and I saw that in the chat coming past, but if I have a lighter and I light a fire, it looks differently than if I would use that same lighter if I was out in space. Then gravity doesn't influence that flame as much, and it would look
You're in space again. You're out in space again.
Oh, space doesn't exist?
No.
How do you have gas pressure next to the vacuum of space?
Because gravity keeps it there, but yeah.
Oh, there we go. We're just going down these mystery roads.
I get that.
I, for example, started recently to learn what actually is space. Do you know what space is?
Let's say a vacuum with dark matter in it.
What?
Whoa.
Dark matter.
Now we have another thing to pretend to deal with. Dark matter.
What is dark matter?
Yeah, okay. Well, the scientists, whatever you want to call them.
No.
So there's no dark matter.
Can you show me? No. Can you show me in a laboratory this ghost element?
No, it isn't. But the thing is, it's only an assumption what is causing the expansion of the universe. That's basically
Man,
it.
I only wanted to. I wanted to only.
It doesn't exist here.
Okay, just one at a time, guys. I can all hear you.
I
It
only
doesn't
wanted to distinguish
okay.
pseudoscience
So
with science, and that will be one first good step. If you know
I'm
what is pseudoscience and then science, that will be great. That's me. I will.
my question about space is what physics tells us that it is, not astrophysics, fortune telling, palm reading, not this.
Yeah.
Physics. In physics, what is space?
Well, yeah, basically nothingness. But even nothingness has something in it.
No.
What is it then?
It is a complex assembly of fields with their manifesting forces.
You mean that everything down to the, let's say, Planck length is only ever what was it? String theory or strings or wavelengths?
No. I'm not talking about panty strings and stuff like that.
We got to unwind this guy, you guys. He has got all kinds of shit going on. He's got gravity. He's got dark matter. He's got gases flying in vacuums. All this shit is what we have to unwind from all these people.
Okay, first of all, that's kind of disrespectful what you just did. Second of all, like I'm basically presenting the case of what
I'm
is
shocking
known
you into
throughout
reality,
the world.
by the way.
You can say that, but up until this point, I haven't really heard that much convincing stuff. Other than there are anomalies in your measurements that somehow has to disprove everything. And
an anomaly? Measuring flat is an anomaly?
I would call it an anomaly in the bigger scheme of things. Yes,
dude. Dat is echt oneerlijk, ouwe.
I told you this dude is wrapped up like an onion right now.
Yeah, you're right for this.
Which channel?
And he told
is
me
your
that's
favorite
disrespectful. He needs to be shocked into reality.
I have a question. What's your favorite science channel? Discovery, National Geographic,
I like Discovery.
Nova.
All of them. But you're going to tell me that I'll control opposition.
We're not going forward this way.
Do you have any favorite channel?
Well, okay, I'll call Gus Gesagt, for example, in a nutshell. I know not everything they say is true, but I think it's a good representation.
Goof Kazak?
Representation.
Yeah, in a nutshell, it's a YouTube channel. Yeah.
YouTube channel.
Yeah.
No, I mean like mainstream media, from mainstream media on TV.
I don't watch that. Yeah, maybe Discovery or National Geographic, but nothing more than that.
Yeah, so Discovery. So that's where you saw this dark matter stuff.
No, various documentaries. Like I've seen come across a couple of times.
So they had the dark matter.
Like, I'm not arguing either way. I'm not saying that, oh, dark matter is the absolute truth. I'm not. But that's basically what I've heard. And so far, that seems to be, well, to be...
I said it's, I think it's black. I think it's black unicorns.
Fair enough.
Lately,
it could be.
Lately, for example, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he said that the concept of dark matter is utter crazy, you know, like ludicrous.
Yeah, but that's fine.
And he said there should be dark gravity.
Could be. Like I'm not saying one thing or another is the absolute truth, but everything could be. There are some things you can be.
Like, okay, then does this mean you said everything could be? Then can I go back in time and become the father of my own father?
Could be. I don't know, in a parallel alternate
universe. Are you kidding
maybe
me?
It could be.
Can you go back in time and give birth to your own father and grow him up? Are you kidding me?
Are you Balkan?
Like
time travel?
Sorry? If I believe in time travel.
Oh no, I'm just wondering. I guess I just heard we can go back in time and punch your own father in the face.
Is it
Not
time
everything
possible?
is possible.
Not in that sense that you can, I don't know, punch your own dad in the
No.
face, but you
In
can, let's
reality,
say,
many things are impossible.
yes,
Vast majority of things are impossible. Only
So
a
the
very
people who
little
told you,
spectrum is possible.
so the people on TV who told you
Yeah.
anything in your imagination is possible lied to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you get that. I get. The thing is only
I get that.
how are you
Doug,
guys so sure that it's impossible? Like I also think it's impossible, but
100%
how are
sure. How would you like to go about debating that?
Well, right.
No, I
Sure,
don't know.
man.
The way I would go about debating that, like the only way I would go about debating that is just telling you that you have no evidence to the contrary because you cannot have evidence to the
Pressure next to
contrary.
the vacuum of space.
If you're
I
making the
have
claim, you're
evidence,
the one that has to prove
mankind's
it, correct?
history.
Yeah, but I'm not postulating anything
Yeah,
over
but
here.
you
Just,
are. If you're saying that the one thing is correct and that's what's been claimed,
no, but you guys are claiming that
the
it's
proof is on
absolutely
you.
impossible. No, you
It's
guys are.
absolutely impossible through physics. So now what would you like to debate?
No, I just said because you guys said it's absolutely impossible. You don't know.
I just said physics says so.
Yeah, but that's a level. It's a level thing. There
That's
might be
it. That's
another.
where we live in reality. We
Listen,
live in
listen for a
physical
second.
reality.
Listen for a second. Listen for a second. There might be another, like another depth towards the physical reality that changes things. That's the thing. You just don't know. Like I
So
don't
now
know.
there's a magical
I assume you're
unicorn
right.
reality.
No, it's just I just don't know. I'm
Yeah,
just
well, I
telling
could
you
say
I
the same
don't know
thing.
for
So
a
now
level
there's some
deeper.
magical flat Earth somewhere in space, and it's the only thing that, like, I could say the same thing.
Be flat. Okay.
Yeah, it's like you can ridicule everything
You
if you just say, "Oh, it's a
measure
unicorn."
flat Earth flat.
Yeah, that's what you say.
Yeah.
So
Okay, I agree. I agree with that.
like you can make a lot of claims, but until I would verify them on my own, I can't really agree with them. And
Then
I'm not
go
going
watch
to.
your YouTube channel on dark matter.
Yeah, I have, and that's so far the best thing or the most.
That's the
I would say
best
that
pillow you can possibly have.
Sorry, you repeat that?
That's the best pillow that you can suck your thumb on and lay down is dark matter.
Dark matter is an example. It doesn't even. it's. Come on, guys. Come on.
We're not seriously no. To prove dark matter or dark gravity, you first need to prove gravity.
Right. Well, you need to
gravity is not a
first.
field.
No. You got to go through proving space first before we get into what's in space and what makes
Yeah.
up space. This is the problem. Earlier, you asked about what perpetuates the flat Earth and all that, right?
Yeah.
What we're trying to do is prove what they claim it to be. What you're defending, what we were all taught in school, we're trying to prove that correct. Because they haven't done it yet. Do you have proof of dark gravity?
Sorry, proof of gravity?
Do you have proof of any of the things that you're claiming?
Okay, so if I drop my mouse on the ground,
hold on. You have the word of all those people. The point is that if those people are going to make claims and know that we know the exact diameter of Earth, we know that. Okay, show us.
Yeah.
Well, we can't. Well, I mean, we calculated, and no, show us. Where has it been verified? You claim that you know, yet you don't have any proof to back up those claims. This is the problem. This is what you need to focus on. Not what we say it's flat. It looks flat. It operates as flat. It measures flat. It never curves anywhere that we can noticeably tell. Yet it always is curving in all directions all the time. That's a cool story. The point is that it is flat in everyday life. If someone's going to make a claim that it's curving and doing all these other things, they're going to need to prove that. Just because we were all taught that.
Just fell away, dude.
Oh, you fell away.
Yeah. That doesn't make it true, right? This is the point. This is the crux of the entire thing. You are defending a claim that has no proof. All we're doing is saying that claim is bunk because of these reasons.
Okay, just to dissect a bit what you just said, I'm not too sure what's the position on gravity. Like, it doesn't exist, or
can you show it to exist?
It's a fictional force.
Vary or manipulate it?
It's a fictional force. But let's say I drop something on the ground and it falls towards the Earth.
That's
then what's
incoherent electrostatic acceleration between in an electric field between two Gaussian planes. This is
Is it
what they
heavier
teach
or
at
lighter
MIT
than air?
University in United
It's
States.
heavier. Just one guy at a time,
It's
please.
heavier than air. So what happens to things that are lighter than air? They go up. Things that are heavier than air go down. If you drop a basketball in the bottom of a pool, is it going to go up or down?
Well, it floats if it has air in it.
Right. So it goes up. What's pulling it up? Moon gravity pulling it up?
Is attracted to the positive plane.
No, it's not. Because the thing is, something floats up because air assumption is heavier, so it floats underneath it. That's why something can sink
Right. But I guess
downwards. The water
where did you
goes on
prove
top of it.
where did you prove
Density.
gravity in any of this?
So you want to
I just heard him talking about density myself, but go ahead.
No, you're
density,
talking
for
about
example,
air
yeah.
and you're talking about water. You're not talking about gravity. You're talking about putting an object in two different forms of medium.
No, but gravity basically dictates that the heavy objects go towards the center.
No.
Whatever
You just said
mass there is.
Just a moment ago, you said that things that are lighter than air go up, and things that are heavier than air go down. Gravity is not determining that. The air and the object are determining that, not gravity.
No, but it does indirectly influence that, because if something heavy falls towards the Earth, then
how would you know the gravity is doing it?
The air.
So air works on light objects, and gravity only works on heavy objects.
Yeah.
No. You're misinterpreting what I'm trying to say here.
No. How
is
are
that
you proving that claim? How are you proving that because
I can
I let
observe
go of
it.
something, it was just sitting there. I picked it up and moved it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I see the effect of something I just did, and then
effect
I
is
can
not
determine.
cause.
Oh, that
Cause and effect. We see the effect. We need to come up with the cause. How do you determine the cause? By varying manipulating the independent and dependent variables.
You were told that in school. That's why you believe it.
Yeah, but why does it drop? In your why does a hammer drop towards the earth?
Okay, let's use this for an example. Let's use this for an example. Ready? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we take a glass of water, okay, and we put an egg in it, and gravity pulls the egg down, right, to the bottom of the. Okay, that's gravity pulling it. So now we add salt to the water, and the egg floats. I change the density of the water, which caused the egg to rise because now it's in salt water. So what happened to the gravity?
Well, no, they say the salt is anti-gravity actually when they claim
Bro, dude, just come on. Can you just quit it and just start explaining things? Because the question was not. I am not even trying to defend gravity. I just want to hear.
Just got your gravity crushed.
Dude, I
so
didn't.
Don't
dude,
deflect off of that.
Dude, you are explaining towards Jason, not towards me. I'm just jumping in
I'm
because you're
explaining
only.
to all the viewers and listeners.
Yeah, okay, but can you just explain what your theory is? Why things drop, and not just constantly just bashing gravity? Just explain me what.
Density.
Why you think
Density.
Okay, thank you. Wow.
Okay.
That was just the only thing what I was asking, man. I just want to know. Okay, I also thought, okay, density, fair enough. The denser object goes down. Fair. I agree.
Well, I don't go along with this one with density, but I go with incoherent electrostatic acceleration in an electric field between two Gaussian planes. The ground is negative and the sky very high above is positive. And in between you have an electric field charges. The atmosphere has a voltage which increases with altitude. The higher you go in altitude, the voltage increases in positive charge. And the ground is negative.
Zoom right over their heads.
So we are attracted to the elements that belong to the negative plane are attracted to the negative plane, and elements that make the positive plane are attracted upwards to the positive plane, like helium.
Can you prove that, though, scientifically?
And how do you explain magnets? Doesn't opposites attract?
Well,
or am I missing something?
Helium in its liquid state, like superfluid helium-4,
Yes.
is flowing upwards, is climbing the walls of the container is in. So it will leak out. It cannot be contained without energy. I mean, you need an energy input to hold it here. So helium
the
tanks,
electricity.
when you try to
Yeah.
store helium tanks, liquid helium in a tank, you need a special machine, a condenser, to keep it always cool down. Because if you just bottle it and seal it, it will explode. It will
Because
get
it
in
becomes
contact
warmer.
with the hot atmosphere, yes, and it will take the gaseous state. It will boil like even explosive. I mean, helium-3, for example, is the biggest and strongest explosive known to mankind. Is the most powerful weapon and also the rarest element. So in its
helium is not found on
form,
Earth. Yeah, I
yeah,
think that's true. Yeah.
it's coming from Earth. This is how we get it. Yeah, it's being pumped from Earth. It's
sorry, I
coming
just
in
want to go
large
back to.
quantities. It's coming in large quantities the further you go towards the north. Actually,
Can I go back to what the previous? I don't know who said that, but about the example with the egg in water, and then if you put salt in it, it stops dropping. But can you make that same example? Let's say you have the Dead Sea or the Red Sea, and then basically you just float in it. It's hard to dive into that. But isn't that the same principle that there's so much salt in the water that increases the density and therefore you cannot
the
sink to the
medium.
bottom?
Yes, the medium
the
changed.
element salt. Yeah,
Yes, and if you
medium
put
change.
Yeah, but the medium become more denser and therefore you cannot sink to the bottom, but you're still on top of it.
All these elements are governed by superior nature governing laws: magnetism, electricity, and electrostatics. These are forces of
I get
nature
that. The forces of
govern,
nature,
and also thermodynamics like hot, cold.
Yes.
Yeah. And all these together, they make up what we see. Even the space itself is a construct of these forces.
Yep. Sorry, I get that, but what's the point of what you're saying? Because that's all mainstream science. That's true.
Salt has its electric properties, it's electrostatic, it's magnetic. All elements have these all sort of properties, not the same.
They're different from each other. Yeah, I get that. I'll just turn my phone off. It's
Not
making a lot of
totally,
noise.
but some have some properties more, other less than others. You know, it's
because of the, let's say, atomic makeup of everything.
Yeah.
True.
And when you put salt in water, you are changing. It's not the same medium anymore. It's a medium made up of 3 or 4, 5 elements together. When you put salt in water,
I get that, but that doesn't explain away gravity, which brought us onto this example.
I just made the egg float by changing the density. I just made it made the egg float by changing the density of the water. So did I make anti-gravity?
No, you didn't. But you made it more
so there
denser
is
and
no
therefore-
gravity to manipulate.
The thing is,
you know,
okay,
the number
now
one
gravity
requirement
works like
for
this, right?
gravity.
Yeah,
The
can I
number one
explain?
requirement for gravity to exist is to have anti-gravity, which the scientific
just not true.
You're not going
people, they don't accept it.
Yeah, but you're not going
They
to
deny
convince
anti-gravity.
him. The thing
Okay?
what he wants to
And
hear, like, can I
because
explain
you
one
don't
thing?
have anti-gravity, gravity is not a field. To be a force, it requires to have a field in which a force is manifesting. And to have the field, what are the basic constructs of a field?
Let's say a field of influence. Is that what you're trying to say?
No. Yeah.
But gravity has a field of influence.
No, it doesn't. Gravity
does
is a
though.
Show me how I
unidirectional
can use
force.
gravity
It does
to
not
move
have an
something.
anti-force.
Yeah, I want to
It
know
is
how I can
only
use.
an attraction force. It is not a repelling force.
Show me how I can put two balls
So,
on a table and use my fist to not touch them, but use gravity to move them, just because they're close to me.
Yeah.
It does. It would influence. It would come close to.
Oh,
because,
so they would.
No,
so
it doesn't.
perfectly flat surface with perfect balls. They will eventually just roll towards each other. You're saying?
Yeah, very slowly. Yes. Same thing if you have two stars
Okay.
orbiting each other. Eventually, they will crash into each other because of the
Well,
gravity
now we're
that they
talking about.
exert.
Now we're talking about the imagination again. So you can't
Well, you
let go of space, can you?
Okay,
Yeah,
You
do
are
know
done.
with-
Told that in school,
okay,
so
guys.
you
Can I just make it easy? Radwen, like I think you're the guy I'm kind of trying to talk to, but I sometimes hear like 3 different voices all saying different things. But let's stick to the subject of if gravity would not exist. But then again, you're saying like everything, it's all imaginary. That's not an argument on its own. Saying something is imaginary.
It is imaginary what you are talking about. So how is that your argument?
The whole it's because I can observe it. In the same way, like we're just talking about.
You
let's
tell
say
me what the
with
last
salt.
time you observed 2 stars colliding.
I can observe unicorns on a screen. Does that mean? Can you disprove unicorns for me?
No, but okay. Let's say I would make a simulation in a game engine or something.
No.
Yeah,
No,
simulations are
I can
just-
let's use that to prove it.
no. I have a
Is it even
game
viable?
engine.
Do you know how many
I can do
animations I've
whatever I
seen of
want
Santa
with a
Claus?
game engine.
Does that
That's
mean
true.
Santa
Like
Claus is
I
real?
study games actually, but I know. But to prove that it's maybe then it becomes if it's
You're
possible or
building-
not. But
you're building the game engine to suit whatever you want out. And you're begging the question. You want the game to be spherical stars colliding, so you build it that way.
So your game engine will never
Yeah,
happen
back
in real
engineering
life.
what you want. It's called
But-
affirming the consequent. Like you already have
but
your outcome.
then again, I agree what you just said. But then again, if I want to witness something on Earth, I would maybe need to simulate it. If I observe it from afar and want to bring it closer by,
What? No,
to
you go closer
replicate
and you
properties.
actually record it. And then
No,
you
but that's
can make
impossible,
simulations based
because-
on what you've already recorded, but you have to it's got to be based on something real that you can observe.
Okay,
No
so
one
you're
here
going to
on
make
Earth
the
is gonna be
surface of the
observing
Earth.
stars.
Yeah, you're going to make the surface of the Earth in your game. So we're going to measure 20 miles straight ahead of us. We measure that it's flat. So now what do you do with your game? You still make a ball with a bunch of flats on it then?
Then I'll use your own argument and saying like, yeah, you can make whatever you want out of it. That is true.
It
Maybe
measures
it's not a good
flat,
example.
so it has to be a flat surface. You can't have a curved surface, a curved flat surface.
A curved flat surface, no, that's kind of impossible.
So how many sections of hundreds of miles of flat land does it take to curve around a ball?
Depending on how big the ball is, I'd say.
Well,
So
okay,
so now
there-
you're
there
still
you go,
bending
by your
flat.
own
You're
admission,
still,
that
God
it's not
damn, you're
what they
still
claim it
bending
to be.
flat shit around a ball. What the fuck, dude?
Because he
What
can't
is
get
wrong
rid
with
of the
your
ball.
imagination? It's flat. It's not a ball. Okay, now you want it to be a ball, but it's got a bunch of flats on it now. So is it a ball or is it some kind of weird shape now?
Like a disco
If I
ball?
have a balloon and I cut off half of it, I can just spread it out and I have a flat surface. That's you're arguing
It'll
against
pop.
that, or yeah, come on. Okay, I'll just use a leather ball, whatever. Anything spherical, I can just flat it out and I have a flat surface. I'm not sure what you're trying to argue here.
And you
I'm
don't
not
have a
sure what you're
sphere
trying to
anymore,
prove.
do you? You have
No,
a
you don't.
flat surface.
You just projected it on a, let's say, 2D surface.
You're trying to jump ahead and use your imagination on all kinds of shit. You've got now. Have you named everything you use your imagination on yet?
No, not yet. But I'm just trying to understand your
I'm trying to
imagination. Quite
get
frankly,
you out of using
I'm
your
just trying to follow
imagination
you.
to
And
prove
it's
your
just-
shit.
I have to make so many assumptions just to even keep up with you,
No,
basically.
no,
and I'm just, come on.
That's not true. That's not true. That's
It's
not
so
true.
literally out of this world.
It's not true.
He's trying to.
What-
He's
what we're
projecting
making-
onto us his own insecurity, I guess.
Well, right.
No,
Hang
I'm
on,
quite
guys.
secure in the world we live in. I'm just trying to follow you, and it's just you're making it harder and harder for me.
No,
It's just
because you're
at some
trying to
point I
hold
just
on.
cannot keep
Because-
up with
no, it's
your,
'cause
I would
grip
just say
on the
delusions
ball-
almost.
Your grip on the
Guys,
ball
hang
is
on a
becoming
second.
tighter and tighter. That's why it's harder and harder for you to let go, because you
Hang
don't
on,
know
guys.
anything otherwise.
Okay, that's fair. That's
all.
fair. Yeah.
Believe me, bro. I was there. Do you know how many years it took me to come to this realization? You know how biggest fan of Star Wars I am to this day. I can't not like
Let's
that
go.
anymore, right? Like letting go of space,
Yeah,
it's the hardest thing because we believe in space and the universe and planets before we even believe in Santa Claus in this realm. We are taught to accept that
that's
as the
fair.
reality. We're projecting it's projected on every TV, every screen that we see round Earth. Every corporate logo, every global pandemic, it's all on a ball. We are conditioned to believe that before Santa Claus, bro. And
Yeah,
you've let go of
I
Santa
fully
Claus.
agree with that.
So it's going to take even longer for you to let go of this. It takes a minute because you've been so indoctrinated. This is how it is. We were
That's
all
why I
there.
said
I get that. We're raised with many.
You have many layers that you built upon that have to be torn away before you figure out that you've been lied to the whole time. You can't prove gravity. You have to be able to manipulate it. So that's just a fucking imagination unicorn. Okay, so we get that out of the way. You can't prove a curve because we measure everything to be flat, but you still want it to be a ball, so you're making flat spaces around the ball, which doesn't happen. We don't see the bend where the flat bends into the next bend, so that's out of the question. Water doesn't have these hexagon shapes all over the top of it, so it's just flat. So how many times do you need to go through your imagination to justify outer space?
Dark, check it out. Right, you said earlier, everything is built on the people who came before us, right? Well, they never proved the stuff because it was taught to them before them. If we're building a skyscraper, and the people before us built level 14, and we're in charge of building level 15, and so on, and 16, and whatever, we're just going to concentrate on our floor and how it works. Is anyone going to go, if you're on floor 28, are you going to go down to the basement to make sure that the entire foundation is not built on sand, or are you going to just trust everybody else?
Well, you would like to see for yourself, but if that's not
that's my
viable,
point,
then
is
you would
that
trust.
That's exactly, no, you're absolutely right. We wanted to trust, check for ourselves, and we've determined and we found out that the whole building is built on sand. The whole foundation is built on assumptions and beliefs that came from the people before them, and no one bothered to check because we were all
being told the same thing. Yeah.
Guys, has he been taken through the 3 points?
I don't know. I came to.
I told him about the 3 basic claims, right? So
he's holding on to gravity and stuff, but he can't prove it.
I'm just gonna have to wrap this up because it's kind of dinner time where I live.
He thought that eggs would come together after so long. Does that make sense?
Okay. Anyway, in the end, I really want to thank all of you. I do have a better view on flat Earth theory and why people believe it. I do have been brainwashed by mainstream whatever to be conditioned to believe it's all ludicrous. I do think there's some sense in what you are saying.
As we all were.
Yeah, and you know what? Just give me some time to let it sink in, and I will be more skeptical. Yeah, definitely.
Think about
it. Yeah, absolutely. Come back.
And I would genuinely like to thank all of you. Definitely. I enjoyed the conversation.
You were cordial, man. Thank you.
Actually mean, I'm just trying to knock some sense into you.
No, that's fair, man. We all need some sense smacked into us, and the whole world will be a lot better. So thank you for that. Okay, everyone, have a good day. Thanks.
Have a nice evening, man. Enjoy your weekends.
Cheers, you too. Bye-bye.
Yeah, man. Bye.
Bye. Oh, it's our holiday here in the United States. Bitches. 3 days off.
Couldn't even insult me, man.
You just confused the guy when you talk about electrostatics and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know. That's okay. That's why. That's kind of for that's for like advanced.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. It's just that that's like advanced shit. If you really want to talk about how things are moving, that's most likely the exact reason why the positive and negative, then moving through the medium. That is why, things have a positive charge, things have a negative charge, and that doesn't do the manipulation. It just orients them.
And to be fair, he did ask, well, what is it that's doing it? And we can speculate, but we have to say that, well, this is just speculation down the weeds, but that's not important. We can all speculate. The important thing is that it's not what they don't have proof.
Then
So
the
we can
important
spend all
thing is
day.
we can just show gravity has nothing to do with things moving through a medium just by using that example. And then if you want to go in why things are oriented, then you can bring in the positive and negative plane, because that's exactly most likely the reason why things are oriented.
I like your example with the egg floats in salt water. That's a
Yeah.
great example.
Well, that
Basically destroy gravity.
It just takes it away immediately in one sentence. So
how does the egg float in salt water and not regular water?
The density of the water changes.
You're changing the density of the water.
The egg is just on the point of where it wants to kind of float. So when you drop an egg in water, it goes to the bottom. Like if you boil an egg, they still sit on the bottom, right? So, it's not heat changing it, just salt water. Unlike noodles, though, why do noodles float when they're done?
Maybe because they get porous. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I make them. I don't understand why I know when they're done, though. When I make handmade ones, I know when they're done. It only takes like 1 minute or 2 minutes.
Yeah.
You make your own pasta by hand?
Yeah.
That's awesome, bro.
It's
can you
so
send me a
easy.
recipe how to do that? Because I like to do that.
You can
done that.
just
Always
you just
bought my
want
pasta.
Yeah, you just want to use the egg recipe. Egg and flour. Use that one. They're perfect every time.
Eggs are healthy for you, right? Not like they say.
The eggs are good for you. I don't see why they're bad for you.
Don't
believe all that cholesterol bullshit
the whole
stuff.
medical industry attacked eggs back in.
Of course,
when-
because
in
they're
the
probably
70s.
good for you. They wanted you to get on pills.
Cholesterol medicine.
Of course. So is butter. I only use butter on everything. And we cook only with butter, or sometimes she uses vegetable
don't use oil.
because of not wanting the butter flavor in something. But for the most part, everything is done with butter. Like I turned her on to steaks. Like when you're cooking, use some butter. She's like, "Oh my god, that's such a good flavor." I said, "Yeah, no, that's how those steakhouses get away with. They have the best steak in the world. Secret ingredients."
Yeah, eggs taste much better if you ask me when they're free range, coming from your own backyard.
Well, of course they do. They're not bleached.
Yeah, they say that the eggs will last like 3 times as long if you don't wash them. There's something in the uterus or whatever of the chicken that chemical that fills in the pores and keeps it fresher for longer. Another good way to preserve just some random information. I think it's lime. You do like a weak lime solution. You store your eggs in that. Sounds gross. And you can actually get a year to 2 out of your eggs.
Wow. And somehow must completely enclose that egg. All the pores in it.
You ever heard of DSMO or DMSO? It's a
Yeah.
supplement. Yeah, I've been curious about that. That's supposed to do the same type of thing where it just encapsulates whatever it is and helps to distribute it throughout said substance. They say like if you encase meat, for instance, in DSMO, and you freeze it, and then you microscopically look at it afterwards, there's no evidence that it was ever frozen. It's completely as it was before you froze it.
What are you doing? Robbing a bank? Sounds like you're cleaning out a safe.
Sorry, it's my daughter playing.
I mean, I wouldn't know what that sounds like, but
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sounding good, Godric.
And that guy was really holding on to his gravity. He's like, yeah, eventually the two objects will come together. Yeah. Given enough time, because gravity. I'm going to make a simulation so I can show you that two objects come together in my simulation. And that's proof, right?
But it's the Space Force.
Yeah, why would they have Space Force, right? There's no space, obviously. Proof.
That's all I heard was it's the Space Force in the rebuttals. Because it was just imagination land.
So nobody muted that guy? Come on, guys. That's an S-band.
I don't know the option.
I just fell in the room with some German march music. What a motherfucker. Yeah, at least it's original, right?
I thought that was you.
Yeah.
Did you figure out the dark gravity?
So, tricking Prestige. Yeah, you were kind of funny, but too bad, right?
Did everybody see Level, the new documentary?
Yep.
Eric Dubay.
Yep. Have you heard about Bart Brel? Have you heard about
who?
Bart Brel? The guy
No,
who
what's that?
So
Is
that's
there new? Is it new or?
Yeah, well, new. That's the guy who made the documentary A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, right? And he copyright claim striked something Eric Dubay because he used 7 seconds of his documentary. So apparently he needed to take it down, cut that 7 seconds out, then re-upload it again.
What a douchebag.
I know, right?
Total piece of shit.
So the new one is okay though. The new one.
I guess so.
I just got it off OGD's channel, Level 2021. Just
What
right now, so.
7 seconds was he in? What did he say in his 7 seconds?
I don't know.
He copyrights everything, man, and constantly. I don't know. He's just all over the place. He's gonna disprove the moon landings, but say we still went.
But isn't it up to 30 seconds is part of the fair use policy? But it is on YouTube. And you can use as many clips as long as none of them exceed 30 seconds. So if you're commenting on somebody else's work and you add something that is transformative, I think then it's even more than that. I've never heard of someone, saying that it's copyrighted for less than 30 seconds.
Yeah, but I think it's not commenting, but he used it, right? He used 7 seconds of his documentary. That's not.
Yeah, but if he uses it to illustrate his point or anything, I think 30 seconds at a time is the limit.
Maybe, but then I can imagine if somebody copyright if somebody makes a strike, right? You have to go through all these hoops to get it. So then just cut it out 7 seconds.
And in that time, that's why people do that maliciously, because in that time they remove your video. So that was probably done maliciously. The EU was going to do a whole reform where you couldn't even post a meme with something that belonged to, say, Disney or 20th Century Fox or any of those.
You guys see that Disney? It spells wicked backwards. You see that? Put the Disney logo in the mirror, and it says spells wicked backwards in the mirror.
There's supposed to be at one point in time a coffee cup that was made, I don't know, 5+ years ago. And it said Mickey on the inside of the cup for some reason. And if you have the right angle of light, shadow, you can see that it says Wicked in the shadow in the cup. It's pretty crazy. I'm pretty sure I can Google it. Hold on.
Yeah, it's still out there.
Sorry, you're right. It was Mickey backwards. It was wicked, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I found the picture. Hold on. So weird.
Post it for us if you can. I'm not by my computer right now.
Yeah, I got it.
I've just seen the weirdest thing. A bus turned up in Chinatown in London and said that people can get the jab without an appointment. And literally thousands upon thousands of Chinese people are standing in the square waiting for it.
I love soundboards so much.
I'm with meme anymore, man.
They're giving money to people in California to get the jab. They're giving like a $50,000 like lotteries.
They're doing $1 million here. Five $1 million winners every week here in my city.
$1 million.
To 5 different people. Yep.
Yeah, I bet those people are bona fide strangers who just got lucky.
And maybe you can't prove it like the lotto.
Hey Godric, I just posted that image and for your convenience, I DM'd it to you.
I'm with Ryan and meme. I'm starting to encourage it now.
Thank you, dear. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
And I see Fauci Ouchie is in the hot seat.
Gee, what a surprise.
Finally.
I think I read a headline or something in regards to that. What was it that he said he's in hot water for?
For the gain of function research that he funded.
The what?
The gain of function research. Because the whole topic is now being rehashed, and it has taken this long for them to say it escaped from a lab. And there's a high probability because people were getting shoved off Twitter and places for saying that last year.
Oh, okay. I remember now. He used the phrase, "I'm not convinced," quote unquote.
Gain of function research is giving a virus more capabilities than it normally has, giving it additional sections, abilities, infectiousness, that sort of thing. Gain of function is making a virus effectively stronger or giving it a different ability. So they're saying they might have done that with the Wu flu, the man-made.
And the way it came out was a researcher who benefited from this American taxpayer money. She put a post up that said she completed her research and she got credits for it, blah, blah, blah. And she just wanted to thank this organization that Fauci is in charge of. So he's in the soup. He can't deny it. He's lost plausible deniability. And she mentions gain of function research.
It is interesting. I still think it's the 5G.
It sounds like maybe they're gonna throw him under the bus.
He's a Jesuit operative. For all intents and purposes, he's good to go. As long as he serves Mother Rome.
And I see Hannity, he talks about Biden before he goes to bed with his sippy cup. Because he's so decrepit. He needs a nurse.
They're injecting him with something to keep him nice and spry. And
Oh, yes.
probably some B12 or B12 shots.
You think that's it?
No, I think additionally they must be microdosing him just before he goes out to face the bread.
Yeah. Microdosing some psilocybin.
Or it could be just, that adrenochrome, right?
There you go.
Yes, that adrenochrome is something.
I'm curious.
I'm sure Biden would take it to be like, give me that adrenochrome. I gotta make a speech.
Come on,
That was a joke. That was a joke, by the way. I'm not curious.
I can't even get up steps, man. Give me that adrenochrome.
I need my chrome, man.
Come on, man.
Just one more hit. I promise that'll be it after that.
I gotta make a speech in 45 minutes. I need my chrome.
Well, at least Dr. Jill is always on standby.
Google adrenochrome.
Okay, so I heard a guy talking about the Incas, and they're one of their rituals at the end of the harvesting season, when all the crops were in and all
You need to
the
go poo poo?
Huh?
Sorry, guys. I'm talking to my daughter.
They would then have this festival which could go on for 2 to 3 weeks. And history books teaches you about these festivals. But what they fail to mention is that the whole festival was an adrenochrome festival. And the way they did it was they would have this whole like preparation for the festival. There will be fruits, because this festival was everybody doesn't work, and it's like an orgy of food, drink, and obeisance to their gods. So they would start that off on a designated night, and they would go in this whole procession. They had like the priests and all the people from the temple, and they would have cymbals and like musical instruments. And then they would go to this place where everybody would be seated, and there would be the high priest in a mask, and they would have all these rituals and stuff. And this would build like singing and chanting and all this to a crescendo where the gods would choose somebody to go and live with the gods. And if you were a nasty person, because it all came to a head with this big cymbal crashing and everything, and then there was utter silence, and then somebody would be pointed out or nominated or chosen by the gods. And if you were a bad person, you would like point at your enemy and say, "Oh, the gods have told me he is the chosen one." And that was such a great honor to be killed in a ceremony for the gods, that the person who was chosen, because some people would be in a delirious like state, and they would be so swept up in this. You know, when this crescendo came, they would jump up and say, "It's me, it's me." And then they would take this person to a stone chair, and they would eviscerate him there and make him bleed out. Cut his veins. There were like channels in the arms of the chair. And the whole purpose of the evisceration and everything was to get to the blood. And then they would share in that blood. And that is the origin of this of these blood rituals. You know, there's a reason why blood rituals are like everywhere in ancient history. And so for the next year, so that would go on, and they would sacrifice up to 85 in one instance. It was recorded that during 1 3-week period, 85 people were killed like that. So it wasn't like they had one person and that was enough. It was like blood, 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 blood. And they used to bake red loaves of bread as well with that blood in it. Like, I don't know how they did that. But they say when the festival was over and life gradually returned back to normal, people would they would be like addicts who needed the next shot. And they used to chase down butterflies and stuff. Yeah, and kill small rodents and stuff to try and to get that euphoria again.
Which is this our old European culture, or which one was this?
No, this was the Incas.
Oh yeah. People wonder, you know, they're like, oh, the Spanish landed, and it's like you wonder why the Spanish just destroyed their civilization.
Well, Spanish were after the gold, but these people literally didn't give a shit. They didn't give a shit about gold. What they gave a shit about was, you know, something completely different.
But you know, the funny thing is the Spanish conquered other people and didn't erase their history and took their wealth, but they basically let them keep their culture. It was the Incas that they really just destroyed. And I'm pretty sure that's why, is they got there, because they got there right during or right after their big festivals, and they saw the carnage, and the Incas just thought it was normal.
That was their favorite time of year, and that would like be a motivating thing. Sorry, meme.
Yeah. No, you're right.
Yeah, so that would be the reason why they would work so hard the whole of the next year, you know, to get to that point where they've gathered the harvest and the next festival was about to start.
I like that little comic. It's these two Incas looking at each other. There's a guy getting his heart ripped out on a pyramid in front of them, and these two Incas are looking at each other, and one's got his hand on the other one's shoulder saying, it's not a perfect system, but it's the best system we've got. It's a joke about government.
Yeah.
It's not the best system, but it's the best system we've got. Or it's not a perfect system, but it's the best there is.
So ideally, you'd like people to freely recognize what's better.
So way back when, in some point in the history of humanity, somebody acquired some highly spiked, adrenaline-filled blood, and thought, "Wow, this is cool. I could use more of this," and that started off like all these blood rituals and shit.
Well, that's how the medicine industry starts. They see that something natural has a medicinal benefit and they try to concentrate it, purify it, or, distill it or filter it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't really work. And so they probably saw these people getting a high off of all this blood and said, oh, we could probably market this as a drug or as adrenochrome or something.
Well,
Or we
the
can
Greeks used to do.
control the world with it.
You know what the Greeks used to do is when they would have their games and the athletes were real sweaty, they would scrape off the sweat and everything from the athletes into a paste, and they would sell that as a like metabolic enhancer and aphrodisiac.
Olympic.
So they had all those endorphins and stuff in the sweat.
Well, during ecstatic dances and ritualized dances in different places, say that if you dance for a couple hours, you can just, rub some of the sweat on somebody and they'll be in an ecstatic state automatically. Like there's something in that sweat that just sends somebody into an altered state.
Well, you can smell an alcoholic when they sweat. I know that.
Oh, yes. Concentrated euphoria. That is an interesting line of study, the sorts of products the body can make under certain conditions, be it adrenochrome, euphoric sweat, musk, or stuff like that, urine, different things.
Musk.
No, musk is
It's
a
just
big
always
one.
funny because I think
Musk turns
somebody has
people
a
on,
musk
seriously.
gland. Like there's a musk gland in somebody's anus. I'll spray musk everywhere. Watch out.
Elon's sweaty musk.
Yeah. Come out as a spray or a gas.
I think that you can put certain products in your urine. Allegedly, Dave was talking about a tale of somebody who had an allergic reaction, and he was implying, based off of what he was saying, that you make whatever you need in your urine. And so the guy had an allergic reaction to a bee sting in the forest or something. And he, got some urine, put it under the tongue, and supposedly abated his allergic reaction with that urine.
Okay, well, I was a couple of years ago. I was we were tripping out in a very natural setting in South Africa. I was with some friends, and the evening, the dusk was just set falling, and we all took acid. And it was so amazing because the African night, when it descends, the sounds of the insects, the crickets, the frogs, the weird sounds that nature, it's a whole symphony. And so there were some people nearby. It was a place where people went and spent the night. You could lie down at the river. It's a big river there, and look at the stars. So just nearby there was a little girl, and she got stung by something. And we had all this food laid out. We were all organized. And we had some babysitters as well who just stayed with us and didn't trip. And there was a jar of pickle. And so I was already feeling the effects, and everybody was freaking out. This little girl was running around screaming. Something had stung her right in the nape of her neck. And I had and don't ask me how I did this, but I grabbed this jar of pickles and I opened the top and I just splashed some of that vinegar on that sting, and she immediately kept quiet. And everybody was amazed.
Yeah, the vinegar in it.
It just came to me. Don't ask me where I had that information.
Do you know what I do when I get I work outside a lot. So you know what I do when I get like dehydrated, I will chug pickle juice and milk.
Pickle juice and
it
milk?
cures it every single time. Oh, I let me tell you something. I will knock out a gallon of milk in a morning. I drink a ton of milk.
Does the body good?
But the pickle juice will curdle it in your stomach.
It doesn't. It doesn't to me. Well, I don't drink them at the same time. If either is present, both of them work for me. Like I always, whenever I'm working, I always have a jar of pickles in my cooler.
I guess it makes some sense. Vinegar takes on a lot of stuff, like it's kind of absorbent, like it absorbs the essence of the pickle or the cucumber.
Yeah. Well, there's another thing too. Is when I was working with Mexicans, taught me how to survive in the heat doing concrete over the course of 20 years. And one of the things that I brought in, like I saw what they would do when they were getting overheated, and I knew what it was. They were creating electrolytes, like the stuff they would eat and mix together. And like this kid, he had the heat stroke on the job. He's a really dark brown kid, turns pale white, starts getting red splotches, falls down. Pull him over to the water cooler. We spray off his arms, because you're not supposed to spray the core body. Spray off their arms for the blood vessels to cool down and put cooler blood into the core. And we made him drink water mixed with salt and sugar.
Yeah.
And about 30 minutes later, he got up. We didn't let him work, though. We sent him home.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you give that to babies as well if they have diarrhea or anything.
Yeah.
I heard that one way to treat.
Go ahead.
You can also treat thrush by taking a baby's wet diaper with the urine and patting it on their tongue. I heard about that as an old remedy that they used to use.
What is thrush? I forget. I've had 3 kids. What is thrush?
Fungal infection of the tongue. I guess the tongue turns white or something like that.
Oh God. Yeah, I've never. None of my kids had anything like that. I do know this. My dad was Green Beret. He said, when you're in the jungle, you piss on your feet. Take off your shoes and socks, piss on your feet every night.
Oh, for the athlete's foot. The sweaty
Athlete's foot. Yep.
Yeah.
That if the fungus stuff starts getting to you in the jungle, you would just piss on the spot. Piss on it.
The human body is powerful.
Yep. Good Lord, they have got to ban yoga pants. So you're driving through downtown Savannah, and it's just like, oh my! I just have to stare at the road.
Women must be modest in their dress. No yoga pants. Or you will tempt your brothers to temptation.
Is that like a personal attack or something?
Just say.
What?
It doesn't leave anything to the
Men are weak. Men are weak, ladies. Even the Western men that are relatively well trained compared to the global average of male chauvinism.
To be fair, a nice sundress is far more intoxicating than yoga pants.
Modesty is very beautiful.
How dare you?
Dare you?
What was that, Greta?
I love that gif of Trump walking up to the podium with her looking on in disgust. Great.
Yeah, my president is Trump.
You weren't supposed to do that.
Let's look down into the dockyard. Good God. There's about 1,200 stacked crates in the dockyard right now. They're just sitting there, and there's nobody moving around. I've never seen them stacked. I've never seen them that packed. I have never seen that. Every crane is packed along the docks. Stacked all the way up. We have stuff, just nobody's taking it anywhere.
Yeah. Strange times.
Strange. Yeah, because we don't have a production issue.
Well, if the stimmy checks keep rolling in, then people are going to say, why should I?
Why should I work?
Got everything I need.
You know what else I didn't experience at all? I don't know if y'all can hear me. It's not.
Now you're roboting.
Mars, you have to land on the moon, they say. Any way of going directly without landing on the moon? Is that a possibility?
Well, we need to use the moon as a proving ground because when we go to Mars, we're going to have to be there for a long period of time. So we need to learn how to live and work on another world.
So how long a trip to Mars? How long will it take?
It's about a 7-month journey there. The challenge is Earth and Mars are only on the same side of the sun once every 26 months.
Go ahead, help me. What do you think? We come back and try it again.
Yo.
Hello there.
What the?
Yo.
Yo.
Hello.
Hey, hey.
Not bad. How are you?
Hi, hey.
You looking for a ban?
What?
Exactly.
What's the problem, man?
Yeah, either you speak and make sense, either stop, mute yourself.
I am from Turkey, okay? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we don't care where you're from.
Where are you from?
Romania.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Now that is a bad spawn, if you ask me.
If I ask you what?
I'm just saying that's a bad spawn, you know, I would have respawned if I was you.
You live in a video game.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Your mic is amazing. Can you speak again? That sounded kind of nice.
You have a voice fetish?
Yep.
Why are you gay?
Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
No, I'm not a glober, no. Not a glober.
So you believe you're living on a spinning ball?
He's a spaceman. How's space doing for you?
Never been, I don't know.
Get a ticket for Mars yet?
Not yet.
When you saving up for it?
Yeah. Part-time job McDonald's should get the ticket soon, no?
I don't know. All kinds of places got shit booked.
Do you like balls?
I love them.
Of course.
No wonder.
What?
What
Well,
about back holes?
Say that again?
The back holes, you like them too?
Black holes.
You saying black or back?
Both.
Yeah, they're great.
See.
So you got VC verified to do what?
Why are you guys jumping on me? I didn't do anything.
I'm asking you why you got VC verified.
Oh, I can't remember. It was like a year ago. It only took like 2 seconds anyway.
I doubt that.
Oh, I sat in the that channel thing, and then someone joined, and they said, "Yo." We spoke for about 30 seconds, and then he was like, "Yeah, you good to go." So. I'm here to learn, expand my smooth brain. I want to be like one of you guys.
What's a smooth brain?
Like a moron. Somebody with a smooth brain. Moron.
Is there proof of that?
Probably not. It's just a saying.
Oh. Yep. About to get the hammer.
Have you got a smooth brain?
No.
What was your guys' problem? I didn't even say anything.
We're enjoying the good weather.
Is there any Globers in here right now?
Only you.
Would that be you?
I said I wasn't a Glober, but, you know.
Prove it.
I've been to the edge of the world.
Definitely a global.
Troll.
Gotcha, bitch.
Have you seen the Black Sea?
No. Well, on photos, yeah. I've not been there though.
You said you're from Turkey.
Yeah, I'm not Turkish.
What are you
Now
then?
you're a liar.
Liar. Liar.
Liar!
You're the best creation, Bear.
No need to thank me.
So what's
what are
your
the
best
three?
proof for a globe?
Oh, he's from the UK? Ah, that's why.
That's me.
So he's got plenty of water, huh?
Hey, I guess. Pretty much surrounded by it, aren't you?
Mm-hmm.
You see boats go over the curve of the globe when you look out.
Yeah, I look out and the boat just disappears. Just goes. Coach
Where
just
is
takes
that
it
point?
away. I don't know.
What do you
How
mean you
far?
don't know? Should be able to figure it out.
Yeah, maybe I should sit down, do the maths, do some research.
Yep. Maybe you should do that sometime instead of lurking in here.
What do you think I'll find?
I don't know. Why don't you try it?
I'll try now. Is the Earth flat?
Measurably.
Gonna ask Google if the Earth is flat.
Yeah, we're gonna do it.
The source of truth.
Should I do Bing instead? Bing, I reckon.
Don't you know how to do math?
I skipped math.
Oh, well, then you're gonna be lost. It's
No.
not a good room for you.
Oh, boys, you've been done. I asked Google. It says no. The Earth is roughly a sphere.
Okay, what size is it?
Doesn't say.
Oh, it doesn't?
Doesn't say.
There's no size to it?
Not here, no.
You must specifically ask him that too. Ask Google, hey, what's the size of the Earth?
Okay.
Bomb has been planted.
Thank you so much. It's great. 3.6 million jobs have still not returned to the hotel industry since the pandemic began. And one of our next guests says that Amazon is partially to blame for that. The CEO of Pebblebrook Hotel Trust is live.
He disappeared into Google.
Lost.
Gone down a rabbit hole.
Lost into Google. That's why it's called Google, because there's so many possibilities.
Mission failed.
Does your ball have a radius?
It does.
Oh,
6,000
good.
6,300 kilometers. There you go.
There you
Oh,
go.
that's
So you should be able to tell me where the boat goes over the horizon from where you're standing. Now get the Earth curve calculator and tell me what that point is.
Okay, just for you.
No, just for you, actually. I already know this.
GitHub Earth curve calculator.
I have to do important things right now. Not worry about Google. I have to cut a bud up so I can roll it into a paper.
Thank you.
I have Google memorized.
You know, I'm something of a scientist myself.
If he disagrees with the experiment,
See your home in a whole new light.
What are we waiting on? What happened? We get lost?
I think he's
Just
getting the
throwing.
pi number. Did you get the pi?
No, I'm just throwing numbers into this calculator right now.
Perfect.
Got the curvature drop rate?
Not the drop rate, but apparently, if it's 100 miles away, and my eyesight is 10 meters, eyesight level is 10 meters. It should
So
be.
100 miles away you came up with.
I'm just 10. Actually, switch it to 10. At 10, it's giving me 1.81, sorry, meters. Obscured.
So you're saying you can see 100 miles away?
No, never said that.
Yes or no?
Very tiring for him.
I said no.
Okay.
Why are you guys so aggressive? I didn't do anything. All this abuse coming through.
Well, because you got the
I'm a hateful
calculator
I'm a hateful person. That's why.
You took the calculator and you're not using it correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Romania. Appreciate that.
I don't hate you, but why not tell us what you did there?
I just did. I read it out loud. Maybe you weren't listening.
So, what your observers hate?
It was 10 meters.
You're 10 meters tall?
Make it low, because you're not
Oh, let's
that
put it.
tall.
I'm only
Put
7
it
years
as
old.
tall as you are because you're the one standing on the beach looking at the ship.
Let's put it
Make
at.
it 1.7.
Let's put it at 5'3". That's me.
There you go. Whatever.
Beta!
You sound like you're shorter than that, but
I never said you guys were wrong, you know, with the whole curvature thing. You just jumped at me. I'm just
you did it wrong.
did it wrong.
Yeah. You're the one looking at the boat. So your height, looking out, put that in and redo everything.
I'm not doing it specific to the boat, you know. I never looked at a boat. I was joking.
You've never seen a ship or a boat?
Never been to the ocean.
Well,
sad.
Got a troll here, folks.
Funny
In
about
England,
Nothing we can do with him besides mute him.
So,
I live in the center of the UK. You know, it's a long way.
yeah.
Perfect.
Right.
Where was it?
Are you tied with a chain by the heatsink?
What? Say that again. A chain to the heat sink.
Yeah, did they tie you on the heatsink not to go away?
That's good. That's good.
Have you finished studies? Are you a student?
No.
No to both?
No, you're not a student, or no, you didn't finish school.
Wow.
I haven't finished school yet.
So you're a student.
Student means
that
like
you
a
go to school still.
B-Tech student, yeah.
We'll keep it simple for you. What's the square root of 1?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So what's your favorite science in school?
Tell me math.
We'll keep it simple for you. What's the square root of 1?
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Yes.
Like what it is? I don't know.
Mic check.
You good, Roger?
It's sunny.
It's a sunny day.
Oh, sunny. Sorry.
I sounded like Roger then? How weird.
Yep.
I don't know. With my right ear, I can't distinguish between the two of you.
That's because your vestibular system is disturbed from the spinning of the Earth and the going around the sun and flying through the vacuum of space at 66,000 miles per hour.
There's so many factors, yeah.
Plus standing up and sitting down and moving on top of all that spin. I'm surprised you just don't walk straight into a wall every time you stand up.
Yeah, you know what? Every time I come on here, you guys bring up topics that makes me think about things. Like, so think about that. So if there's all these different motions that you're used to, how could your vestibular system know the difference? And still be able to tell you every
Maybe
motion.
it cancels everything out.
Yeah, I've never seen medical information or scientific information that shows how that's affecting the ear. Never.
Did you know when you go in a circular motion, it's acceleration? You don't get used to that.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So back to the topic. Who were we talking to about the square root of 1? I never heard an answer. Who was
He
that?
didn't answer it.
Were you asking me the whole time?
Of course.
Kind of felt
We
like
need,
it was
we
just
need that
troll.
number from you.
There's 1. Oh god, 1 minute, 1 minute.
Oh, good.
What? 1? Okay. 1. Very good.
Okay, so what's 1 times 1.225?
One point.
Here, here's the eggs.
I gotta roll over here. Shelf full.
That sounded like Witsit. That must be my mistake. Sorry. I assume someone's taking this person through the Black Swan.
We haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay.
Black Swan?
Preliminary.
Yeah.
Preliminary information. So
Fill me in,
1.22. So
He's still trying to figure out how tall he is.
That was a good one.
Holy crap.
Okay, so if we're 1 foot off the surface of the Earth, where should we see the geometric horizon?
Did you get the question?
We want me to do it? Throw it in.
If for an 1 foot observer, where
Just under
how far
2,000
should
meters.
be for a 1 foot observer? How
2
far
kilometers
is the
almost.
geometric horizon?
See, 1.225 multiplied.
Have you seen the Black Swan picture?
I don't think so, no.
I don't think he's in the text chat, is he?
Yeah.
If he was, he would have seen a lot of stuff go by.
No, which one is it? God, there's so much.
Right above this chat.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is the
pound.
voice, and the next is the text.
Hashtag livestream voice text.
Whoa. Kim. Not everyone from the UK is like Nick. I hope not.
He just meant that some people are critical thinkers and some people aren't.
Do you see the funny 2 oil rigs in the voice text?
Yeah, I see them.
So you understand what's happening in this image?
Yeah, pretty much.
Can you tell us what then?
Well, you want me to just explain the image?
Yeah.
Whoa, 1 minute.
There is some
Cut the
writing
shit.
on it.
You're disgracing my
Yeah.
country. What the fuck? I've not done anything. This is horrible.
Do you see the oil rigs?
Yeah, I see them. The 6 point. 2-1.
I have a meeting. I'll be back later.
No problem, Red.
Okay.
Did you click on the image so it gets larger so you can look at it a little more closely?
Yeah, I can see it big.
Do you want to do this about the horizon get beget?
Go
I'm
ahead,
not-
Roger. You
Okay.
speak better than I.
Okay, no, it's no problem. I'm Sonny. I'm not Roger, but
Oh,
thank
Sonny.
you.
Sorry again.
So Nick, where do you see the horizon in the image where the oil rigs are? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or behind the oil rigs?
Behind the oil rigs.
Okay.
Bravo.
Now we went over.
I'm waiting
the
to get
inform-
abused when I get one wrong.
No, it's okay. They went over the information, these fine gentlemen, about where the horizon would be. You also see that in this image, the maximum distance to the geometric horizon.
We didn't.
Okay, well, at 1 foot height, which this image is taken from, and that can be verified through the original video. I can drop a link for that video. You can look it over yourself.
It was 2 kilometers, right? 1.22 miles.
At one, yeah. So basically 2 kilometers. So at 1.22 miles, that's where the geometric horizon should be. That's well before Platform Hill House at 6.21 miles. And Platform Habitat, would it be safe to say that the horizon is behind Habitat Platform about 10 miles? Would you say that's fair?
I don't know about the miles, but it's definitely behind it, yeah.
Well, Habitat's at 9.4. That's about 9.5 miles. So.
Oh, from 10 miles, yeah.
So probably, yeah, it may be more actually, but so let's just say that it's approximately 10 miles. So let me ask you this. Why is the horizon 10 times further than what the geometric horizon needs to be according to the radius of the Earth? 10 times further.
Because it's flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep.
I'm in.
Now I'm also gonna drop another image that is gonna make this painfully clear. It's from the same original video. Let me find the video for you so you can look at this video on your own time. 1 second. Okay, first I'm gonna drop you a still, a frame, a screenshot that I made from the original video with the timestamp, and the image is darkened just slightly. That's all. I just made it a little darker with the contrast, so it's easier to see. You see that image?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it has the timestamp of the video, which I'm going to put the link for the video. You can look at this yourself. You can actually make your own screenshot if you want. So you see the timestamp in my image I made. Here's the original video. You can look that over on your own time. So now to drive the final nail in the coffin of this globe Earth, I'm going to drop another image. Where is that image? One moment. And this image I'm looking up right now is another screenshot that I took of that original video. I don't know if I can find it. One second. I have to search for it. I have so many documents now. I'm going to show you a screenshot from the same video. And darn it. And it's going to show islands back even further behind the oil rigs, and those islands, which I can show you the map even, are a minimum 29 miles off. If you actually look at the still or the original video, off to the right, you'll see actually a darker spot off to the right side. That's the island in my image, but I have a better image. I'm just trying to find it right now, where you can see the islands at 29 miles. That would make Earth's radius 118,000 miles. So what happened to the globe if we can see 30 times further than the geometric horizon absolutely requires for the dimensions they gave us?
To be false.
I couldn't tell you. You're right.
So what it does, Nick, is it absolutely falsifies the radius dimension that they gave us. Earth is not a ball. And
What do you think about
That's
it?
the end of the argument. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
There was your question. I didn't hear.
What do you think about it now?
Same as before, really. I didn't come in here as a big glober. You guys put that on me.
Yeah, that's good. But we would like to hear your opinion. Like, do you still believe it's a ball, or you understand why do we say and claim that it's flat?
Yeah, from this, I understand.
Yeah, I'm glad you're honest,
Yeah. So there's a Creation Bear put it in the voice text. Thank you, Creation Bear, once again. A couple of images. The second one shows the distance to the island I was speaking of, which I'm still looking for my image. I have to dig through some things. But 29 miles, you can clearly see the islands in the original video. I'm just searching for the screenshot that I made.
Even I posted the link. I'm Get Beget, and it is a link with a laser test experiment. Actually, two of them, I think. This one should include both experiment tests. And they are shooting a laser. Yeah. They are shooting a laser over large bodies of water. One of these tests they did in Hungary on Lake Balaton, and they shot a laser over quite many kilometers, and the laser was visible on the other shore of the lake, right in the target where they were expecting, like as if it was flat. So the laser beam was moving parallel next to the flat surface of the water all along. If there was curvature, I mean, that laser should have not hit the target, or be pointed like in the sky.
Yeah.
Yep. So Nick, if you look in the voice text at 51 minutes after the hour, I'm Sunny. I put the screenshot that I'm talking about. Now, if you're looking at that, if you click on it, it'll get a little bit larger.
Oh yeah, I see it.
The Black Swan oil rigs are off to the left there. So those are the 6.4 and 9.5 miles. Now you see the islands that are off there to the right. They're 29 miles away. That's the distance I was talking about. So even at the last oil rig on the left side, which we clearly have discovered that the horizon in that Black Swan image with the two oil rigs is at least 10 miles, which makes the radius, which would make Earth's radius 10 times larger than they told us, or somewhere around 39,000 miles instead of 3,000. But the islands there are basically 30 miles from the observer. So like I said, that would make the radius of Earth 30 times larger which equals 118,770 miles, nearly out to the moon.
Yeah.
Jesus.
And that's only the radius. That's not that wouldn't be the circumference. The circumference would be well past the moon, or at about 200 or right about where the moon is, 250,000 miles would be the diameter of Earth.
Wow.
According to this view. So when we look out over the ocean, this geometric claim that the globe Earth has given us, every time you look out in the ocean and can see something out there, and 30 miles is nothing. Navigators, sailors see lighthouses up to 100 miles away. And this is done every day of the week. So we live in a flat, stationary plane of existence here on Earth.
Do you have questions?
Genuine question. It sounds like a troll, but
yeah.
So the edge. What do you guys think goes on along the edge?
Well, it is a complicated question, to be honest. But when you search on Google, like the term flat Earth, you will come up with videos and information which are actually mocking the flat Earth concept, reality, and everything. You know, it's the controlled opposition. They are making a great purge on censorship on internet against flat Earth. Yeah. So, and if you go there, you will find all these crazy models, you know, which we do not agree with them. They show like a disc in a space, flying in space and stuff like that. No, we do not believe that. It is tooth fairy, it is fallacious, it is against natural science. We accept natural science, like all the laws of thermodynamics, you know, gas pressure.
Right.
Yeah. We cannot have gas pressure without a container. And obviously, in the world, we have gas pressure. So that means it has to be contained. If you try to do it yourself at home, to have like a vacuum without the chamber next to gas pressure, it will be impossible to achieve such a thing. Correct?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. You need a chamber, you need a container, solid container,
Right.
so you can get a lower pressure or a vacuum. Yeah.
Right. Hey,
And also vice
I
versa.
don't want to.
Yeah.
Hey, sorry to interrupt. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to stop for just a second, though, so
No
Nick
problem.
has a chance to process this. You understand that we're not the Flat Earth Society, right?
Yeah, I know you.
Yeah. And yeah, so you may have in your mind an image that you might have seen somewhere, like a disc in space or something like that.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot.
So is that where you kind of got the idea of an edge?
Yeah, but sort of.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it must be something.
Well, see, yeah, just so you know that no one in here, no actual real flat earther claims an edge like that. That only comes from the Flat Earth Society, which we consider them to be a controlled opposition group that puts partial truths and then mostly lies and distractions and fallacies. Like what gets
anti-Jews as well, right? I'm pretty sure. I've heard.
all kinds of weird stuff. I don't know. You weren't supposed to say. You weren't supposed to do that.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we're not them. So just so you know that, we don't know. Like, if you're thinking of flat Earth as an object, which that's what we're all used to with the globe Earth, right? They told us it's this spinning globe. That's an object. It has a shape. We don't claim that Earth is an object. because it's never been measured. No one has ever been to the extremes. You would need to go to the extremes of the entire system to be able to know what it is, and no one that we know of has ever been there. Or if they have, they're not telling us.
Right.
And to go outside beyond the 60th parallel, there is actually the Antarctic Treaty signed by quite many countries in the world, and this treaty is the only treaty in the world which has never been broken by any country. And if you take a boat and try to sail or towards Antarctica, when you reach that 60th parallel, the military will stop you because you are entering military zone and air.
Okay.
Yeah, so you know how it is when you go to a military base, they have those fences, stuff, gates,
Yeah.
you know. And if you jump the fence, they shoot you. They don't discuss anymore.
Yeah.
Correct?
So what Get Beget is, talking about is the Antarctic Treaty, where basically you will be stopped if you go anywhere near the 60th
Yeah,
parallel.
yeah.
I don't think you would even get that far because they have ways of looking at what's passing through those zones, and also anywhere near the 60th parallel north, you're not allowed either. That's part of the. It was called the Detection Early Warning System. Back when the Cold War, was happening, they thought that Russia was going to shoot nuclear ballistic missiles over the poles, right? So they have these stations all around the 60th parallel in the north there, where they can detect anything that's passing through that area. So they told us we're on a ball, and they've limited where we can go to look at things. We can't independently research or explore Antarctica, which is probably where there's a lot of things we don't know. If you think about it, water being horizontal, that means every single ocean is all connected to each other, and all of that water is horizontal. So if you go out on the plane towards the ice shelf, which you're going to run into going south, and this is also evidenced by many explorers like Captain John Ross, Captain Cook, that traveled along the ice wall on their ships, and they logged up to 69,000 miles and over 3 years of travel, never found a way into or through the ice. So if you look at the numbers that these navigators reported, 69,000 miles, that's the furthest Captain Cook got was 70 degrees south. But so if you're looking at, let's say, 60 degrees south and you have a distance of 70,000 miles, and it's supposed to be a ball with a circumference at the equator of 24,000 miles, how could you have nearly 3 times the distance at 60 degrees when it's supposed to get smaller as you go south?
There you go.
And another thing, one of the latest expeditions to Antarctica was made by a Swiss doctor, and this guy had the backup, governmental backup funding, from the Swiss government, and he hired people like from Russia, from all these other countries. The crew was made like from people from all sort of nations. It was very hard for them to understand among each other, but when they were hiring them, they were questioning them if they were if they believe they live on a globe Earth or if they are flat earthers. For the job interview. You know, yeah. So they have been very selective who they hire.
So, Nick, I was just curious. Sounds like you're actually actually listening to the information that's being provided. How long have you looked into this topic?
Like actually looked into it. Not very long at all.
Okay. What, like a month, 2 weeks?
I mean, I've been in the Discord for a long time, but I've never really looked into it. Probably like a week max.
Okay, good. You know, if you're wanting to do some more, look at more information, I put my channel in the voice text at 51 minutes after. You can go on. I have a bunch of related videos and information there. Over 170 videos, and I also subscribe to about the same amount of channels that are flat Earth related.
All right.
So they've censored my channel severely. They're limiting the amount of subscribers. So that's what's happening with us. They take out videos every week. They take off 2 or 3 videos from my channel.
That's on a daily basis.
They delete entire channels.
Yeah.
So I've been watching that for 4 years. Especially now, they're censoring quite a bit. But you know, that information is there for now. Feel free to look at that. And also, I don't know if anyone told you the information down below. This live stream is additional information you can look at. There's beginner videos and
live stream too.
Yeah, I know. If you go all the way to the bottom, you'll find it says additional information A through A through M, but it's basically way down at the bottom. All kinds of information about long distance observations, laser tests that have been done, infrared photography. So I'd recommend you take a look at that and find out what interests you in this topic, and then look at that information. If you have any questions, you can ask one of us for additional information. There's a wealth of people in here that have done lots of research for up to 7 and 8 years. We're still waiting for any proof of the globe. We've talked to scientists, PhDs, rocket engineers, pilots.
What do the pilots say? If you can keep it concise.
Most of them, if they're being honest, they're saying we don't make any adjustments for any curvature in any of our flights. We fly flat and level over a plane, and it's not rotating. It's a stationary flat plane that we're flying over.
Wow.
Yep.
You said you were a student, right?
Yeah.
So you take physics classes, right?
No, it's like I don't know. School's weird in the UK. You choose like 3 to do.
Oh, that's very interesting. Never heard. Mic check.
Yep. Do you live near the cliffs of Dover by any chance?
No, it's quite far away.
Okay. Do you live near a coast, or are you like on the Thames or something?
Like smack bang in the middle, actually. But still not very far though to the coast.
All right, on.
Ireland is so big, Sonny. You can never be more than 70 miles away from the coast.
That's
wow. Yeah, it's huge.
So I would suggest if you go to the coast, I know it's not easy to find a clear day in England there, but if you can go to the coast and find some place where you can see a lighthouse, I know people here have told us they can go to the coast and they can actually see Calais.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So
What's the
if you can
distance to
see
Calais?
Calais, and I don't know how far the distance is, but if you look at the curvature calculator and you do a couple of observations and see how far there should be a certain amount of drop over distance, if you're seeing these things like lighthouses or beaches or buildings, they would be far, far under the geometric curve edge. So you can do this yourself, actually.
Yeah. Well, it was good to learn all this stuff, but I need to go now. So, but thank you
All right.
for the information.
Yeah. Good luck with your
Absolutely. You're very
investigation.
welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Keep searching for the truth, and I think you'll find it. Come on back here. Ask us any questions. We're here 24/7. So.
All right, will do. Peace.
Right on. Have a good one.
Peace. Be great. Yeah, it was making no point to tell him about gravity.
That's really good to see people. Like, we never know what people's
Yeah.
intentions are, but that makes it all worth it. Someone like that is actually not talking constantly and listening and making the appropriate responses is what I'm paying attention to. When somebody's listening, you can tell by when they're pausing. Yeah. So that's really cool.
How is your garden, Ariel?
Oh, my whole kitchen is covered in plants, and we've had
my.
maybe 4 days with actual sunlight.
4
So
days.
it's been raining, it's been grey, it's been overcast, it's been absolutely dreadful. Like really depressing.
I've seen these machines couple of days ago. Yeah, and if you put them in your garden and turn them on, like they take a little bit of electricity, but they generate some sort of electrostatic charge in the air, and they make all the clouds and storms go away.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that thing that looks like it looks like a conch shell or a bugle or something.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen that. So I've
It's
actually
on a platform. Hmm.
I'll go and look at that again.
Yeah.
But so I've got some plants outside. I keep dragging my plants in because I'm growing like quite a few special things. And the season here has been absolutely awful. The farmers, I saw they interviewed, nobody talks to the farmers, but I saw a clip where a farmer was standing in a field and he said, these plants here behind me should be at least 3 times the height that they are. So according to the Metropolitan Weather Office here, April was the coldest that it's been in like 100 years.
Yeah,
and
in
May
Romania too.
and May has been the same. So I don't know what the heck is going to happen with crops that are standing in the field. It's just dreadful. So my plants my plants are doing okay, but it's because it's like having a
You
child.
take care.
Yeah, then it's outside, then it's back inside. My whole kitchen, my windowsill, every surface is covered in plants.
That's nice. That's nice. I have plants growing in my kitchen table too. And you know what? It's been really cool here too, even in California. And so I was going to make a funny statement. It's global warming because it's been so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, it's been really unusually cold, and I love the sun. If it's out for 15 minutes, then I'm outside. I don't care about anything else. But it's literally you see the sun for 15 minutes and then it's gone. So I don't know. They could be seeding and doing stuff in the. They don't have to necessarily be doing it above your head. They could be doing it miles away. You know, putting stuff in
Well,
the air.
in
I don't
Romania,
know.
on 1st of May, I was usually going by the river, and you could have a swim. Like the water was very fresh, not warm, but neither cold. Very, very fresh in May. But this May it was so cold you couldn't go.
So I wonder because last year was brilliant. It was a brilliant summer.
Yeah.
So I wonder if the summer this year is just late in arriving, so it will stay for longer. Warm for longer.
Yeah, until December.
But you never can tell. You never can tell. So I don't know what my plants are going to do because they've been affected. They're smaller than what I expected them to be. But it's fun. It's fun anyway.
They will make it. They still have plenty time.
Yeah.
But they will be a little late. That's all.
Yeah. I'm just thinking because inflation has been creeping up. It has, There's no denying it. The food prices. If there's a really bad season and the crops, the yield is quite low, then that is really going to affect people who are struggling. When they go to the supermarket and they want to buy food. Quite frankly, I just want to give up this life and go and live on a farm and just grow and grow stuff. I'm not interested in anything anymore. I don't see the point. I just love to see plants growing out of the ground from a tiny little seed.
It makes you feel the time.
What?
Sort of. When you plant, when you do gardening, you plant all these seeds, and it's like it gives you a feeling. You feel the time going by, looking at them, see them growing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm growing these tiny little they squash, and I used to have them in South Africa, and you can't buy them here, so I have to grow them. And I get up in the morning with it on the kitchen windowsill, and I can swear that they've grown like overnight.
Yeah.
I should take some photographs or
Oh,
stop
if you do that, like
filming or something.
video record, like a time lapse,
Yeah.
you will see that they move a lot.
Yeah, I set up my camera to take a picture every, I don't know, 15 seconds or something. I need to research that. But it's great fun.
One picture an hour.
You think?
Yeah,
maybe.
that will be in one day, like 24,
true.
30 pictures. You have to think also like your memory card, how big it is and how.
True. No, my memory card's okay. I've spoken to somebody who said he will come to the Flat Earth Discord. So that was last night. Then I said, you'll come tonight. And then he said, yeah, he'll come. And then I remembered it was ladies' night. So I said, yeah, it's
Yeah.
ladies' night. So, it's just some ladies.
Yeah.
But I think he comes here and he behaves badly. I will not speak to him again.
Hmm.
His
Don't worry about that.
attitude, and he's known me for a long time. But his attitude towards me just changed when I started talking about
Oh,
that
about
maybe it's time for him
that. Yeah,
to.
don't worry.
So now I really don't know what to think of this. It's the reason is because we used to talk about everything, and when your heart is full with something, then that is what your tongue will speak. And how can I spend time with this person if there are things that I'm not allowed to talk about suddenly?
Yeah.
And
Very true.
flat Earth is everywhere. It's a thing that I tried to
Well,
explain to
there's
him.
quite many in England.
Yeah, and I
But
tried to
for
explain to
me,
him
mhm,
that seeing doing this work, doing a discovery to see if you find something that is true for you in this. It's not a
yeah.
belief. It's examining what you've been told. And I mean, I say to him, this is just the beginning. That's just the door is just open. Now you have to go over the threshold and see what is beyond. You can't explain it to somebody else. You just can't.
Well, the problem is that when they open the door, they find out that there is a beast in the world. They don't want to accept it.
So this is my one friend that I really, really care about. And I really did say to him last night, look, I don't think this is a thing that our friendship can
Be
overcome.
right back. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Because he's been so sarcastically condescending towards me, and he's doing it in front of other people, and I've sort of had enough of it now. So yeah. I'll have my flat earth and he can stick with his stupid bull. Claptrap.
Any spinning oblate paroid dwellers in here right now? Thank you, Creation Bird.
No, it seems like we have a lot more people listening to the information and going off to do more investigations. So if they're able to critically think for themselves, I predict there's going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of more flat earthers.
I hope you are correct, Sir Sonny. Flip through the list. All I see is crazy globe deniers. So, as you were, I got nothing.
Yep. And you know what I'm going to do is I'm just going to keep believing that that is true, because I think our beliefs are the most powerful thing that we have besides our voice. And so I believe it's going to happen, and that I think, and then more people are going to start believing it too. And that's going to cause it to actually happen.
Power and positive thought manifest reality. All that good stuff. Right?
Yeah, it's not easy staying positive, but I want all of you out there listening, anybody who's listening, to have hope. There is hope here. And I haven't always been the most hopeful person. So that's coming from somebody who used to not be very hopeful. I've got more hope in spite of a lot of things like seemingly conspiring against me as a human being. I still have great hope. I have more hope than I've ever had for something better.
Sounds good, man. I have many days where I need some of that hope. I know what you're saying.
I'm just sitting here nodding.
Go ahead, Ariel.
I'm just sitting here nodding my head in agreement.
Yeah, I think planting seeds on the flat earth and watching them grow is cool. But why would they lie?
Why would they not?
Yeah, it's pretty obvious now what is going on.
Why would they lie?
It's pretty obvious.
Yep. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I'll just keep it on my side of the street. I'm in a freaking battle for my life from these fucking corrupt kangaroo courts that think they have power or dominion over other men. And I will use every last bit of energy until my dying fucking day to fight these people. They want war with me, they're going to have it. And I dare them to try to out energy this one. It's not going to go well. And there may be repercussions for me being so bold, because I am freaking pissed. I am so angry at these people that they dare take everything that I've earned throughout my entire life and can just take it away from me without due process, without anything. So if they have repercussions against me for using my pen and my words, go ahead. Let them try. What else do I have to lose at this point? They can go ahead and try. And if anybody else out there wants help in validating credit, these ruthless credit agencies, if you have debt that's been signed off, I will help you figure out how to do this. We'll do it together. We'll send letters to validate debt, certified mail. We can do our own law here. So they wanted to do this to me. They're going to have a formidable foe now, because I will make every last moment, like I said, in fighting them.
That's the spirit, Sonny.
Yep, because they could take my property, they could take my money, They could take my life, but they cannot stop my spirit. I'm not going to let them do this.
Yeah, I'm literally repulsed by these people.
Yep. So start studying your Constitution, your Bill of Rights, the Magna Carta, whatever we have available to us. We need to start utilizing this. We need to start fighting them because they think they got us over the barrel. And they do because we gave them our consent. Now's the time to rise up and say, I don't consent and I will not comply. And so I'll start educating all of you, anybody who's listening, on law and what I'm learning, and I'll share that with anybody. If any of you have more information, maybe you looked into this a little bit further than I have, we all need your help, you know? So there's a couple things, and they're going to hate this, but like I said, I don't care. There's this thing called 15, this is in the U.S. though, 15 U.S.C. number subsection 303, 1673, the Consumer Credit Protection Act. And you can file complaints against the Department of Labor in Washington for them violating this Credit Protection Act. So you go to validated debt, you can make a complaint to, like, we'll see. That's what I'm in the process of that too right now. So we'll see how it turns out. There's also a violation of rights under the color of law, because a lot of these places are not law. They don't have law backing them up. All they have is codes and statutes. And these agencies are kangaroo courts. So these people that have like cases against you or whatever, these individuals that are representing these corrupt agencies can be held liable as a man or woman, as a natural person. They can be held liable. So I plan on taking them to federal court and sue them. And every single person who has touched my case, including clerks, agency representatives, commissioners claiming to be judges with a pecuniary interest. In other words, they get money for the outcome of this case to steal your money from you. I'm taking them to task.
Sorry to interrupt you, but what are you talking about? Because I wasn't here from the beginning.
I'm talking about law, but I'm not gonna stay on it because this is not the law server. But I interject this stuff from now and then. So yeah, we're talking about Earth here, actually.
Oh, cool. Does anybody here have a 2005 penny? So I'm doing an assignment on them.
What does it look like?
A 2005 penny. I don't really know how to describe it. Enter in a fraction. So what is 100 divided by 12? That's 8.3.
Why are you asking about a 2005 penny?
Because I'm doing it for an assignment.
So you came to a Flat Earth Discord to do that?
Pardon? Hello?
Hello?
I said pardon, I didn't hear you.
Why did you ask that in a Flat Earth Discord? What's the shape of the Earth?
I mean, you guys are here, so I might as well ask.
It's what?
Because you were here, like people were here, so I thought, like, well, what's the harm in asking? Nobody was talking, so might as well make some conversation, shouldn't you?
Okay, I'm trying to. What do you think the shape of the Earth is?
It's like,
What'd you say? Does somebody else want to try?
Yeah, I guess we're not supposed to talk about it. Like, we're not supposed to talk about the Earth being.
okay, yeah. What was your question again? I forgot.
Am I cut out? Am I still here?
Yeah, I had to tap out, so I couldn't hear.
Okay, I was just asking you, what do you think the shape of the Earth is?
I think it's a flat. It's not a cuboid. I think it's a flat circle.
I think it's a flat circle. What makes you think that?
Because how else would gravity be able to work? Because things would just fall off of it. And I was talking to somebody else in like one of the lobbies before or earlier to this. We were talking about gravity and or like quote unquote gravity and how it works. And now Sir Isaac Newton didn't agree with the theory and how it worked, but people just twisted his word and made people believe that. That's why I mainly believe that, because how else would like water be able to stay on a sphere that's circling, like how they say thousands of kilometers a second? How would it be able to stay there?
Slow down for a second before you get in too deep here. It's okay if you think it's a globe. You can say that.
I don't think it's a globe.
All we want is honesty. Okay, if you don't think it's a globe, that's fine. What's
talking to
three
somebody.
main reasons you think it's flat?
Because first, how would water be able to stay on there? Second
Water's
is
actually a good one. Go ahead.
second one is what's it called? Sorry, I had two main theories that I was talking about earlier, which is the ones that I can get off the top of my head. The second one was how gravity works, is like how is like a strong force of mass able to pull something that just doesn't make any logical sense. And then I don't have a third reason because I haven't thought into it that much currently because I'm doing a test at the same time.
Like I said, all we ask for is honesty. So how long have you been looking at the subject of flat Earth?
I've been thinking about it for like the past couple of like months, but I got into the server like today.
You're looking at it for 2 months. Are you aware of what the three main globe claims are that we were all taught in school?
No, I don't exactly remember at the point because then again, I'm just told you I'm doing a test, so I can't really focus on it.
The main reason most of us are here because we tried to prove the claims of the globe and we failed miserably. The three main claims of the globe are that it's a ball. Would you agree? So a ball should have curvature, correct?
Yeah.
So you know when, where, how anybody ever measured the curvature of the Earth?
No, I don't know that.
Okay, the second claim that the Earth is in motion, it's going somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever detected the motion of the Earth?
Can you repeat that last part?
Do you know of anyone that has ever, and how they did it, what method they detected the motion of the Earth, that the Earth was in motion?
No.
Okay, fair enough. And the third main claim we focus on here, our gas pressure system. You know, we're all breathing right now, right?
Yeah.
So we have like 14.7 psi gas pressure here at sea level, generally speaking. So how can you have gas pressure next to basically nothing? They claim space is basically nothing. And we need a demonstration of gas pressure existing next to a vacuum or nothing without a container. You know anything about that?
I think I just your mic wasn't making like not your microphone. I just don't think I understood that last part. But from the basic premise of it about like the gas pressure and how like it's just a vacuum and how can there be pressure, that makes more sense to me.
I think my mic's messing up. Somebody else wants to step in here.
No, it's not your mic. It's just you sound a bit not messy. It sounds a bit mushy. That makes sense.
Anyway, I'll let other people talk. I was just going over the three main claims that, like, people that come in here and believe they're on a globe, we point out to them it's just a belief using those three things.
So you mentioned gravity, cool car.
What?
What do you mean by gravity?
I don't understand what you're saying. I don't know if that's just me, but
You mentioned gravity.
No. It's your microphone. It's your microphone. Nothing else. I don't know how to describe it, but your microphone has a lot of echo and it sounds very, very robotic. Can you ask somebody else, or can you message somebody to say what you're saying? Because it's very difficult to
I was
understand.
trying to talk, Elbow. Does he not sound good?
No, I don't know if it was just for me, but he sounded like a robot and there was a lot of echo.
Go again, whoever that was. I know my mic ain't too good.
Testing.
I could record your microphone for you and just
Hold on.
show you.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It just sounds weird.
I'm asking you, Dave, you hear
A
me?
little copy for me, Elbow. I'm sorry, man. Say something else.
I'm in front of Discord for some reason. Only in Discord is weird.
Say Discord. Go ahead.
I don't know if it's just me or if anybody else has the same issue.
Well, you brought up some very good points. The young man who was just speaking.
That was me.
Yep. That water would fall off of a ball, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all we show. That's all we see here in this reality. Like if you try to put water on a ball, it doesn't stay there. So when Globers come in here and ask us, what about the edge? Isn't a ball a continuous edge? Mm-hmm. I think so.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. It's just a bit confusing.
Yeah, because if water's on a ball, that means if you move away from the top, you're at an angle. And if you move to the side, you're 90 degrees from the top.
Yeah.
They can't show that water can stick to a ball under any circumstances.
Can you hold that thought for 1 second? I just have to do something quickly.
No problem. Yeah, me too. I'm kind of busy as well. But I just wanted to pipe in there.
I'm back.
So do you really have a cool car, or you just pick that name?
Can you repeat that?
Really own a cool car, or you just pick that name for the hell of it?
I have a cool bike.
Okay. Just curious. So what questions do you have for flat earthers? Ever talked to a flat earther before?
No.
Do you have any questions?
Oh, actually, no. I have. Or not really. But I was talking to somebody who said that the world was a square, or like it's not a sphere, it's a square.
Somebody claiming to be a flat earther told you it was a square?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
That's hard to believe.
that's not a flat earther. I just want to tell you that right away.
Yeah.
Well,
And
sorry, go ahead.
Son.
yeah, and then they would have to show the same evidence that we ask Globers. We need to have the measurement. If it's a cube, that means that horizontal to us, there's going to be a place where the wall goes vertical. We need the location of where it goes vertical, the measurements of that. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I haven't talked to them in a while, but yeah.
My guess is they're a Minecraft player.
Oh no, they're not. They're like, no, they just think that because they were taught by their parents. That's mainly it. I just had a few questions about what you guys were saying, if you don't mind like answering it. So you guys know how like
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, I mean I could have heard you before, it just it sounds like an echo, but yeah.
Right, it sounds like an echo, right?
You're good now,
Yeah.
Elbow. Look, he was getting ready to ask you a question. Go ahead.
Ask your question, cool call.
Cool. Are you gonna ask a question?
What?
Hello, Bueller.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Say what again?
Say globe one more time.
I dare you. I double dare you, motherfucker.
Say what again?
Hey, Creation Bear, I noticed you had some clips from Witsit. That's pretty cool. People actually thought Witsit was in here when you played them, though. It was funny.
Okay, so do you know what plane survey data is?
There you go.
Are you talking about like surveyors? Up to 250 miles. Okay, go on with what.
I actually thought that was you, Creation Bear, before. I'm like, that sounded like Witsit.
Yeah, you actually thought Witsit was in the room, didn't you? Several of us did.
Yeah, and then I saw Creation Bear light up, and I'm thinking he just sounded like Witsit, and I was gonna say, Creation Bear, you've been hanging out with Witsit an awful lot, huh? You're sounding just like him, man. No.
Speaking of Witsit, shout out to him. He did a stream last night from Gatlinburg, Tennessee, in front of Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum. And in front of the museum is this giant spinning ball, and with water. It's like a water fountain ball. It's not specifically a globe, but it was perfect for him to stand in front of and point out to people how ridiculous the globe is. Y'all should check it out. It's on his channel unless they deleted it already. But he was literally flat smacking the strangers walking by this wet spinning ball out front of Ripley's Believe It or Not. Everybody should check it out. It's pretty funny.
Why would they
I
not?
watched that last night, and
his connection cut off when he was getting a really good debate with that dude.
So did we lose Cool Car Dude? Looks like we did.
He did say he was doing some homework or a test or something.
I hear you now, El Perico, but you're still
Elbow, you
got
sound
like
like
the
you're
echo or something.
echoing. Like
Yeah.
your headphones are next to your mic and they keep on echoing.
Yeah, you got a slight echo. There's a couple new people in here with no roles. I don't know if the mod wants to try to talk to them. Skinarf, I guess it's Francesco backwards, looks like. No roles. Zach. Oh, we have a VC verified, Mr. Tasty.
True.
Welcome to the server. What say you? If anything.
Mr. Tasty.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr.
Hello
Hello,
there.
Mr. Tasty.
Hello.
Welcome to the server. What brings you by?
Well, I've been here so a couple of days now. I spoke with some people yesterday. But I would like my
Mic
friends
check,
to
mic
get
check.
the voice check role because they have something to say, but they can't really get their speech out. It's Zach and the guy with the terrorist as a
One
picture.
second, let El Perico do a mic check. He's having problems with his mic. Go again, El Perico.
Mic check. Do I still have an echo?
No, it's still the same.
You guys still got an echo.
It's weird because I switched it back to the legacy. When I had it on the standard, whatever they did with the update, it's giving me a staticky voice. And
Oh
now,
yeah, they fucked it up. You should go on browser.
I appreciate it. I'll just listen in for now.
Yeah, they bugged out the whole thing.
But go ahead, Andrew, if you want to try to talk to Mr. Tasty on mute.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Tasty?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions? Anything you'd like to clarify?
No, I just asked the guy with or whoever here has permission to give the verify role, or at least like have a test with Zach and Fanaticide or whatever his name is, because they have something to say. I'm friends with them. So.
So what's his name?
Zach. He's 2 people above you, and
Oh, Zach. Okay.
the guy above FE Batman, Fanaticide or Ty or whatever his name is called.
All right. So you want your friends to get in the debate?
Yeah, they have something to say. At least do that. That's what they typed in the voice chat, and we spoke in a private call earlier to get in here and try to have.
All right. Can anybody take them to the VC or? Anybody here?
Hopefully somebody can. I'm driving. I can't do anything right now. Sorry.
I have
No
one
problem.
question though.
Alright,
I've
shoot.
heard by a friend that flat earthers think that NASA do their studies or their videos at least underwater because the zero gravity thing. Is that true, or where do you
Yeah,
guys
so-
think NASA do their videos?
So one reason why that is a thing, it's because we've seen those so-called bubbles. Literally, if you analyze them and you look at them objectively, they genuinely look like bubbles. And so the logical result out of that is, okay, they're filming on the water. That's how you just fake the whole thing.
One of the ways.
Yeah,
There
one of
are
the ways. It
several
doesn't
ways,
really
yeah.
mean that they're doing it all the time, right? We can't really presume everything at the absolute states if we don't have proof. But it's pretty clear proof that at least for sometimes they've done it. Now there's all kinds of technology that you can use. You don't need water. You can just use strings and CGI. Nowadays, technology is so evolved. You you can just CGI the whole thing. I mean, just look at movies.
Mm. When you, I prefer. I guess you haven't never seen SpaceX or NASA shoot a rocket up into space, but you know when they like board a ship and shoot it up, you know, like normal civilians are allowed to see it flew up into space. Like where does that go?
Yeah, and
They
if you
shoot up.
actually,
They shoot up. How do you know they're shooting up into
Yeah.
space?
Right.
Yeah. How do you know they're going to space?
if you actually
Where-
watch
where-
time lapses, you'll see it's going up, and then after some dozens of kilometers or miles, whatever, it goes down. It's never going that high up. It's always going down. Always.
Where is it going down? Because they're usually just coming back to the same place that they launched from.
Well, there's a lot of data that they're coming back into oceans, some wasteland, whatever. Like I can bring it up for you if you want.
Yeah,
Cut the
I know
shit just
that
close
they,
to it.
they can land a bit of everywhere, but usually they land on their like landing spot. If it's that kind of rocket.
You're talking about SpaceX re-landing kind of rockets?
Yeah. Do you believe those cartoons? You think that's real?
I wouldn't see it as cartoons because I mean, like, as I remember it, people as normal citizens have been allowed to like watch the whole thing from outside the fence.
Yeah, but you can't verify that yourself though. And
Yeah.
do you
No, I
do you think
cannot.
do you actually think rockets are able to land like they're showing?
Yes, I think with the correct let's see. I am not from an English-speaking country, therefore I have a bit hard with English, but
It's
I'm
okay.
trying my best.
all right.
With the correct programs, if you program them correctly, then you can make it basically almost do anything. Because, like, as I've been trying with like just like toy robots, you can do a lot. And I guess with their kind of technology, you can do literally all, or at least almost everything, but not everything, but almost, I guess. So yeah, I believe those, as you call them, cartoons, but
Yeah, well, what you should look after is cuts in the video. So if from the beginning you're being shown a specific side of the rocket, if from like the minute 5, every single time at every single launch it cuts at that time, then there's clearly something going on. If you can't ever anywhere find any 24/7 kind of live footage of something released from the Earth to the presumed space, then there's no proof of it. Right? If you really want proof, you should see a camera that shows you when they're going up on the rocket, pulling it on the rocket, then the rocket is going up, then nonstop without any kind of blockage or cuts or stand by, please, we have a problem, without any of that. Nonstop, smooth image of everything that's going on. If you can provide any sort of that kind of image, video from beginning to the end without any kinds of cuts, then cool. That's a pretty big problem, and it's a pretty big thing to say it's completely fake. But the thing is, everything we have is just cutty things.
the thing I'm thinking is like if the Earth now is flat, then I will guess like Elon Musk. He's a pretty official person, and I mean, like, everyone knows him. That's not what I'm meaning, but he's kind of honest. You know, he's been on talking shows and smoking weed. He's been doing a lot of shit that a
And
lot of
smoking
celebrities.
weed makes you an honest person.
No.
So,
Let me
Elon
get
Musk, hold
let
on.
me get
So
to the point.
Elon Musk is no more than an actor on TV.
As I was going
all
to
he
say,
is.
like, can I please finish my sentence? Maybe.
I mean, not really, because you're talking about someone who's just an actor on the television. He has no relevance here. We're only talking about the Earth, the flat Earth.
You don't personally know him.
So here's the thing.
Are people don't lie on TV?
What I was going to say was like, as a bit of an argument, to the flat Earth and to the globe Earth or whatever now it is. Like if like official persons that are kind of a bit of they speak the truth as we think at least, wouldn't like him or anyone else like provide the data that
Wait,
the
so
Earth
You
is
are
flat
understand?
or the
you
Earth
saying
is?
Hold on, hold
officials
on,
don't lie?
hold
If the
on.
officials lie about things Gulf and Tonkin,
Wait. You know you're committing a fallacy called appeal to authority. You're appealing to authority. That's a fallacy.
Elbow, you have a weird echo.
Yeah,
I can't understand. Are you saying that I'm
No,
doing
what
it
he said
illegal
is
right
that
now?
you're using a logical fallacy. It's called appeal to authority. That's what you're doing now.
Yeah,
Is that
and
real?
why
Sounds
would
like
you?
the voice of
Well,
God coming in.
yeah, why would you think that officials are telling you the truth because they're officials? Why would you believe that?
As, I didn't mean like I believe it, but I mean like if someone important, not important, you get my point. Someone that is a bit more known in the world than the rest of us
Famous.
will like
You
point
mean
out that the
people on
Earth is flat.
TV?
People on TV, people on social medias, people that have been doing
Okay,
big
okay,
things.
that's an appeal to popularity. Do you realize that's an illogical statement you're making?
It's basically kind of a question, not a state, but
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's illogical.
was
It's not
George
logical
W.
thought.
Bush lying?
okay. Oh well, that's your opinion.
So I would no, it's not opinion. It's fact. So here's the thing, Mr. Tasty. Do you believe that do you believe that SpaceX is actually going to space?
I do believe they're going to space. Yes.
Okay, good, good. That's what I wanted to ask. Now, I want to ask you a couple of simple questions if I could. Can you tell us when, where, and how anybody before the age of flight has measured the curvature of Earth?
Wait, can you say that question again? I got a retarded question by the cut the shit. So
No worry. Just, listen to what I'm saying. So, when, where, and how did anyone measure the curvature of Earth before the age of flight?
they used trigonometry and shadows.
So are you going to go with Stone Age tech, Eratosthenes with shadows and sticks? You're going to stick to that? Is that your proof?
Not really a proof, but
Yeah,
why do we
okay,
have to
then
go back? Wait. Why do we have to go back to the Stone Age?
because you
to
mentioned
measure that.
Yeah, because you mentioned it. That's why. Sticks and shadows. That's Eratosthenes.
I never mentioned sticks. I mentioned trigonometry.
Yeah, well, that was the method he used in those times, like
No, hold up. When you're
270
saying
BC.
trigonometry, what are you talking about? I know what trigonometry is, but what are you exactly talking about? Are you just using a general term, or do you have anything in mind particular? Do you have one event, one experiment, or something particular which uses trigonometry?
The thing is, I have never like really studied myself into this.
No,
I'm
no
just trying
problem.
to
But you mentioned trigonometry, so who used trigonometry to prove the curvature of the Earth?
Well, before the flights, we used
Trigonometry.
Thank you.
So
And
listen.
shadows.
So I hear what you're saying about trigonometry. Let me ask you this. Is math able to prove anything?
Well, they measured the angle between the Earth and the Sun to calculate the angle in Egypt.
That's not the question. I asked you,
What was your
is
question?
math able to prove anything? Math itself, can it prove something?
Well, I will probably say yes.
Math is a convention, a language. Can the English language prove anything?
Now, hold up, Sonny. Tell me something that mathematics has proven. One thing that math's proven.
Was that a question to me or a question to Sunny?
No,
of course, it's not to Sonny, it's to you.
Well, physics.
What? Mathematics has proven physics.
Physics, it's all math.
What? Dude, my question was, you said that mathematics can prove something, and I demanded one proof. One thing
and as I said earlier, they measured the angle between the Earth and the Sun to calculate the angle in Egypt.
Nah.
What?
So how
He's spiraling.
how did
Listen,
you
go ahead,
how
Fuzzy.
did you get the distance?
Fuzzy, we can't hear you. You're roboting out of control,
Yeah.
bro. Cannot make it out. So listen, math does not prove anything. Languages and conventions do not prove
How did you
anything.
get the distance to the sun?
Fuzzy, I'm sorry. Nobody can understand anything you're saying, Fuzzy.
Can you
One
reconnect?
word. 1 out of 10 words is all we're hearing from you, Fuzzy. Sounds really weird. So anyway, come on back in when you reconnect. So what we've determined is, it seems like you don't have information on an actual measurement of curvature like I asked, correct?
Can you say that again?
You do not, I'm asking, do you have an actual direct measurement of Earth's curvature from anywhere? An actual measurement, not a calculation, a measurement.
No, I don't.
Okay, so at this time, right now, we would have to say that what you believe about curvature is only a belief itself, that you don't have validating proof or a direct measurement that validates the claim. So Earth curvature is just a belief for you.
And Elbow, you're still echoey.
I think it goes both ways. That the thing with Earth being or the thing you just said, I think it goes both ways. It's a belief if it's flat or if it's
No, we'll get to that. We can get to that part. But right now we're just trying to determine what you know about the globe Earth itself, and you don't have validating measurement of curvature. Yeah, you're good. So you don't have a validating measurement that validates the claim. So right now, at this particular time, a snapshot in time, you just have a belief that it's curved. You don't have anything that validates it, correct?
That's probably correct. I decided to listen and ask us a message from my mother, so I was
Okay.
reading that instead.
Sure, no problem. No problem. Yeah. So the second question we usually ask is about axial rotation, the motion of Earth on its axis. Do you know when, where, and how axial rotation of Earth has been detected? What method was used?
As I said in the beginning, I'm not from an English-speaking country, so I will probably been a better arguer, or however you would say, if we
No.
spoke in my language. But that's kind of hard. So
No, listen, you're doing just fine. I actually can understand you quite well. Don't worry about that. You're doing well as far as the English goes. I'll try to keep it slow. So, do you know when Earth's rotation was detected? What method was used to detect axial rotation of Earth?
isn't that like with the moon spinning around it and stuff?
Well, see, we're talking about an actual physical object, the Earth, right? We are all on the surface of Earth, right?
Yes.
So there must be a way to directly detect motion of a physical body. Would you agree?
Well, if there are us compared to the Earth, it's like it's like the Earth is so much bigger than us, obviously. So I guess like because the object is so huge as it now is, we can't really feel it because
That's not the question.
Yes. Well, I'm trying to get my point proven because we can't feel it because it's so big. Therefore, we can't really see it with our own eyes that we're actually spinning around. If we are now doing that.
So we'll get to if you can feel it or not. So regardless if you can feel it, people have been using light interferometers for more than 100 years to detect motion of physical objects. So if you don't have a validating detection through some kind of technology that detected the motion of Earth, which is a physical object, according to the globe, Earth, that detection of that rotation is just a belief as well.
And actually, interferometers show that it's stationary. It's not moving.
Yeah, we'll get into that. We'll get into that. And the other thing is, you have a vestibular system in your inner ear that has semicircular canals. It is a perfect gyroscopic device built into your head that allows you to detect every single angular motion in any direction. So why would you not feel it? If we're moving at 480 yards per second, how would you not feel that?
Well, as I said, we probably don't feel it because the Earth is so much bigger compared to us. So it's like being an ant, or how shall I describe it? Because
Even an ant has speed, distance with time. Even an ant has distance with time. So us as human beings, we have a detection device in our balance detection and motion detection system in our vestibular. You would have to show that if you're saying that Earth is too big and you can't detect 480 yards, that's almost 5 football fields whizzing by per second. You would have to show me how something is affecting the vestibular system to suppress its functions, which it does 24 hours a day, or as long as we are conscious, we are aware of motion in any direction.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't have a curvature, you don't have rotation, so those two things are just a belief. So now you talked about these SpaceX people going to space. Is space a vacuum?
I mean, that's what they say and what you can study, but I don't know by myself because I haven't been up there.
Okay, great. That's a good point that you haven't been up there, you can't verify it. So I want to ask you this. We have gas pressure 14.7 psi at sea level here on Earth. I'm sure you'll agree to that. So we have gas pressure.
With PSI in Sweden, but I will try.
Right. So you can convert to whatever your barometer says in metrics in your area. But in the U.S. and we have 14.7 psi, pounds per square inch at sea level, and we are told that gas pressure system on Earth exists adjacent to a vacuum of space. So I'm going to ask you, how can you have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
Vänta, va? Can you take that again?
Yeah, I'll make it more simple. How can you have gas pressure without a container?
Because of the gravity?
What is gravity?
The gravity, well, it's a force that sticks everything onto the Earth.
No, it's not a force, and it hasn't been claimed as a force for 106 years. Are you claiming Newtonian gravity?
Newtonian.
Mass attracting mass?
Wait, can you say that again? Mass attracting mass.
Are you claiming mass attracting mass?
Mass attracting mass.
Yeah, is that what you're saying gravity is? Okay. Okay, great. So you're claiming Newtonian gravity. Do you know that was completely replaced in 1915 by general relativity, superseded by Einstein?
What did Einstein say?
Einstein toppled Newtonian gravity from the throne and superseded it with general relativity, bending, warping space-time. So are you going to stick? So are you going to stick with the busted and broken, old-fashioned Newtonian, or are you going to go with the new and improved general relativity from 1915?
Wait, I will just jump on my phone in like 5 minutes. I have to go babysitting my little sister for like an hour, but I will jump on my
Okay.
phone in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
Try to get Zach and our friend Fanatisai or whatever his name is to get the verification role. They're spamming me on Snapchat and on Discord to get their verification role because at least Zach has a bit better English than me, so he can
Okay,
probably argue a bit better.
Okay, Mr. Tasty, what I'm going to ask you to do while you're gone, or if you have a chance before you come back, go look for us the valid hypothesis from the 1915 general relativity paperwork. There should be a validating hypothesis and an experiment that includes the 3 control variables of a scientific experiment to validate general relativity. So we need the independent, the dependent, and the null control variables of the experiment to show that it was scientifically validated. Go look for that, please, and then we'll wait for your return.
Okay. Can you type that to me on Discord, because that was a bit of a sentence to type on Google. So
The experiment for that proves general relativity.
Sounds great. Well, I'll be back soon.
Yeah, take your time. Well done, Sonny.
Yeah, and I also want to state, just for the record, for anyone else listening, Newtonian gravity, if somebody's claiming Newtonian gravity, it says nothing about gases containing gases.
Yeah. True.
Well,
So they don't even have a claim.
His friend Fanatic T is here. Has no rules, so I can unmute him.
Thank you, Roger.
So Fanatic T, are you there?
Hello?
Hello?
Salam alaikum. So I don't actually know anything to say because
Okay.
I to be honest, don't really care. You do
So why
you,
are you
I do
here?
me. I'm
Why
just
are you here?
listening, but I just want Zach
Okay.
in here. That's all I want.
Okay.
Hey
So
yo. So
what do you want? Sorry?
to Zach to be able to speak. That's all I really care about.
But you don't really care, and you just
I
want to
mean,
listen.
I just want to be. I listen, maybe sometimes a question or a few, but no, I don't really. You do you, and I'll do me. That's kind of my thinking. Like,
Okay.
but there is
Well,
one question actually.
Yeah, 1 second. Have you read the rules when you entered the server?
I might have forgot.
You might have forgot.
I might have forgot. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'm gonna tag you in the VC check-in text, right? And I want you to read them. And do you agree with the rules?
Sure.
Okay. So you think you can have a civil adult discussion about the shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. We're just people like you that are talking about the shape of the Earth, right?
What is it?
We are just people, human beings like you. We are talking about the shape of the Earth. So,
oh yeah.
If you can manage and have a civil discussion, then we would like to talk to you, man.
I sure diddly do.
All right. So,
Great.
what do you think about the topic, Fanatic T? You don't really care, but do you think you're on a ball?
I mean, I don't believe in it, but I see a bit of flaws. But you can
Believe
probably
in what? Believe in what?
To be honest, I think it's round. Yeah.
Okay, round like a plate.
Not like a plate, no.
Oh yeah. So you
I'm
have to
more
be.
like
Yeah. So
a
we
football.
like specificity, right? We like
ball.
Like a ball, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I just don't see why they like the government or whoever would lie to us. I don't see a point.
So Fanatic T, wouldn't it be more important to figure out if they lied to you, right?
No, I think it's more why they would lie.
Why would you? That's non sequitur, right? Why would you first want to hear why they lied and then learn how they lied, right? So you have to
Yeah.
figure out first that they lied, right? A liar wouldn't tell you his lies.
No,
Okay.
but my question is more.
And if you want to know why they would lie, then I advise to you climb up the ladder, right? Become one of the few that know why they would lie, or else it would all be speculation, just guessing. Why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? I mean, we can give you a few suggestions, but that will be just speculation. We try to keep it to empirical truth, right? So what we can validate, what we know, not what we believe, what we know and can know. So that would be testing the surface of the Earth to figure out if it is really a ball that they say it is, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Sure, but
so yeah, but why would you believe you're on a ball if all you've ever experienced is a flat, non-rotating plane, right? Whenever you walk at your front door, you'll never see a globe. You only see flat water, flat land, right? You don't see the Earth moving. You
no,
feel
but that's because it's so big.
yeah, that's what they all say, right? So I'm talking about what you experience, right? What is objective reality to you? So you don't experience a globe, right? And they tell you it is a globe, but they don't show you any empirical evidence, right? They show you pictures that are composites made from data, which they even admit, right? They admit they make these pictures for you. So how have they proven to you that you're living on a spinning water ball?
Well, I just don't see why they would lie once again. That's the thing. No, but like,
wow,
how
man.
can I?
So if I listen, so if I have so you have a girlfriend, right? And if I have a video of your girlfriend cheating, and I go to you and I tell you, well, I have this video of your girlfriend cheating, then you say, no, man, I don't want to see it. Why would she do this to me? Why would she? I don't want to see it, but I want to know why she would do it, right? Well, you would immediately look at the video, right? Because right.
Yeah, but
okay, and then you would ask why, right? What did I do? So that's
But
why
that's
I'm
not really the
saying
same thing in my opinion.
it
Like, well,
is. It is right?
Not the same thing.
It
Yeah.
is. You don't want to hear why it's a flat level plane. You only want to hear why would they lie about it. I mean,
I kind of get your point and all,
okay,
but I
right.
don't feel like it's the same thing.
No.
Yeah, look, it's real simple. Would you rather try to investigate motive, which can never be proven, or actual evidence? Which one is it?
I mean, a bit of both, but probably like wife. To be honest,
Okay,
I don't
bro.
really
Okay,
care how.
bro. Listen. So, if you're a detective on a crime scene, like I wrote in the voice text, have you ever heard of a detective asking for the motive before looking at evidence, or denying any actual evidence until they have a motive?
No, I understand what you mean. No, but still, yeah, I get what you mean. I'm probably not the best to argue with because I don't know that much. But
listen, so your answer is no, you never have. So why are you doing that now? It would be more wise, logically, if you're asking about information, to ask, what is the evidence? Instead of, what is the motive? It's illogical to ask for motive before looking at the evidence or the facts.
yeah, I get your point, but
ask how they are lying.
How they're lying? Yeah, well,
Yeah,
how
ask
are they
that question.
lying?
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Okay, sure. If you want to know how are they lying, how do you guys think?
Oh well, isn't scamming the most profitable business in the world?
Which is, I don't really know, to be honest. Is it the space?
No, scam. The scam.
Oh, well, fair enough. But I feel like
yeah, take
No,
everything.
get back. told him about how they're lying about radius, how they're lying about rotation, and how they're lying about vacuum into space.
Well, they start in kindergarten. When you are very young, they tell you it is so big you cannot see it. It's curved, but it looks flat.
Yeah.
They teach you to lie to yourself. That's what they do.
So they lied about the size of Earth. So they told us Earth was a ball, right? Yeah. So a ball has a specific dimensions, right?
Dimension. Wait. How do you mean?
Do you know the size of Earth? What the radius of Earth is?
Oh no. To be honest, I don't know much.
Okay, I'll tell
but-
you in kilometers. It's 6,300 kilometers
Oh, that's a
approximately.
lot of kilometers.
For a radius, or 3,959 miles. So that requires a certain amount of drop over distance, right? Because it's geometric.
Yeah.
That's what they lied about. We've gone out and measured over the surface over water, and in every observation we found no curvature to the extent that they've told us it should be 8 inches per mile with a mile squared. We find this nowhere in reality. So that's how they lied. And if you want to know more information, we can show you those observations and measurements that prove that they lied.
Sure, if you want to find it, show me it. Like, sure. To be honest, I'm not I don't know anything about if the Earth is round, fucking a squirrel, turtle. But I know one guy who does, and it's Zach.
I have a question, guys.
Yes, there we go, mashallah. I'll go now.
Yeah, I have a question. You just said you measure the curvature in miles squared or whatever you said. Why would it be squared?
Because the the drop
Because it's
rate
sphere.
is all around
Because it's
you. It's a
sphere.
sphere. Yeah, you're talking about the shape of a ball, globe.
Yeah, but if you measure it over a distance, you don't need a area. You just need a
Well,
distance.
it is 8 inches per mile squared. The drop rate is all around you. With every mile, further away from you, it exponentially increases the drop rate.
But
There's
it's
where I feel
logically
like
on
you're
the
wrong.
sphere.
Because it doesn't increase. It's the same everywhere. It just
No.
doesn't show over a such small area.
No.
Yeah, it would
Small
show.
area.
It would show over a small area. 5 miles distance would be 16 feet of drop. This is easily observable if it were there.
But you can see it. If you go to the beach, for example, and you see a large sailing boat or a cruiser in the horizon, you will see that it starts to, sink down into the ground, and you
Go
don't
over
see
the-
the bottom of it.
Okay.
That is a optical phenomena which you
is caused
probably
by
did
what?
not learn about light propagation, angular resolution, which are the cause of this phenomena for boats disappearing from the bottom up. And actually, that's not all everything that's happening. We also have mirages or looming. We have many optic refraction, phenomena.
I have a
going
question.
on.
I have a question about that. But if I elevate my, or if I go higher up in there, I will be able to see the boat.
Then you increase your angular resolution with the ground further away from you. So you can, your eyes can perceive the light coming from that ground because it's coming from a much smaller angle of reflection.
So what you're saying is that the ground is distorting the image.
No, I'm saying that when you are at the Earth's surface, yeah,
Yeah.
The light which makes you see is the light which is cast from the sun. Yeah, it's the light source above.
Yeah.
And this light is coming down on the surface of the Earth, is reflected 180 degrees, yeah, in all directions, yeah, and
Yeah.
that light comes all this distance to hit your eye according to your position where you are, yeah.
Yeah, that's
And
correct.
from the ground to your eye is a very small angle, yeah.
Yeah, that's a very pointy angle.
Yeah, but you see, the sunlight is coming from the sun above, so it's coming at almost, let's say, beneath the sun, is coming tangentially to the surface below it. Yeah,
Okay, I
90
have a question about that
degrees.
then.
Now, the most of that light is being reflected back to the sun, but also in all other directions on 180 degrees. And the closer you come to the ground, light intensity is you have loss, the smaller the angle with the surface of the ground. But when you go when you view it from above, you increase this angle with the ground, and more of that light is coming to your eye. So you can see it much easier, in much more detail. You have less light loss. But when you are at the surface of the ground, then the light is reflecting like at 90 degrees angle, come to your eye. You understand?
Yeah, I understand what you mean.
It's angular resolution.
You cannot see forever.
Yeah.
Put the brick on the 10 meters, put the brick on the 20 meters, put the brick on the 30 meters, and brick will disappear bottom up on one distance for sure. Not because of curvature, because of your angular resolution.
But so the distance, I there's just one thing I can't quite wrap my hand around, and it is that if it is as you say it is, that is because it's a 90-degree tangential angle from the sun, and it's over a long distance. Wouldn't it be the same rule apply if it were a shorter distance?
Well, okay. Listen, when you are, for example, in Europe, yeah,
Yeah,
and the sun is like a little further away from you, so it's almost evening, yeah,
yeah,
in your place. Let's say this is you're in the east position or on the west, yeah, and now you have to look all the way to the east, and you should be able to see like all the way to the east because the sun is illuminating all this surface.
Well, but if there is curvature,
But you don't see,
you won't
you
be able
don't
to
see,
see it
well,
because it's out of your vision range. Because
well,
you can only see in a
this
straight
is the
line. You
problem
can't
here.
see in a curve.
This is the
That's
problem
not
here.
true.
The curvature does not exist. It is a flat plane, but and we have an argument for that. We can demonstrate that there is no curvature. And the reason why you cannot see all that distance from the east to the west is because of the way light propagates. The light which hits the ground on the west side does not have the necessary intensity to reach all the distance to the east.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if we look at the moon, for example, the same thing applies. The sun shines on the moon, and the light reflects back to the Earth. That's why we can see it.
Well,
again, I don't know why we are speaking about light. Why we are not coming back to the horizon and to the curvature and to the measurements and to the maths and to the data. We are speaking about lights now, and I don't know where we are.
Yeah, but I'm just taking the moon as an example to put a reference of distance.
No, but I wanted to come back to the Earth and that 3959 miles radius, and to find out how much drop we have, let's say on 10 miles, 20 miles, and if we can observe that drop on 10 or 20 miles.
Yeah.
If we cannot observe that, what that means?
Yeah. You have to agree what Sasha's saying here, because what he's saying is we cannot establish the shape of the floor in our room by looking at the light bulb in the ceiling.
No.
Or measuring the light bulb in the ceiling, correct?
Yeah, besides, you don't have any verifiable information on the distance to the moon. How was that measured? The size of the moon, when was that measured? And whether or not light is reflecting from the sun off the moon. You have no information to validate any of those claims. We're going to stick to the surface of Earth.
Right.
Yeah. So
there's one thing I didn't quite catch up with or understand when you spoke to my friend before. It's the thing about gravity. You said we don't know that gravity is real, and I can't understand that, because if I have an object in my hand and I let it go, it will fall to the ground.
Yeah,
Isn't
but
that gravity?
if you have no a scientific experiment for something what is not proven, how you will call that?
I don't quite understand.
If it's something not scientifically proven, what you will call that? How you will call that?
That's just
theory.
Yes, that's gravity.
But
Yeah,
isn't
so
it
it's
the proof? If I let an object go, it falls to the ground. Isn't
No,
isn't
you're not
it
proving.
gravity?
No, you're just seeing the
If you-
effect of something. You haven't shown the cause of the effect.
Well, larger mass attracts.
You're telling me that scientific method for proving gravity it's dropping some stuff,
Well, it shows the results of it.
and it's falling down. That's scientific experiment you're telling me.
Yeah, it's how I would prove gravity. But let's just say that
Okay,
gravity
that
doesn't
means
exist.
that people who came to idea to prove gravity, they said, let's make experiment. What shall we do? I think that we need to drop something. Yeah, let's drop. Let's see what will happen. It's falling down. Okay, gravity.
Yeah. But
yeah,
that's just
listen,
that's just the way the things I've learned so far. You know?
listen this water boiling, and I'm watching how it's going, and it's vaporizing and boiling, and I'm thinking maybe it's heat, but I see every day a bird flow over that water, and I'm saying water boiling because that bird is flowing every day,
flying
every day over that water. Because of that, water is boiling.
I don't quite understand right now. Can you say the same thing but a bit slower?
Well, it's like when you do in the morning a tea, yeah?
Yeah.
And you watch in the window and you see a bluebird flying.
Yeah.
So every morning when you
mean
see
that
a
birds
bluebird
shouldn't be able to fly because of gravity?
on the window flying, it's the cause for the tea, for the morning tea.
So you mean that the water vapor should be pulled downwards too, then?
Yeah, what the vapor is doing?
Yeah.
What helium is doing? When I drop the
it has a
helium
lower
balloon from
density. That's why it floats over.
and okay, what you want to drop to prove gravity?
Well, I have a couple of sticky notes on my desk here right now. I just dropped them.
Okay,
They fell down.
is that more dense than air where you are dropping?
Well, it's not about density in this case. It's the gravitational force.
Why in this case is not density, and in the case of helium it is density?
Well, I know this
we
much.
talk
My
when we
sticky
talk
notes
about
are
helium,
Why in this
people
case
say
for something it is density, for some things it is, and for something it is not?
is not. Yeah.
well, it's about like this. I think I'm pretty sure
Listen
it's
this for listen this for
correct
example.
me if I'm
Maybe you
wrong.
don't. You are wrong in the beginning. For example, you're wrong because you want to invoke the Newtonian gravity. That's mass attracts mass. Is that true?
Yeah. That's why
And
I
and
believe
you
in
are
a
now you are now behind like 100 or something years because Einstein said Einstein changed that in with general relativity bending of space time. You know.
He debunked the
Now,
Newtonian
when you are
gravity. He
saying this, you know,
superseded it.
Einstein is angry and saying, "What are you telling? That's not true." And all modern science is saying that that gravity is bending of space time. That is not mass attracts mass. That is not a force. Did you know
How is
that?
it done then? Why is my stuff falling to the ground if it's not gravity? What's making it fall then?
Okay, I
How
can
is
give you an
possible
answer
that we
to
have
this.
two gravities in the last 100 years?
Because there has to
One
be something
gravity
pulling
is.
it down. Because it's obviously
How is
falling.
possible that before gravity worked like mass attracts mass till 1915 was mass attracts mass, and 119 915 started space time started to bend. Mass attracts mass stopped to work.
Bending of concept, but
Do you understand me? We had mass attracts mass till 1915. Then that mechanism stopped to work, and somehow concept started to bend.
Okay.
Because also that second thing is also you cannot bend the time.
yeah,
That's
Sasha,
impossible.
can I tell him about the gravity a little bit?
It's pseudoscience. It's shortly
I
to
know,
say.
but to
That's
tell him.
Doesn't exist. What's making the things fall then?
Yeah.
I don't understand that
Yeah,
part.
I will tell you. I will tell you now. Can I
Yeah,
know
okay.
first?
No. He said,
Do you
I
have
want to interrupt.
any?
Who caused it that thing drops? Fall down.
Well, that's what I'm trying to find out. If it's not gravity, then what is it?
If you don't touch that thing, it will fall down or will stay there.
Well, if I hold it in the air, it's not falling because I'm holding it. But if it's just resting on my desk, it's not falling because there's
okay. I have
counterforce from the desk.
another
holding it up.
question.
Sasha.
Let's say weight. The object with the same weight fell. This is something we fell down on the same rate.
Your mic is cutting out. I couldn't quite catch
Object
you.
with the same weight will fall down. Let's say let's take two. Let's take two objects with the same weight and let's go 1,000, then 1 kilometer up and pull down that object. That object will fall down in the same rate.
Yeah. 9.8 meters per second.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, I will take a sheet of paper, 2 sheets of paper, the same one.
Okay.
One I will leave it like that, how it is, and another one I will how to say squish it in my hands.
Yeah, crumble it.
They will have the same weight because it's the same sheet of paper, you know.
Yeah.
They will not fall down on the same rate. Do you know that?
Yeah, I know why too. It's
because of the
there's air
shape.
resistance.
Because of the shape.
Change in volume and the aerodynamics.
Because of the shape.
Exactly.
Only. Yeah.
Your crumble paper is more aerodynamically shaped. That's why it's going to fall faster.
Yeah, but the thing is, the one thing is only one thing. If you have these things, we can speak more. This is the thing. Scientific.
Yeah, I have paper. I can do the same experiment.
Proof for gravity. Yeah, scientific
Sasha,
proof of gravity. And
you still didn't give him a replacement, and I want to tell him what actually. I cannot give a replacement for something what doesn't exist. Well, but how you can give me how you can give me no, we have to tell him. We have to tell him the truth. Why things falling down? Yeah. Does he know that on the earth we don't have down? Of course we have. We have a down vector. If it's globe, we do have a down vector, Sasha.
What is the force pulling things down if it's not gravity?
We don't have a force, man. It is a force. And, we don't have a force. Sasha, can you let me 1 minute, please, to explain? And okay. Then you can make your point. Thank you. What is your education? Have you been to any? Have you studied at any university? Like
Right now, I'm in the end of my first year in high school. I'm studying physics and all
that's great.
nature
That's great.
subjects and stuff.
I will help you to give a very big head thinker for your physics teacher. Have you ever heard of incoherent electrostatic acceleration?
I'm not familiar with that term in English.
Incoherent electrostatic acceleration.
Let me Google this quickly.
Yeah.
Big word.
This is a force. It's not a joke.
Okay, yeah, I see what it is now.
Yeah. Okay. Now, do you know the MIT University in USA? Massachusetts
I have
Institute
heard of it.
of Technology is one of the most prominent universities in United States and very famous all around the world. Yeah. So, at this university, at the physics classes, they do not teach gravity for the down vector, but they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration in an electric field between two Gaussian planes. One plane positive, the sky, and the other plane negative, the ground. And when you've learned about electricity at school, they told you that the ground is negative. It has a negative charge.
Okay.
Yeah. So, this is how you explain it. And you can also check the parallel between the gravity force equation formula and the formula equation for the incoherent electrostatic acceleration. And you will see that is one and the same formula equation, but the incoherent electrostatic acceleration is actually a vectorial formula. It means that
I have them on paper in
there
front
is a
of me now.
field. Yeah.
They're quite similar, yes.
Yeah, it means that they are taking place into a field. You know, so you have the electron charge, positive or negative, and this dictates if the electron is moving along with the electric field or negative, it's moving against the electric field. Is attracted in the other way. But gravity is a unidirectional force in this equation formula, and it is called a force, fallacious. And the problem with gravity, to be called a force, you need a field. A force can manifest only in a field.
Sorry.
Sorry?
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes.
Did you go to MIT college or whatever?
I'm sorry.
Did you go to that university that you were talking about?
If I went there,
Yeah, did you go there?
no. Why?
Oh, because you were talking about it, and I thought that you went there from the way that you were talking about it.
They have many classes online which you can check, look.
Okay.
Yeah. Many of the physics classes from MIT, they are recorded and you can watch them. Vast majority of them are free online. So is it wrong to view them? Mic check.
I think he's server muted.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. I think that one of the other guys is server muted, the guy who you were talking to.
Oh, yeah.
Me?
If you could server mute him so we can get his opinion.
There's just one thing I don't really understand. I just want to clarify about something you were saying before. You said the ground is always negative.
Yes.
And
it is the negative plane.
Then am I positive then? Or
well, elements they have many forces. You see, this thing we are calling space is actually an assembly of complex fields, like magnetic field, electric field, electrostatics, and also this temperature, hot and cold. And we live in a pretty hot spectrum of matter existence, because everything starts from 0 Kelvin. That's the start. Yeah. At 0 Kelvin, actually, they theorize that matter condensates and falls into itself.
yeah, atoms at 1 degree Kelvin doesn't move. They're about as still as things can be.
At
They don't
1
vibrate.
degree Kelvin, actually, they very move, and at 1 degree Kelvin, you are talking about superfluid helium-4, which is the only liquid in the world that is actually flowing upwards on the walls of its chamber. It's flowing upwards on the walls of its containing chamber. Yeah, if you pour liquid helium into a cup, into a coffee cup, it will flow, it will climb the walls and it will flow outside. It has it has also a frictionless flow. That means that everything that is moving inside that liquid encounters no friction and no drag.
But how does that work just because it's colder? I don't quite see that relation.
Yeah, well, that's where the super natural powers are, at the very cold and not at the very hot. And for example, super helium-3, which is one of the rarest elements, is actually fuel for the most powerful weapons in the world.
So I think a good point, that's a very good point, Get Beget. So I think what Get Beget is saying is if gravity is a force, why isn't it affecting helium-3 or helium-2 that get mentioned? Because in the liquid state, it's colder, which you admitted yourself. Cold goes down, right?
Yeah.
That's what I've been taught my whole
Yeah.
life.
Why? So why is liquid helium, that's a liquid,
Going
and is
up.
cold, going up with no friction?
And also in superfluid helium, you have this phenomena of perpetual fountain, which not many people are familiar with.
Yes, I can't explain that
It's a
because I
flowing
never heard it before.
fountain,
I'm sorry.
which is flowing forever.
Yeah, I've seen one of those. They're pretty cool.
Yeah. So it's a very cold liquid. It makes sense if the positive plane, I mean, helium, we say it rises up. That's what they told you and me in school. They told me this. But helium actually is the element that belongs to the positive plane, and it makes the positive plane helium. So it is attracted upwards.
But by your logic, this helium, superhelium, is then positively charged, and the ground is then negatively charged, as you said
Yes.
before.
Yes.
But
And to hold helium at the ground level, you need energy input. I mean, you cannot just pour it in a bottle and squeeze the cap, seal the bottle, and you can store it. No. If you do that, that bottle will explode. The helium will build up energy and it will explode. It will not stay by itself in a liquid form in any container. Because
well, it's because the container is not strong enough to subside the pressure.
No. All the helium tanks where they store helium, they have a condenser mechanism machine. Yeah. So it's constantly cooling it because the helium, like if you have a tank of helium in your room and if you're walking around with your mobile phone, you can trigger that helium to a tank to explode. That's how sensitive it is to energy. Even a battery in the presence of helium can affect it and make it explode. So
That's just giving me ideas now.
But then I have another question, which I quite don't understand yet.
Yes.
As you said before, the ground is negative, and the stuff that goes down towards the ground is negative, right?
These elements that we are made of and the ground, they all belong to the negative plane. And only very little known elements can, like helium is known to belong to the positive, yeah.
Okay.
But we found, like in 1990s, scientists have found that oxygen, liquid oxygen, has the color of the blue sky and oxygen ice also. But then further, when you cool further the oxygen, you reach octaoxygen, which is red color. And in 1990s, they found the metallic state of oxygen, and it is the only super metal known to man. It is a dark, transparent metal, and in its metal form, we have no element or metal that we can use. Not even diamonds can cut it, scratch it, or break it.
So you mean it's a form of super solid?
Yeah.
But the thing I wanted to get to before is that if you have, example, a positively charged thing that floats or whatever it doesn't, because if you have like a negatively charged battery in your right hand, and you have a positively charged in the other, if you put them together, you will get an electric shock. Won't the same thing happen if you have a positive item and a negative ground?
Well,
Won't there
there
be an
is a
electric shock?
natural. This electrostatic charge is not like the electricity we have in the power socket. And you see, to see this force, yeah, they show you this experiment with the balloon when you rub it on your hair at school, yeah.
Yeah, that's static
And
electricity.
you can attract some paper from your desk and stuff like that. Or even you can put it next to a stream of flowing water, and you will see that the water is always attracted to
Exactly,
it.
it bends.
Yeah.
It exchanges
But
electrons.
you see, it doesn't matter which charge. You can charge that balloon with positive electrostatic or with negative charge. The water is always attracted, the
Yeah,
stream.
that's
And
just
it's very
because
hard
there's
to
different charge.
explain why, yeah. But if you do the same experiment with like an hourglass, yeah, where you have sand flowing, yeah, and when you bring the balloon, you will see that some particles of sand are attracted and the others are repelled.
Well, that's because they have different
Yeah.
charges then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's all sort of atoms, yeah, or whatever they are, those very tiny little things, yeah, that make the elements that we know.
Yeah, elemental particles. They
They
make up
have
protons.
they have many properties, and yeah, I advise you go to quantum mechanics and learn more about
Yeah,
them.
we'll
But
study it more in high
yeah,
school in 2 years. It's in
yeah,
my high school plan. But there's one
yeah.
thing I want to get back to. The thing about water in the balloon is the
Mm.
reason because the water bends is because the exchange of electrons. There's a differential in the charges between the balloon and electrons.
Yes.
When you rub it against your hair, you move electrons. You create an electrostatic charge on the balloon surface. And the thing is, the reason why it bends is because it wants to neutralize. See, that's the thing I'm trying to get. If you follow the same logic as you just spoke about, and you put it and
Well,
you apply it. Let
water.
me finish.
Yeah,
And
go
if you
ahead.
apply it to the ground, as you said, then
Yeah.
wouldn't stuff just stick together and wouldn't be able to separate it? Or wouldn't there just be a massive electrostatic shock?
Mm. Sorry, it's been a little bit fast and I didn't get all the meaning of what you asked. Can you repeat?
Yeah, sure, for sure. But following your same logic as you just used, explaining the water experiment in a balloon.
Yeah.
If you put a positively charged object in contact, or just close enough to, a negatively charged object, won't they want to neutralize and create a neutral state in which there is no differential in the charge? What happens then? Is it just negated to the force pulling things down?
Okay. You see, when I said about incoherent electrostatic acceleration, they call it a acceleration.
Yeah.
And you see, it's not. I mean, this is the most simple way to see this force in action, a manifestation of it, a kind of manifestation. But you can also manipulate it. For example, when you glue together two opposing magnets,
Yeah.
and I take another two magnets of the same size, weight, model, yeah, and I put them together the way they attract each other. And when you drop them from a height, in the same time you drop them, which one will hit the ground first?
Well, the one facing ground. But that's not the same thing. You're kind of switching
Sorry?
subjects here. This is not the
No,
same thing, really.
I'm trying to tell you that well, those magnets which have are glued together with the opposing poles will always fall the last. You can even compare them with the same weight of metal like iron or steel, yeah, and you drop them together, the magnets with the opposing poles will always fall the last because they fall at a slower acceleration rate. Opposing magnetic fields affect directly this down vector. Also, electrostatics, charge, and yeah, even electromagnetism. With electromagnetism, you can achieve very strong opposing magnetic fields.
Okay. So then I have another question, one question and a counter argument for you. So, following the same logic you just used, if you put two negative poles together, they repel. That's common knowledge. You can try it
Yeah.
yourself. Yeah. But if for example, a coffee cup I'm holding in my hand right now, it's negatively charged because it sticks to the ground, as you said before. Correct. Or wrong?
If you change the polarity of your coffee cup,
Well, yeah, it sticks to the ground because it has the same charge, as you said before, the same electrocoherent acceleration.
Yeah.
And everything as my keyboard, my table, my desk, my book, it's the same. That's because it sticks to the ground, following the same logic you used before.
Yeah.
So why do they not repel? Because you said the magnets, you put the same charges to the same poles together, they want to repel. And they fall slower to the ground, I believe you said, correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, they are
Because
not
they have the same
repelled.
poles.
They are not repelled by the ground. They fall at a slower rate. So obviously, if you want them to levitate, you need to create a stronger opposing magnetic field, like using supermag.
Yes, if you do that, they will levitate.
If you want to
That's
achieve
because
that.
magnetism.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
But magnetism and electrostatic coherence, as you said before, that's two different things.
Magnetism is directly related to electricity. And
not quite. Magnetism is what we believe is caused by a particle or a force which we are not quite knowing about right now. Electricity, on the other hand, it's a different thing. It's electrons. One side, which has more electrons, will want to flow to the other side, which has less
Positive
electrons,
or
to
negative.
neutralize. Exactly. They want to neutralize.
But
this is not the
the
same thing as
atom
magnetism.
in
It's
the
different
atom,
things.
In the atom, which one is positive, the electron
proton,
or the
of course.
neutron?
It's the proton. That's why they stick together.
Yeah.
They want to neutralize.
And then you have a nuclei, yeah?
Yeah.
Which is the negative.
Yeah. But then there's another thing I found, which I don't quite understand about which you said before. If there's a positive and a negative, there has to be a neutral one. That's why we have
Yeah,
the
but you
neutron and
see,
the proton. What
see,
happens to a thing if it's
in the
neutral and not
atom,
positive or negative? Will
in
it
the
just float?
atom, in the atom, most atoms, they don't have one electron. They have many of them.
Yes,
5
depending on the
positive,
atom.
10 negative, another 2 positive, another 6 negative. Yeah, on layers.
Depends on which atom, but sure. If you have a
Yeah, yeah. And also
uh,
the nuclei composition, it's not the same. Some atoms have a bigger nuclei, some have a smaller. And according to these complex assemblies, this element has many properties, but by default is belonging to the negative plane. No matter how much you want to play with it, yeah, if you take a metal and you put it, let's say gold, yeah, and
Yeah.
you put it in superfluid helium, it will become a superconductor.
well, you see, the thing that is about here, this is just simple chemistry. That if you have, for example, what you just said, gold atom, you can have different types of isotopes of gold atom.
Yeah.
You can have one which has one electron less, and you can have one which has one more. That's why you get gold 1 plus and gold 1 minus, because it's different charges.
Yeah.
That's why we have different ionizations. But that, well, if it's one positive, it has 1 electron too little. It's positively charged. Won't the gold atom then just not stick to the ground? It will just not float? Is that what you said about before about the
No, I'm not
electrostatic coherent
saying that.
acceleration?
I'm not saying that it won't stick to the ground.
But that's what you said before. The negatively charged electrostatic coherent will stick to the ground because it's negative.
Well, you see, when you use this formula, the incoherent electrostatic acceleration, you get very precise measurements, results, matching with reality. When you talk about rate of falling object. But when you use the equation formula they give us for the gravity force, you cannot make precise measurement predictions. And what they actually do, like, for example, you have the force is G times M1, M2 by radius square.
Exactly.
And you see, you have to get the center of mass for M1 and the center of mass for M2, the two bodies that attract each other.
Yeah, that's how you can draw a vector of force.
And it's a unidirectional force. It only attracts, it doesn't repel, which defies the minimum requirements to have a field.
What type of field is this?
The gravitational field.
Okay.
Yeah. To have a gravitational field, you need to have the force of gravity. And for this M1, M2 to attract each other.
Exactly.
But the problem is that to have a field, you need to have polarity, duality, like north-south, or different charges, positive and negative, so you can have attraction and repulsion at the same time, you know, according to the charge or polarity. And gravity does not meet this requirement, so it is not a field by default.
Well, then it's a force, as we said before.
Well, it's not a force because to be a force, it requires to have a field where it's manifesting, to exist in.
Well, we can. If you have a are you familiar with centrifugal force?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
Where's
mean,
the field in that?
I worked as a CNC machine miller.
Yeah, then you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
If I have an object, I'm just explaining to the people who might not know that's listening. If you have for example, a metal ball and you attach a string to it and you just spin around,
Yeah.
the metal ball will fly out because centrifugal force pulls it out. That's just
Yeah.
what it is. Where's the form of what you said before, feel, that's causing this? How can we measure that there is a field?
There is no field. It is you have kinetic energy input.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's when you inflict kinetic energy, you achieve acceleration. Yeah.
Yeah.
And with acceleration, you increase the kinetic force of that object. Yeah. So, I mean, if a feather is falling on your hand, it does nothing. You just feel a slight touch. But if I shoot a bullet through your hand, it will punch a hole.
Exactly.
Because the bullet has a high kinetic energy.
And a small area.
Yeah.
The force is equal to the what you call it, kinetic energy divided by the area.
Yeah. And you see, they taught me also school that they call it mass, but it's not mass. It's just energy, kinetic energy that is making the objects, matter, element to move. And we also, they gave us this concept of space-time, so we can understand and explain motion.
Okay, I have a question for that.
Yeah.
You said
Sure.
there is no mass. There's only kinetic energy, as you just said. How do you calculate the kinetic energy without having a mass? Because the current formula, as that is known and taught in school for kinetic energy, is mass times speed square divided by 2. That's how you get the kinetic energy. How do you calculate it without
These
it?
formulas, I'm I'm not denying them, you know, but the way they gave them to us is not. You have to go back to how all these people wrote all this science, you know, and packed it for us, you know. Not all of it is true.
Okay. But it doesn't matter when it was discovered or invented or whatever you call it. The rule still applies.
Time. Look, for example, time. Time does not exist. It is a concept. It is just it. We invented it so we can easily explain life or motion.
Yeah.
Concept of life. That's what we are trying to explain.
Yeah, because we need a reference frame.
Yeah. But it's not a force. It doesn't exist physically. We only
no,
have
it's not a
motion
force.
from A to B.
Exactly.
Yeah. and at 0 Kelvin, that motion stops. All motion stops.
The vibrational energy in the atom's nuclei stops, yes, because it
Yeah.
doesn't have any more energy because it's cooled down
At
so much.
at 0 Kelvin, you have no more motion. Nothing moves anymore. And I don't know what's happening there, but it's something weird.
Okay. But what does that have to do to the relation of mass not existing? Because if I lift my book, which I have in front of me right now, I can feel that it's heavy. I can feel weight.
I know.
But if it's just kinetic energy, what's applying this weight? Because if it's just kinetic energy, it's just energy flowing in one direction.
Well, all these assembly of forces make you feel exactly like that what you feel. It has a temperature, yeah,
Yeah.
and those elements at that room temperature behave like that. If you increase the temperature with 100 degrees, that book will start baking itself, cooking.
Well, yeah,
You
it's because
increase
it's reached the point of
little
temperature
bit
with
higher.
instantaneously
Yeah, it
starts
will
to burn.
dry very, very quickly, you know. It
I
will
failed.
become very,
Yeah, I
very
know what you mean,
dry.
but I
Yeah.
failed to see how that relates to mass not being a thing.
Well, the oils from that paper will start leaking from it, you know. You are
Well, if it's in an oxygen-free environment, the book can't ignite, and yes, the oils from the
Yeah.
paper will start to leak out of it.
Yeah.
That's just because it can't combust. It needs
Yeah.
for fire to exist. It needs some fuel, a material to
Yeah.
burn. For example, wood, and it needs
Yeah.
a
And
reactant.
oxygen.
For example, oxygen. But if you take away one, it
So,
can't ignite. That's true. But how does that
yeah.
relate to mass not being a thing?
Well, that's your job to go out and figure, you know. I
Isn't
just
it as
told you
much as
why.
yours too?
Yeah. I
Because
just told
you
you
can't
why
just say that it
gravity
doesn't
isn't.
exist. Yeah, but that's
Nobody
kind of the
said,
same
wait,
thing.
wait. Nobody here said mass doesn't exist. Why don't you tell us what mass is first?
Well, mass is well, how could you call it? I don't know a synonym for it, but what's the weight or
Weight.
the amount
Yeah.
of atoms?
So the amount of matter, weight. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your point?
Well, it's mass.
No. Does mass include gravitation?
Well, it gets affected by gravitation.
Okay. Can you prove gravity to us and show us a hypothesis from the 1915 paper that Einstein wrote on general relativity? We need the independent control variable, the dependent control variable, and the null control variable. Can you go get that for us and put it in the live stream voice text? I want to see the hypothesis, and I want to make sure it was validated by scientific experiment, namely the hypothesis test, which is the experiment including those variables.
I can't quite do this right now.
Okay.
Because
Well, why don't you
I
go?
don't know where to find it.
Okay. Why
But
don't you
can
go
you do the
look?
same for me about the electrostatic acceleration coherent, which you spoke about earlier?
That's get begets steal. I'm
What
not
about
going
it?
into the weeds with you on that. If you're going to claim gravity, then we need to see a scientific that it was scientifically validated by experiment. So you should be able to find that in Einstein's paper from 1915 that validates scientifically that gravity is a real thing, and you can verify the cause and effect relationship. So that's what we need.
Yeah, for sure. I'll ask my physics teacher about it in school and ask if we can do an experiment about it.
Oh,
And then I
can
will.
And you bring your
Now,
physics teacher in here, and then they can just ask us themselves. We'd be glad to talk with them.
I don't know if his English knowledge is as good as mine, but for sure I'll ask him.
Yeah, or you can ask your physics teacher. That's fine to find a validating scientific hypothesis and the experiment that validates gravity. But I would suggest you do that on your own as well.
Yeah, for sure.
See if you can find that, because and I'll just give you a clue here.
Yeah.
If someone had been able to present that to us in the last 10 years, we would not be here. But go ahead and look anyway.
Yeah, I will. I will ask him and ask for a tip.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, for sure.
Sure.
Do you guys know about quantum mechanics very much?
No, I'm not too familiar. I know a little bit, but it's not my field of expertise, really.
Fair enough. Well, basically, quantum mechanics kind of blows what Einstein's general theories of relativity are out of the water.
True.
By destroying the structures of Newtonian physics.
Yep.
Newtonian physics relies on gravity being a thing, but in quantum mechanics, they haven't been able to prove gravity. So, you don't have to necessarily agree with me that Newtonian physics was blown out of the water by quantum mechanics, but quantum mechanics is proving things at the atomic level, and so more and more things are being explained and disproven by quantum mechanics, and it's kind of destroying the fundamentals of Newtonian physics. So I would suggest, if we're going to look for gravity, we should look in quantum mechanics instead, because either way you're not going to really find anything. Unless I'm wrong, but
No, you got a
You
good
can
point.
find supersymmetry, you can find entanglement, you can find very weird, strange phenomena, just like I was saying about the superfluid helium.
Right, Godzilla, you have a really excellent point, because it not only destroys Newtonian gravity, but it also destroys Einstein bending, warping
Yeah.
space-time as well, because you're going to have to include consciousness into the equation.
Yeah.
They haven't figured out how that works, but in quantum physics, it's my understanding, I could be wrong, maybe Get could tell me if I'm wrong or not, but in my understanding, they are doing actual real scientific experiments and showing results in quantum physics that they are not doing in astronomy, cosmology, or astrophysics. Cannot be done in experiment because they don't have a valid independent control variable.
Yeah, they don't have like only the observable. That's all they do. They observe the sky and then make fortune telling or palm reading, That's what they do in astrophysics and cosmology. Wild guesses.
And this is a really good point, and it's more like the advanced level. I would suggest you look at Quantum Erasers, globeterminator.com, and look at the information he has in there.
Yeah.
Excellent
I love his
source of
info.
material.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, if you find any information that proves anything one way or the other, please send it to me. I'm a skeptic. I don't really sit on any side. I just am waiting for more science to come out about things. Quantum mechanics is a very fascinating subject. The fact that it's still in the developmental stages.
Yeah.
We're proving a lot of things that Einstein said wrong, and a lot of people really depend on Einsteinian physics to have a worldview. So I could be wrong. I'm just open to new information, so please send me anything you find.
Well, quantum computing is a thing. Quantum programming. And this actually incoherent electrostatic acceleration, as I stated in the beginning, this is what they teach for the down vector at MIT University physics classes. Physics teacher explicitly say that to the students that they are coming from a educational system where they have been given wrong information. Gravity is not the down vector. Gravity belongs exclusively to astrophysics, which he doesn't deny it. Like he's saying is a different kind of science. That's all. They still keep it on a pedestal, in a holy place. But they say it has nothing to do with reality that we experience physically. It does not belong to. You can play with gravity on computer simulations and all sort of in cyberspace, not in reality.
Yeah. So the thing that kind of gets lost here is that for gravitation, anything on Earth absolutely requires a radius of the given dimensions. If we don't have the radius measurement and we don't have axial rotation, you cannot have gravity. And then the nail in the coffin is gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. If you can't show you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum, then this place they're saying is space where all these things are supposed to be occurring cannot
And
exist.
actually, this one, the vacuum of space, violates all the laws of thermodynamics, all of them, not just the second.
Yeah, because who is it? Eddington, very famous gentleman. Eddington said, if your theories violate the claim to violate the second law of thermodynamics, you're going to go down in flames into utter, basically utter disgrace and shame.
I did like when I saw about Ampere's law, where he's describing the Gaussian planes and from Ampere's law, the positive plane must be something physical element, a natural physical element. It cannot be vacuum space. But in physics, when they teach Maxwell equations formula, they say the lesson. I think the lesson's title is Maxwell. How Maxwell fixed or corrected Ampere's law, and what Maxwell did was actually replacing the positive plane, replacing it with the vacuum of space. Like all this positive charge is coming from the vacuum of space. So for Ampere's law, for Maxwell's equations law to be true, it means that if you make a vacuum chamber, then you can get a positive charge out of it. It should be generating positive charge, like nothing to give you something. check.
Yep, loud and clear.
Thank you.
Yeah, guys, it was. I'm gonna have to leave now. I have to go to bed
Yeah.
and sleep. I have
Well,
gonna work on my extra job tomorrow. I will ask my teacher in school about the
we
things
loved
you
having
talked
you
about.
here, and we don't want you to believe flat Earth. We want you to know, and for that you need to study natural sciences and to discern between pseudosciences, religion, and science. Because religions and pseudoscience function with systems of belief, and science is like totally open. It does not work with beliefs. It works with experiments, facts, measurements.
Yeah, it was a real pleasure
Good luck.
talking to you guys. I will be back when I have my answers I've been looking for, and I will look more into the things you talked about before, which I haven't heard about and didn't quite understand.
Awesome.
Yeah, find the curvature.
Yeah, I will try to. I will try to make my own experiment about it.
Yeah, yeah.
Or you can,
Good luck. It will be
you can
fun.
even simply see if anybody has ever like measured curvature on Earth before the age of flight. That's something to check. It's very important.
Yeah, I did
Oh,
find an article about
have you
it, but I'm
seen?
gonna try to
Have you
repeat the experiment.
have you seen the laser tests?
No, I haven't.
Oh, I can send you a PDF with
Yeah, please do.
flat earthers. Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah, I will look at take a look at it in the morning. I have to go to bed now. Catch you guys later. It was nice talking to you.
Another one.
Well, that was it. They have to go to school.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really.
What? Bro.
That we're very complicated rocks. I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
You serious?
Don Pettit here from NASA. That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Mic check, mic check.
Loud and clear, sounding good.
Appreciate it. It always trips me out when we got dead silence for a little while.
Need DJ available or music, please.
That's verification of no proof for the globe yet.
Okay. Sounds about right.
Get it out now, though. Ladies' night's starting in a few minutes. Should be anyway.
Oh yeah, it is Friday.
Oh my gosh, I freaking lost another day. What the
It's
hell?
Friday, Sonny.
What the hell happened to Thursday? It's like missing time, man.
Sonny,
Yesterday.
when you don't work anymore, every day is like the weekend. You don't have to keep track.
Yeah, you lucky dog.
Yeah, no, it's really crazy though. It's like it has its benefits, but it has its things that are not that great also like that, you know? Shoot. It's not that I missed anything though. That's the good news.
Shut up. You got it made.
All I got is time.
So yes, it's ladies' night. Is the feeling right?
Hey, Sonny, how long have you played the guitar today?
Shoot, you know what? I haven't even picked it up. I literally go through periods where I set it down for a couple of days, you know, until I can't stand it anymore. Because I can overdo it because I forget, you know, so I'll overplay and then I'll start having my hand will start aching. And I never had these problems before in my entire life until pretty recently. So I need to be careful that I don't hurt myself, which is really weird. Even hearing me say that sounds strange.
Yeah, smart.
Yeah, so I give it a break, even for up to like a week at a time, you know, and then I actually come back and I feel like I'm a little fresher.
Yeah, it's always good to step back from anything. I do that with drawing.
Oh yeah, I heard you talking about art, and I just heard the conversation, so I didn't see any of the images or the drawings, but it sounds like you're quite good. So that's amazing.
Yeah, I'll send you some if you want.
Yeah, you could. You don't have to overdo it. Maybe send me a couple of best ones or something. You know, like that's
Yeah,
enough.
yeah, I'll send you a couple.
Right on. Love to see it. I'm always impressed with people that can draw lifelike type things because I was in art through most of my school years, but I was never really that good. You know, I never got that great. I could never draw a face or an eye correctly.
Yeah, I draw portraits, so you
Mhm.
can be the judge.
Yeah, that's a great skill. Like I could draw like flowers and trees and houses well. I do technical drawing pretty well, but that's about where I leave off.
Yeah, some Bob Ross shit. Yeah, I dig it.
"12 minutes to ladies' night."
Is the feeling right, Sonny? Oh yes, it's ladies' night. What a night.
I just
Hey,
debated my. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tony.
no, go ahead.
Oh, I
It
was
sounds
gonna
like a
say.
female persuasion there. Go ahead, Kyle.
So I just debated my grandpa. I didn't tell him the Earth was flat because he would have lost his shit. But he is a chemist, and He's like really high up there in the academia world. And so I was like, Grandpa, I have some questions about the second law of thermodynamics. And he was just looking at me like stunned. Like,
Wow.
and he couldn't answer them. And it was funny. He didn't get upset is not the right word, but he was getting frustrated because I was like, how do we have gas pressure without a container? And he was like, you don't need a container. I was like, so I read him the definition, and then he was like, well, we don't have to go off the textbook definition. And I was like, Grandpa, what do you mean? But then at one point it hit him, and he was like, well, I'll have to look into it because he was like, I was like, if the air is escaping, how do we have air here? And he was like, well, the trees produce air, and we are losing air. That like it's losing air from the atmosphere. And I was like, but Grandpa, how could the trees even have enough carbon dioxide to grow if we're losing air? And if we're losing some air, then we're going to lose all of the air because it doesn't pick and choose. And it was just so funny. Like, he couldn't answer them. He didn't admit that I was like right. Like, of course, he's not going to admit that I'm right because it's his whole career, you know. And,
Yeah.
But he was saying exactly the things you hear Globers say, like, but we have formulas, and that's how we know that gravity is it. But I was like, Grandpa, how do we know that gravity is actually the cause? Like, we have to establish cause and effect. And he's like, well, we look up at the stars.
Oh my God. The same thing that they say in here.
I know. And I was trying to be respectful, but I was like, Grandpa, if we look up at the stars, and he was like, well, and when the sun is in the way, it's bending the light. And therefore we know that gravity is bending the light. And I'm like, Grandpa, that has nothing to do with establishing the cause and effect, that gravity is the reason that things are falling down. You're looking at the stars and the sun now. Like, this has nothing to do with establishing it. And it was just so funny because he couldn't.
Then did you dismiss him? Did you then dismiss him as a silly old man and tell him it was time for his nap?
No. No. He was like, well, I've been, I'm a chemist and I have friends that are actually scientists and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, but I'm talking about natural science and we need to use the scientific method. And how can we tell the difference between, an idea versus an actual established cause and effect relationship? And it was so funny. At one point he was like, well, we just can't know things, and science finds truth with a lowercase t. And I was like,
whoa,
laughing so hard because you can just hear the brainwash, like we can't actually know anything. And I was like, yes, we can. That's why we have the scientific method. And it was so funny because he was losing the debate, but he couldn't admit that I was winning.
Wow. Think about how much more knowledge you have about the subject than he did at your age.
Yeah, I know. And it breaks my heart because he's super religious as well. And I wanted to tell him, I was like, well, Grandpa, I don't think we have like a atmosphere, but we could have a firmament. But I didn't. I was like, oh man, there's just like too much.
You know what is really, really freaking sad for me?
What?
That I'm probably the same age as your grandpa. That sucks, man.
Well, my grandpa's like 70.
Oh, good. Oh, good. He's much older.
I can tell, Sonny, you're not that old, but your voice is so youthful.
Well, you could be my daughter. Let's just put it that way.
But honestly though, I have a lot of friends who are older, and I prefer older guys over younger guys. Y'all are just classier. Sorry, young guys.
Okay. Thank you. You made my day. You really did.
But I couldn't have this kind of conversation with a young Glober. It wouldn't be as civil as it was with. Well, and also it's my grandpa. But still,
I know. Listen, man, I've had conversations, and I've talked to men that are like in their 30s, and I don't understand it. It's like they are living like in a game cartoon world. They're still playing games. I'm like, what? You're like 35 years old. You're talking about a game to me? That's all you have going on for you is this game life? I don't understand.
I know. Oh, and one thing that was so funny that my grandpa said was, well, our phones wouldn't work without satellites. And I was
The phones wouldn't work?
that
The
was
GPS he's talking about.
I know, right?
it got brought up, and I was just like laughing because I'm just like, oh man, like they all follow the same pattern. Like just it's the same thing. And I was like, just all I need is you to show me the study where they were able to establish Einsteinian gravity. He even kept saying gravity is a force. I was like, you can't. Yeah, it was funny, but the cognitive, I don't think he's ever going to be able to get out of it because he's written a lot of textbooks and just like he's super indoctrinated, hardcore. So, but he said he would look into it because he did realize once I brought up the fact that the plants wouldn't have enough air to grow, and I was like, if the air keeps rising and rising, why is it stopping at the point where the gravity is the weakest?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
it's like, I don't know. That's a good question. And I was like, yeah.
Well, I hope the old coot doesn't have a freaking aneurysm.
Well, I think he was going to have an aneurysm yesterday when we were debating veganism versus carnivore because he's a vegan and I was a vegan now and I'm eating meat. And he was so pissed I was eating meat. But we had a good debate about that too.
That's good, though. That was a good discussion. I like hearing that. Shoot, I was going to try to do a live Flat Earth Discord promo, like maybe I could do it. I might have time. 4 minutes. Let's see. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live.
That was awesome.
Stay tuned for Ladies' Night.
Wow, is that Sunny playing live?
That's me.
I'd heard that you played, but I think that's the first time I actually got to experience it. How exciting!
Thank you.
This some serious gourmet shit.
Shred.
It's Ladies' Night. It's Ladies' Night.
Wow, yes, that is definitely getting us in the mood, isn't it, ladies?
Yes. Hi, Dandelion.
Hi, Mrs. Musk. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. Yeah. We've had like the weirdest weather here in Michigan. I don't know, like if that's been like that for you, but it was like 70s and 80s. Felt like it was the middle of summer just like a few days ago. Now it's like in the 40s. We were just out planting some seeds anyway because it finally rained, so it like broke up the soil because it was really dry and hot. So it is kind of nice to have a break from the heat because I could have the windows open and feel the breeze coming in, and it was nice. How about you?
I'm driving through Utah actually right now, so sorry for the background noise. And it's like 100, and I'm sweating. So I'm jealous.
So you would appreciate this. Yes, you would appreciate this. Would feel, yes, like a cool mountain breeze for you, even though I don't have any mountains, but still it's very refreshing. And the plants really appreciated the rain. I could totally tell the difference after the rain. They're much happier now. My Jerusalem artichokes like literally tripled in size in 2 days. It was so wild. And how is Level Up?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
Good. How's your husband doing?
Better. He has to have some unpleasant tests done, but he's feeling okay. Thanks.
Yes, most tests are unpleasant, but some are probably more unpleasant than others.
Well, lower GI, then an upper GI. Yuck.
Yeah, that does sound unpleasant.
Yeah.
And Lulu's here, but she said the first hour she might not be able to talk too much. And I don't know if we have any other ladies. Sounded like it was pretty silent when we got here. Have you folks been talking to anyone, or what's been going on today?